What is up? Good morning, one and all. Welcome back to the channel. It's time for more Midweek Muster. That's right, we're spoiling you. By the way, shout out. I see you guys operating there. We're now up to 39 new users. That's another, what was that? My maths is bad. Extra 15 users since yesterday. Keep it up. That is absolute PogChamp Batavia. I expect nothing less from you guys. You guys are incredible for that. So, you know, my goal, like, I don't know. I think we could easily be seeing like 250, 300 new users this month. We'll see. But it's a great start to the month. It's a damn good start for multiple reasons, actually, chat. Do you guys know what finally arrived? Do you know what I've been waiting for? You know how we had our, like, caffeine hiatus? Well, screw that. It's Drinky Poo time. Oh, yeah. And this isn't even all of it. There's 3 more cases like this and a fat-ass case of original Red Bull. Oh, we are loaded up. Big shout out to the UK team. They sent me my care package. And now we are restocked and recharged. What do you think? 2 a day? 3 a day? 5 a day? I got to ration it, right? It's got to last a month. 5 a day seems reasonable. Yeah, this is fine. Let me put these bad boys back. And let me get one cold from my fridge. So, what do you think, chat? I need your advice, right? Because we're going to be doing some games shortly. We're going to be doing Numon versus Anathan to kick off with. I'm curious, though. Do you guys think that which flavor do we go for? What's that? Let me update Tal as well. Because I have got iced vanilla berry. I am a very big fan of this. If you guys, oh my god, it's good blur, isn't it? This is a really cool one. The taste profile on this is gummy bear. We've then got watermelon. The taste profile on this is watermelon. And then we've got apricot and strawberry, which was pleasantly surprising when I tried it in El Renado. I wouldn't really have rated that as something I would care about. It doesn't like, I don't know, apricot doesn't really like, I'm going, woo, apricot, I need that. But that was surprising. What do you think, guys? Any input? I need help figuring out my sustenance for the day. In terms of your sustenance, by the way, we've got plenty of goodies upcoming. So we have got Anathan vs Numon. We're waiting to hear back from Numon on scheduling availability, see if it's viable to get that quarterfinals done. We did, I know what I forgot to do. We forgot to add in the outcome of B versus Kiljardi. We saw that yesterday, actually, guys. That was, in the end, a 2-0. So let me update that quickly in the scheduling. So we know that it's going to be B through there. We should have enough time to check in on BC Mahodo's series and then see the winner of that up against B, which should be happening today. We're also waiting for confirmation on scheduling for Scatterbrained versus Wham. That should also be happening today. So, yeah, plenty of cool ones to check in on. Let me just quickly update this screen so it shows you guys what you want to actually see. Doing. There you go. Yes, that's what you want to see. Nothing. You're welcome. Don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes it's fine, and sometimes like, whoa, we got to change that. So, yeah, we'll be looking at the Anathan Numon series. And then if we don't have confirmation of quarterfinals going live immediately afterwards, we'll check in on the BC vs Mahodo. And then my hopes is we should start to have the remaining quarterfinals trickling in by then. Fingers crossed. Hopefully. Really bloody hope so. The goal is to try and have it set up nicely so that, you know, we are able to cast both the semifinals live. But we'll see how that goes. Sometimes it doesn't go the way I'd like. You think apricot? Should we go apricot? I think when I was younger, I always used to call it apricot. Is that bad? I feel like there's more sinful mispronunciations in the world. So let me get the game open up and we'll hop in for Numon vs Anno. Dude, I've been fiending so much Monster Hunter. I'm still glaving and I'm like, do I want to insect glaive or should I try something else? The bow is like tempting. I'm usually a bow person, but I resisted it. But the bow looks really sick this time around. The gun lance is also really tempting. The dual blades is wild, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it in, Monster Hunter, let me see if I can find it. I feel like if I type in Monster Hunter Attack on Titan, it's going to come up. Yeah, here you go. So, I quickly switch over the scene. It legit makes you feel like you're playing Monster Hunter. Look at this. Alright, so you hit a wound, and then you attach to them, and you go you spin all over. It's legit just Monster Hunter going full X Attack on Titan. Like, can you do it again? I think you're going to do it again. Okay, no, it died. But like, look, yeah, you just have some weird sort of grapple line out of nowhere. You go around, then you spin up and down it like Levi. It's really cool, though. The only problem I had with like dual blades is when we tried them, they were like super linear. It just didn't feel like you had much you could do. You know, I found that a bit boring. But I'm running the issue of Insect Lathe, and like I want to play it because it has a deflect, but the deflect is so much worse than like every other class's deflect because it's like weirdly delayed. So compared to other classes that can react like you would expect in an Elden Ring Dark Souls way, the Monster Hunter one is like the timing to react is like just not very friendly. But let me get the profiles open. You sound like a Drongo? Like Drongo? No, I think you mean Drongo sounds like me. All right, he didn't invent the obsession with Red Bull, man. Did I not ever tell you guys about the first esports event I ever worked? The first esports event I ever worked, I always call it the everything is free Discover. And that right there is a ban. So basically, when I was in Sweden working a DreamHack, I was like, can I have a can of this? And like, oh, you can have as much as you want. You don't have to ask. I was like, oh. I drank 7 energy drinks on that one broadcast day. By the end of the day, they couldn't understand what I was saying. I was speaking too fast. So yeah, trust me. The energy drink problem's been there for a long time. And yeah, you didn't miss anything. It's just a ViewBot spammer thing. Free drinks, better performance. Exactly. These are free. They're great. Strawberry and apricot. Wouldn't really think to put that combo together. All right. Let's get to it. Will I be at the LAN? I will indeed. I will be the host for the LAN. So you could say I'll be around a bit. Okay. Hold up, ladies and gents, what is this spawn? We're hopping in for a round of 16 game, the only round of 16 game today, because after that we'll be looking at quarterfinals throughout the day. We've got Anathan versus Numon. Last time these two matched up, Numon crushed Anathan 2-0. It was not even close. Well, Anathan's off to a good start. Apparently, when you lose like that, the game feels bad for you. That's an insane spawn. Double tree line on the roost playing Lipany. That's 28 trees in range. Bloody hell. Yeah, usually you get kind of like a subpar performance. What? Okay, no, this is... No. This one isn't just disgusting, guys. This one's disgusting. Look at the tree line. He slotted it in. It's 26 trees on this one and 28 on this. That's insane. Anna Chad, out of control here. So Numon on the other side is going to be playing Byzantines. Byzantines usually feel quite good on Lipany, because remember there's a lot more sheep, a lot more berries rather on this map. Also, the close by trade post can be really clutch. Sapahi could be sick against Roost. They're fast casting into horse archers, so we'll see if that actually comes into play at all. I'm not expecting it. Javelins are just way too good, but this feels way too good. 22 gold and 20 gold. So like, I think usually you can expect, I'd say like most games on average, I'm seeing like 16 to 18 gold. So it doesn't seem like a big lead, but like at such an early point in the game, it definitely adds up. And look at this spawn as well. Yeah, pretty easy one for Pro Scouts play. Okay, but here's the thing. We haven't touched on this yet because we were so blown away by the absurd spawn. Which, by the way, could have a follow-up detail of a high trade house just slotting right there beautifully. But, yeah, also, why is that tree line so flat? What? Anyway. This matchup, Numon is like something of a kryptonite for Roost picks. We've seen Cat is able to defend himself against it, but we saw how B could be slayed by it. A Byzantine all-in timing with jabs into Karis opens can destroy you, especially on a spawn like this. Yes, double tree line next to each other. Feel very good, thumbs up. The negative? If your opponent does pressure this side of the base, you have nothing. So gonna have to keep an eye on that, because I think Numon he'll look to take that aggressive line. You know, it's kind of crazy to watch Numon evolve as a player. You know, from the guy who always goes to the late game, rolls eyes, to all of a sudden this force of nature that has no chill. You know, I've been playing Monster Hunter. Envision, what's it called? You need something completely, like, unreasonably aggressive, like Raidao, which is a giant thunder dragon, that really, the moment you touch it, it hates you forever. He's kind of like that. He won't wait around. He'll bring the thunder. And he brings it fast. Let's see how he wants to approach this. Ground Winery is going to be coming in. Golden Gate on the other side. Look at the resource. Yeah, what? Okay, this is the more balanced version of Lippany. We have all golds leaning one side. Now, Roost can function without gold, but that becomes problematic with certain compositions. For example, if Byzantines pressure you with javelins, but they also bring in Varangian, you're going to want to build into crossbows, but doing so has a very heavy gold levy, especially considering the losses in the fight. So comps like that. Another one is knights. If you can force your opponent towards knights, he has to come out in gold, and this is an exposure point. Kind of similar on the other side there, right? Numon, all left side gold. Yeah, there's some really far out here, but it's so far out of the base, both players are going to basically be playing their economy towards each other slightly as the game develops. We're the same age, but can you be my father? Why is everyone obsessed with having me or other like people, like players and content creators, bang their mother? That's what I'm not sure of here. It seems like an unhealthy obsession. It's like, I mean, it's not cuckolding because it's not your partner, but there must be a term for that where you want someone to sleep with your mother. But, like, to answer the question, honestly, yeah, like, if time travel gets discovered in the future, it's a possibility that I could have banged your mum. We're not going to go too deep in that rabbit hole. Or your mother's hole. We're going to focus on the game. We've got Limitane coming in. Oh, God, this is not going to be child-friendly. So, Limitane coming in. Javelin's following it up. Seems very likely here. Anathan is going for your standard Pro Scouts play. One thing I do like about Lippany is the linear motion in which most of the time the relics spawn, actually. It's cool the way it kind of creates a wide net to try and catch the relics. Does feel like it somewhat favors civs that are relic bound because it's harder to block all relics. But I don't know, it gives nice diversity compared to like Dry Arabia where you get one safe one in the corner and then 3 in the mid. Oh no, all the daddy issues now. Let's see if Anathan's going to have some issues of his own because he knows Numonon's going to be bringing this pressure. You have to remember, guys, Anathan, you know, he has historically scrimmed a lot with B, Cat, those type of people. And a few weeks ago, like, we watched that shocking win for Numon over B where he destroyed the wrist pick. Immediately the next week, Numon got counted out by Cat. So there had been an iteration, an evolution of the build to counterplay. Anathan is part of that circle. He should be aware of what's happening here. So Numon, he is going to be leaning to that initial aggression, but I'm curious if he goes all the way here. Or if instead, it becomes a bait and switch. Because remember, things are never truly linear in Age of Empires 4. When one choice gets made, another can be altered. So in this situation, for Numu, you know, seeing what Anathan is doing, he could consider just getting the javelins for free and going Castle Age. Because Anathan is now investing in the Age for archers that are going to feel pretty worthless against Javs. And then, the follow-up detail that can be beneficial for Numon is if your opponent's going into Javs anyway, countering out your archers, you don't want to do horse archers. If you're using archers now to clear the Limitane, it kind of encourages you to go towards knights. Problem with that, like we mentioned before, is where the gold is located. What are the chances of Numon winning this set? 35%? Considering that he 2-0'd Anathan last week, I wouldn't write him off so simply. So, Numu, second Jav group should be coming in about, what, 20 seconds? We do have knights. Anathan, yeah, he's going the full length for this. And it's going to be an ambush in the tree line. No, Anathan. Remember, he's using Pro Scouts here. So he's not actually moving with the army. A bit of a mistake there. Does get punished. And It's just a great read on the situation. We do still at least have the degathering on the wide flank that has been scouted out, but I think Numon has the right idea here. You can't really fixate on blocking your opponent from getting the deer. Not with this type of strategy. If he's going all in, it's all into the base, not all in onto the deer. And he does scout the knight. This is kind of good news for Numon, actually. He's got the premium units and the javelin scaling, and his opponent is playing H2. And he's scaling knights, which is going to require extra gold gathering. Golden Gate can only get you so far here. Even the 200 cabins generating 51 gold is nice, but let's say we scale into like double stables here, you're going to have to walk out and start touching a vein. And yes, this is a best of 3. Reminder, winner of this will be going up against Dumu in the quarterfinals. And then we've pretty much covered almost every single set. So for the round of 16, then it's going to be QFs, semifinals, which are BO5, so we get quite a lot of games to cover. So Knight's going to ride in. Numon? Uh-oh. That's going to be a villager down. First blood drawn here. He does rush up the system for good reason here. He's looking for the Akatoy. Yeah, this is awkward, though. He doesn't have enough food. Numon, there was a gap here. Yeah, because he was moving out on the berries. So Akatoy does get activated, but he has to walk all the way home. This is hitting his timing pretty painfully. I know. Meanwhile, on the other side, already has extra archers scaling in here as well as the knights. I don't like this from Numon. Upside is he does have Steel Arrow and Undermesh. There is still a window here, but that idle time with the 4 berries definitely stings. We have a limit sign on standby just in case there's more pro scouts play, but we've already seen Anathan show some temperament here. Actually goes for the disciplined choice of taking his own deer now. Steel Arrow now coming in from Anno. Yeah, so Undermesh, like, it's nice, but not as crazily important here against Javs. They just kill you so fast anyway, but the Steel Arrow is critical. For Anathan, you can see what the trend is here. Go Castle Age, you can then upgrade the Knights. Archers, this rate, it's going to be worth it when he's close to 20. And credit to him, right? He kept the Knight count low. We talked about the issue if he plays a long feudal needing to touch the vein. He didn't take the bait. Meanwhile, Numon did. He got slowed down off his timing entirely, and now he's nowhere near Castle Age, but also nowhere near big enough to kill with a dive. This has me a little bit worried, actually. He's going to go for it anyway. Siege Engineering's coming in. It's not GG yet, folks. I've seen Anathan's caliber player lose to Numon's all-in with the Kara Siphon timing, even with this coming. Right? If he gets the Flamethrower going quick enough, he can start to deny the production buildings. At which point, good luck getting value out of Castle. Because remember, right now, Anno does not have many units that can actually destroy a Kara Siphon. So, hidden in the tree line, Anathan should be able to scout this quite freely. Oh, no, he actually moves the other way. So, no early warning. Other side of this, though, Numon gets raided again. That's another 2 worker kills. This is adding up. He needs damage. He needs it ASAP. Remember, 1 Kara Siphon is actually optimal here. It does a lot better than, say, going double Kara Siphon. It's not like Rams. It doesn't scale linearly the same way. Javelins are going to now start sniping in. Anathan trying to micro the injured villagers in, but it's just too many projectile units. So it does end up losing 3 workers. Numon will back up. Wooden Fortress now on fire. And also difficult to repair because of the flames. Remember, you can always aim beyond onto the lumber camp. The other problem is you can't cheese your opponent by ungarrison, torching, regarrisoning because of how far away it is. This is the thing that makes Kara Siphons much more tricky to deal with. And worth their weight in gold, of which they cost 70. Sorry, 60. Used to be 80. Flash coming in. The men-at-arms are out, though. And this is the problem I was concerned about. He held a lot of Limitane at home. Javelins are doing a decent job of trading out. The veterancy is on the way for Anathan, though. He has to start backing away. Kara Siphon, nice little bit of burn damage there, but is now going to be taken out. Numon, I don't think this was enough. He did get the 4 worker kills from the far. Good eyeballs there, guys. It actually happens so quickly. Sometimes it's easy to miss. Basically, sometimes when the flamethrower is hitting a building, its damage can clip units instead. And it does its full siege damage. Hence why those villages melted. I hope that provides the clarity of how absurd it can be. So Numon does have an eco lead now. He needs to keep the pressure up. The men-at-arms spam is real, though. Numon, although he's starting to save up a little bit for Castle Age, there is an argument the men-at-arms are starting to hold on here for Anno Chad. Veteran archers can also snipe out against the javelins. That's a good trade for him. The knights are arriving at the fixture, to the fixture at the end of the clash here. There's only a handful of Limitani left. Numon is getting ready for Castle, but Anathan has survived the storm. And now, similarly to how Numon could punish Anathan when he teched up, Anathan gets to do the same. He's already got the knights circling. On top of that, I imagine we're going to be seeing a monastery drop. Yep, already comes in. So Anathan already looking for that timing to go into the relic gathering. So now we sit here and we ask, did Numon get what he wanted out of this? I don't think so. I think he done well, but his problem is whenever your opponent switches men-at-arms, your goal is to somehow like deny the switch en masse. For example, in this situation, the play for Numon that would have made him feel good is if he reached this Rax and killed it. Because then it slows down the scale point and you can at least keep pressuring your opponent while teching. Instead, the pressure comes in and he builds the landmark in possibly the worst location. No way. Men-at-arms are easily going to be able to beat out the Limitane here. Javelins to stabilize. That should be enough to at least keep Anathan in this. Surely. But I think there's going to be more worker losses to be had here. Men-at-arms are all that's left. The archers have been cleared up. This is real. What is Anathan doing? I can't believe this. Yoink is not going to work out according to plan. Tech up will complete for Numu. Didn't end up losing too much more here. There's 2 additional worker kills, but it might turn into more now. He has barely any Limitane. And archers are arriving to start sniping those villages. A handful of javelins are left alive here. But it's everywhere, guys. It's not just here. He's killing all over the base. 3 different strike points to Anathan. Akritoy gets activated. Surely. No, wait, is it still on? Oh, it's already been used. Oh my god, it just ran out. So GG gets called. And you see the way Numon plays this comp, right? It's all about pressure. It's all about timing. And if you misstep just once, it can all crumble. Man, quick game, but I think pretty cool game. So, marker point up on the board for Anna Chad. Game number 2 is going to be Anatolian Hills. We've got Order of the Dragon versus Chinese. Say, what? Okay, that sounds pretty interesting, actually. I don't really get many Chinese picks. Definitely not through the draft, and definitely not on this map, per se. 1 second, I just need to empty my recycle bin. Make sure we've got additional space. Because we could have a long day. And then we'll delete those 2. Alright, good. Let's get into game. I started AoE 4 after years of SC2 Terror, and I like the aggressive bio gameplay. What are some aggressive civs in AoE 4? Mongols is historically a very aggressive civ that comes to mind. French is very aggressive because they're night spamming. What else would fit the definition? HRE can be very aggressive or very greedy. I think those are good places for you to start. Jean as well. Jean is one of the most aggressives in the game. Delhi. Yeah, Delhi, but Delhi can also play a bit more greedy these days. English. English, more recent times, historically plays more greedy. But in the current meta, they kind of have to play aggressive if they want to stand a chance. I mean, sure, they have Lombos. Like, that doesn't mean they're aggressive, though, right? Like, Lombos. Knight, I choose you. It's super effective, right? So, like, you have to think about this dynamics in the current meta. Like, English... I think English will revert back to being a turtly civ. So I'm thinking about like what he'd want to play that would hold its credence as an aggressive civ. I don't think English will hold as an aggressive civ for long. Whenever you see someone watching cat videos, you think of Jean's feet now. Well, there you go, man. But you know what? When you're searching Jean's feet and thinking about Jean's feet, you can hide the fact you are by using Opera GX. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, let's get to it. Oh, we're back. That's right. One and all, it's Anatolian Hills time again. This time not the default map, but actually chosen by Numon to make his potential last stand here. Anathan has risen from the dead after last week's performance. He's back. Beats Numon in swift fashion. We head into Anatolian for a Chinese versus Order of the Dragon showdown, where both of them are going to be looking to herd those sheep. But Anathan was notably later on the move out here. He only just came out 2 minutes in. So Numon already has a lofty lead, 19 sheep compared to just 6 right now. Yeah, a little bit surprised on the delay there. But I guess it's to be expected. The problem for Anathan, remember, the difference between the Order of the Dragon and the Chinese here, there's a difference in buildings, right? It's the mill. The mill timing can like skew you, which is why also Anathan just didn't go for the mining camp at all. Plus, he had to build the Imperial Official, which would have slowed down his move across to set up the dock and the junk. The trade ship, rather. Trade ship? Transport ship. So, yeah, a little bit of a ripple effect means that Numon does get a healthy lead here. Arkan is going to be on the way at home. It's going to be next to the gold and the tree line. And we should be getting an Imperial Academy soonish. But you're seeing what Anathan is doing here, right? He's simply trying to generate feudal age with taxation alone. Now, you might be wondering, why the hell would you do this to do an Imperial Academy? It actually makes a lot of sense. The reason why you do this is your food gathering at home, like you're going to want the excess because of the delayed timing when you want to transport ship out. I think this is definitely fine because like once this sheep run out, your Imperial Official is going to want to transport across onto deer, sheep, etc. anyway. There is also a risk that against OTD, had this been, say, a Rax Rush, he would have needed the immediate access to gold instead of the threat here and abroad, right? So the whole logic here is now, in the event that Numon actually has troops over here, he can Barbican Rush to be safe. But after scanning the other side, Anno should be fairly content with just going for an Imperial Academy. Is there a consensus on what's the easiest or hardest Civ to master? I'd say HRE is fairly noob-friendly now. English, very noob-friendly always. French is like noob-ish friendly. But if you're not a micro player, you're not going to like it. Because you have to be careful on how you use your knights, so you can lose them easily. In terms of hardest, Delhi, because Delhi is a good fit for that, because you really have to learn the build orders, but once you do, I think they become quite linear. Or simpler, anyway. And outside that, yeah, China's a fair shout. Zhuji can sometimes feel a bit more complicated. I feel like China is actually more forgiving than Zhuji now. And Biz, sort of. I think at lower levels, I don't really see the complexities of Biz being too overbearing, if that makes sense. Because of how easy it can be to, like, blob farms, right? I always think of, you know, when you're talking about, like, a newer players coming to the game, and you're talking about civs that are easy to play, well, you got to be thinking about what the average rank of those type of players is, right? It's going to be low. Because, you know, there's not many players that come into a game and immediately conk. So if you're playing at a lower level, actually, civs that are farming-oriented are going to be better. Because at the lower ranks, people aren't as good at all-inning effectively, right? Defender's advantage is a big deal, and you get a lot more leeway on timings to do things like adding in farms. So that's where civs like English just make inherent sense for low-ranking players. It's also where civs like Byzantines make a lot of sense as well. Okay, so we have got pressure coming out. Numon did go in for the archer ship beginning. Anathan is being a greedy mother ducker here. He could Barbican the coast, which would protect him against the boats. Oh, sorry, Barbican here. Well, yeah, we didn't even talk about that. So we get distracted by the farm thing. So yeah, he did Barbican first. Now, that's surprising because Numon hadn't actually done anything to warrant this yet. But he was gonna, yeah. So it looks like what happened is Anno scoured out of stables, which then got cancelled in favor of an outpost. And then I think we got the Barbican up as a result. Imperial Academy is going to be coming in now. It's not as bad this way, by the way. Typically, you can kind of anticipate that a player is going to be going for Barbican play or an outpost rush if there is an Imperial official at the start of the game. The whole idea here, like we talked about, is you don't want to linearize yourself to being trapped. And what I mean by that is the reason why you need to have this mill and have the Imperial official. Why would you want an Imperial Academy here? You wouldn't. There's like wood and there's a gold line and you're not going to touch food. Imperial Academy is best where you're going to produce units and where you're going to gather the most resources, which is on the mainland. But you can't just blind punt out here in case Numon went for like a Dark Age rush. So just to reiterate, that's why Anathan done this order. It's not he's outdated, he's doing it wrong. This is 100% the correct call if you don't just want to throw the game at like 7 minutes in. Okay, so Numon is taking that full-on water Order the Dragon approach. We've seen this from players like Wham, actually very effective on this map when leveraged correctly. Tricky part could be food source long term? No, he's good. He's got 8 versus 22. There's really no threat to him right now. The only downside is like Anathan could just leverage land instead. Like I think for Anna, if he had done something like built an outpost here, you know, Numon can't get in, and then all of a sudden you just focus on getting some juke and heading in on the mainland, Numon's in trouble. But for now, it is just going to be water and water. And the walls are going up as well. Is anyone getting the feeling we might have a long game here? Delhi is like age up and facepalm your keyboard until all texts are in queue. Yeah, but the order of texts matter. Once again, like I've said, you know, if you bother to learn the first 15 minutes of a Delhi build order, you can get a conk. I think so. I think Ghazi are good enough, and also at lower ranks, people do not know how to deal with war elephants at all. Well, let's focus on the civs we've got here. Order the Dragon coming in, we do have the Burgrave. I love this. Numon has 0 military presence on land. This is going to give him that tick in that box. He can still go for relics afterwards with a drop in a monastery. He's obviously not going to get the extra gold, but it ensures that Anathan doesn't get to control the narrative on land. And the other thing is, remember, Numon has got substantially more food. So this just allows him to pile it all into more pressure. It's me and Numon. Anathan is going to try to move in here. Needs to get the additional boats, though. He has got the demo ships on the way. Difficult, though. Numon will see you coming a mile off here, courtesy of the outpost. So tech up completes. Anno, a little bit behind here, but not too far behind when you consider how Chinese can catch up. So he's going to have to retreat here. Numon land. Numu, fully aware that Anathan does have Zhuge Nu intents. That's good for Numu. It means that he can just immediately open with men-at-arms here and feel quite safe. Numon's wall's not complete on the mainland. Good eyes. I wonder if he knows on the other side. Demo connection isn't going to be quite what he was looking for there. So Numu able to survive that. We have got Spin plus the men-at-arms now coming through. Interesting that he's beginning spears here. Probably because he's assuming that Anathan is going to go for an age up. But like right now, you kind of have to react to what you're seeing. So men-at-arms should usually be seen as like the #1 priority. It's going to have them queued up now in the Burgrave. So follow-up is going to be good for that. And we do have the upgrade on the way. This is sometimes the annoying thing about playing Rush into Burgrave. Is unless you want to build Landstecker, you want to build a Rax. Because otherwise, you're just kind of missing out on resource savings that really matter. Right? Like, you don't get a discount on the cost of tech. You just get them researched slightly quicker in here. It's not worth it to sacrifice your cheaper production for that. And I'm not chickening out of the Conk series. I said already, we'll do the Conk series when we're averaging like 750 views. If I give you everything and don't have you like, don't have goals that you can help us achieve, does it really feel worth it? It's like the classic kind of like, having $1 million versus earning $1 million. Okay, I would really like to have $1 million, but like for realsies. Come on. Come on. Gotta work for it. Dance up and down that pole. Subscribe to the channel. I've said before, like when I referred to like things like 750 average, we're talking across a month. See, this is the thing with your generation. You're all spoiled. Look at all those people that just want $1 million. You don't want to have the tools to make $1 million so you can make millions and millions of dollars. How much money do I need to do it? Yeah, we just said $1 million. All right, so Shuganu now coming in, but Numon has edge here, right? It's Men at Arms versus Shug. He's backing up though because he didn't have quantity yet. He needs to wait until he's got scale point. Anno is adding in a lot of troopers here, slowing down his tech timing. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't maybe just try to take the obnoxious emplacement defense route, but I understand, right? Like if he relies on just hand cannon slits to keep him alive, works well against feudal men at arms, not so well against castle. This is cool though. Numon, he's prepping scale armor. Big deal, remember. Against Mashuk, means your archers are better gonna feel a tickle here. Like right now, he doesn't even have a sealed arrow, so if you get the scale armor alone, you end up having free ranged armor against 4 damage, which mitigates the maximum. You can retire with a mill? Okay, a lot of people say they can retire with... Oh my god! You never would have expected that. In any measurement of this game, Numon, with limited pressure on him, with outpost vision, up the wazoo, ends up losing 10 gilded villagers to a demo ship. Well, I can tell you who's not going to be a millionaire in this one. It's Numon. That is brutal. 53 economy now to 28. How about that, to a shock to the system and a drag you back into the game. Numon now is in hell here. Castle Age arrives to Anathan. Is a 54 to 28 eco state. And I don't like the look of things here for Nimu. He needs a big win in a big way on the land. He's already gathering stone. He knows this has to be 2 TC recovery. Why place the mill next to the shore? So you can protect the villages with the boats. And then also the logic here is meant to be, oh no, a pressure comes in, garrison transport ship. Hence why I said between the outpost and the transport, you never would have thought you'd have to look here for that type of hit. Thank God we caught it. Anathan, what an insane hit. And more demos are like, hey, these things work pretty good. It would be cool to have a KP to Conk free series counter on the screen. That might be a way of doing that, I'm not sure. I can tell you guys that our current average viewership is 470. The problem with that number is the Twitch front page day did heavily inflate it. We're more like 400, maybe 420. That'd be lower, actually. Gilded Archer's coming in now. Numon took a heavy hit on the land for his economy, but he has at least padded himself with the relics. The other thing to keep in mind is, like, right now, if they do fight, Numon is heavily favored here. Remember, most of Anathan's army is trash. I say as he now builds Springalds, which are also trash. Now, Springalds are fine here, actually. This is kind of a cool way of trying to win water. On top of that, with the range, you might be able to hit the villages on the shoreline if you ever got up here. I don't know, I kind of like this. Is there anything we can do to get it front page again? If you have $100,000, yeah. That's actually what those slots go for. No, so I can request front page, but you can't request front page frequently. And it's also much more reliable to grow like the audience through other means. Because not many people who come from front page are necessarily going to like stay with the stream a long time, right? Oh man. I guess there's the trade-off of like podcastifying with a car sometimes. I would have felt so bad if we missed that. That was insane. That was one of the dirtiest demo plays I think we've seen in the history of Midweek Muster. At such an early point as well. So, Numon, he didn't go 2TC in the end. No, he reinvested it into emplacements instead. That's a bit worrisome, considering Song Dynasty is scaling. But you can see the intent from Numon. If he went 2TC, he would be on the defensive. He wants to attack. Guy's going to be coming in from Numu. Very tanky army here. The one thing that is going to die quick just got taken out the spearman, but everything else should be able to last a very long time here. The Gilded Archer is also incredibly impactful with that attack speed. They just need to be able to reach the target, which is why Anathan is forced to start a step away. We do have emplacements coming in. Springalds are on the way. Pretty smart, actually. Hand cannon slits, The sprung placements are higher base damage, so more impactful against the Gilded Archers. And we're reaching the coast. No, don't do it again. He's like, come a little closer. Just a little bit. Come on, come on. Yeah, not as impactful against a unit that has 290 HP. But still helps out a little bit. The boat should be able to stabilize here. Numon with the dive through. Did only find 3 worker kills. No, look at this. Anathan dodges the bullet. 14 villagers shuffling around the side. In the meantime, Springles are moving in. And the villagers... No, Numon doesn't know. And that's sick. The penetration works on boats. That is actually disgusting, guys. Remember, you get plus 65 damage to a ship. He's killing multiple boats at once. Oh, that is incredible. Anna's been cooking, man. So Numon in trouble on water. Land side, he hasn't found enough worker kills. Only an additional 2 since we last looked in. And the army mass has been heavily shrunk here. I can't believe this, man. Freaking Springles. Clock tower Springles at that. And also, Numon just getting lost in the moment. He was so focused on this crap, he didn't notice that there was a repair crew for that. Villagers now being pulled here, so Numon will be able to scalp a few more. No textiles either, actually. So Anathan losing more than really should be necessary here. All of a sudden, that worker deficit is starting to shrink a little bit. So 14 worker kills in total compared to the 10. Remember, Anathan's all came from that one demo play. All the rest of this has been Numon's recovery arc. And it looks like he has finally got the answer to the Springlets. Not just that, might even be able to snipe a villager or 2. I can't believe it got that much value, man. That's insane. Okay, so things are actually quite balanced now after those exchanges, folks. Because remember, Numon also has 4 relics. And the gap seems big at 17, but you have to remember the OOTD villages are a little bit better. Song is definitely building a lead over time for Anathan, but I would say compared to where Numon was 3 minutes ago, this game is much tighter now. Have I seen Boathouse map from AoE2? No. There was a map that I think was used in Titans League that I thought would make for a good AoE format. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I think it was... Let me have a look. So the map I looked at, I was like, that could be intriguing. Was... Okay, maybe it's not Titans League. It was... Was it the Warlords tournament, maybe? I'm trying to find it now. Yes, so it was Land Madness, which was basically like just these blocks of trees everywhere. Not quite like Black Forest, a lot wider. But the whole idea of like, you know, something I think that's missing is a good juking map. One that has all these like breaks in lines of sight, not via Stealth Forest, but via just like hard corner connects, right? Like kind of imagine these little blodgy forests that you could weave around. I think that would be really cool, especially in the current meta, because walling is quite weak now. So, Anna, we do have the farms coming in. Granaries have been set up on the homeland. Usually this is what you want to do. Safest place to be. All in all, Anathan is looking pretty cozy. Meanwhile, Numu, the farm count is okay. It's nothing crazy at this stage. Yeah, he's sitting on 14 currently. And we do have a second TC now in from Anathan. I don't think he was expecting Numon to attack him like this. We do have Trebs on the way. It's kind of crazy. Anathan has both like the Pro Scouts play as well as going into the farms. Shows you that he's maybe struggling to get deep enough because there's still the deer on the enemy side, which just don't really feel attainable here. I don't know if... Anathan, he has got extra stone gathering going, but I don't really know if you want to try to commit to this repair. He's going to be pulling one villager now. And we do have him scaling into Zhuk again. It's a lot of spears from Numon, but it almost feels like a bait and switch. So, I know he's trying to be efficient about this. He's still got a farm transition going. It's expensive at home. He's gone 2 TC, expensive again. So he can't just really... He can't just really look for the next step. He has to address what's in front of him in an efficient manner. And that is Zhug versus the spears. The crossbow idea, cool in theory, bad in practice here. Because although there is some men-at-arms, there's also the Gilded Archer crossbowman from OOTD, which will destroy you on the back line here. Like, realistically, what Anathan actually would need here, more of these. Nest of bees. There is saving grace. Because Numon doesn't have a fast-moving army. So Double Trev is going to force a little bit more repair crew here. Military Academy is on the way, so we're going to start seeing them zerg out more. Remember, the Military Academy does, in fact, impact the Burgrave. So you just... With the fact that this is a building that saves you resources producing units, the way you have to think about the Military Academy Burgrave interaction is it's almost like an eco upgrade. You just saw it there, right? Men-at-Arms alone, it basically took a quarter off their production time. So even more savings per minute. You have springs coming in from Numu as well. Pekka 3 is slowly failing here, by the way. But you're seeing what Anathan is trying to do. He knows if he uses more than 3, it's going to cost him additional stone to repair compared to what it should. So he's just trying to kind of finesse this. Try nest of these. Oh, going to posture. Numu needs to be a little bit careful. The knobs count isn't out of control yet, which is why he's not that scared. If it's 4, he dies. But 2, against regular units, maybe. Against tanky Gilded Archers, it doesn't do enough. So the dive comes in. Idles out the repair crew. What a timing by Numon here. He'll be able to take out the castle and take out the secondary TC. Dive goes deeper. Anathan, failing to be able to hold on to this area, is critical here. If he gets pushed back onto the starting island, that means no real gold access. So the range units are at least going to be scared away, but the castle is down. So Anathan ticks the first box here. Strong point defense is gone. That's the reason why Anathan isn't dead, by the way. It took out about 20 military pop of Numidons. But now he has access. Anno is gathering stone again, so you can see the intent. Try and get another castle up here. Let me make range units from Burgrave. I think a long time ago I talked about the idea of, like, imagine if there was a toggle button to choose what types of units the Burgrave could build. And maybe it was you could toggle it every 5 or 10 minutes. It's kind of a cool concept. The more we've been seeing ranged over the years, though, the more I understand why it never happened. Blobbing melee with Burgrave like seems more balanced and reasonable than blobbing ranged. So Trebs are now hitting the Barbican. This is much easier to repair with mass, remember. It doesn't cost stone. It's also much less impactful than the castle. Sacred Site's now locked in. Man, I love the way Numidon's played this. Guys, do you remember that? Do you remember when Numidon like lost 10 villagers to a demo ship? Do you guys remember that? That happened, right? I think that happened. Did that happen? No. You wouldn't think it actually was in the same game. With the way he's played this, you wouldn't believe it was part of the same series. That's crazy. I know, with the farms online, he can now go into the Horseman. We have got that switch up coming. Very smart choice here. Nimu is leaning more hard onto Siege, as often you do with OTD. And also, this gives him sneak-ins with the Horseman to snipe out the Trebs, which buys vital time here. In a game where he has a scaling eco advantage. Remember, it's 2 TC versus 1. More than 2 TC, it's 2 TC song. Yeah, he lost 10 villagers with, to a demo in this game. We almost didn't catch it. Because we're busy talking about how we get billions. Not with my camera work, apparently. Horsemen are going to be able to dive in when the Nest of Bees gets taken out. The problem here for Anathan, he just doesn't have anything tanky enough to stand here. No, Numon is just kind of mitigating the losses, right? Spreading his troops thinner to guarantee the Nest of Bees can't do enough. So good fight for Numu. We'll be able to scare Anno away here. We do have crossbows mainly in here with the Zhug, so as long as there's men-at-arms pushing, Anathan can fight that. The problem is when the horsemen get added in like this. Very much muddies the fight. He's going to dive for the backside for him, but these very tanky boys are able to deal with the double spearmen. Easy dispatch for them. The chase is still on. Men-at-arms are sticking to the Nest of Bees target. It will now get cleared up by the crossbows. Numon hasn't solved the problem of economy just yet, but what he is still doing is keeping Anathan contained. Military lead has been maintained. Sacred Sites are now going to be decapped. So Anathan did sneak that one while Numon was all inning. We do have additional sprinkles on the way, by the way. Not a bad idea here, actually. Look at the read. It's pretty sick by Numon. With Anathan switching into Palace Guard, the sprinkles are going to do fantastically. He scouted like one of them, and I think that was enough to tip him off here. So the reason why Numon is leaning very hard in the siege, and it's not easy to do, by the way, against Clock Tower. The reason why he's leaning hard in the siege is not just the standard defense of the Chinese, it's also the efficiency of the fight. Numon has a trash type unit he's throwing away in the engagements each time, either horsemen or men-at-arms, whichever is the counterplay to the enemy. But the things that are surviving is the backline, the crossbows, the gilded archers, the siege. And he has to play this way for two reasons. One, he has way too much gold due to the relics. But two, because of the economy lead of Anathan, you can't directly just mosh pit alone. This isn't like an English 60 farms 2TC game where you queue up 100 men-at-arms and laugh. It has to be a lot more methodical. I know, we even have another granary over here. Yeah, instead of just like deleting the blacksmith in the house. Wait, look, dude, this is literally like the almost perfect location for the third granary. Come on. You're breaking my heart. Okay, that hurts. Almost as much as these trebs. Anno has still got some stone to work with, by the way. He's not going to immediately dry up here. 45 over here, some 50 over here. So you can keep repairing like this for a while. But look at what Numon is doing. Over time, it feels inevitable that he's going to find his way into Imperial Age here. Meantime, it's going to be a dive in. Springles in choke points. The dream come true. Yeah, Anathan's own base may have become his tomb here. He needs to be a little bit careful about the way he tries to approach this. It's going to keep investing for the time being. But like I said, even though you're seeing the food go back into it now, just keep an eye on that gold. That gold is inherently going up, up, up. All right, it's all passive gold, no active. Eventually, you just reach a point where you look at the marketplace and you trade across for food. Well, speaking of food income, it's not exactly shy on that. It's up to 36 farms now. Another thing that's scary on this game is, like, you might think 132 versus 67 eco is a win. But where does he put that economy? That's the key detail to keep an eye on here. Clash coming in, Numon does even add in a few Gilded Knights. And also, whoa, that's not ideal. Anathan, yeah, look at what the crossbows are doing. They're targeting the horsemen instead. So the Gilded Knights, the men-at-arms, they're doing all the damage they need to here. Numon absolutely obliterated Anathan in this fight. That's sick, man. The tankiness of the cavalry in both forms, in conjunction with the backline of Springles and Gilded Archers, were just clearing the way. But I know the problem now is, you know, you look at this much siege, you think horsemen, but from your position, the pressure point's too fast. It's not just about the siege anymore. After a fight like that, you have to solve for way too many issues here. I know, it looks like he needs more production, to be honest with you. His gold is also lacking. He has just moved out into the fat 8k vein. If he ever gets scouted here, it could just be curtains. I mean, once again, like, you know, when you look at where Anathan has got his economy as well. Yeah, that's 82 of his economy, or 84 of his economy rather, is on the starting island. There's only wood here and the food on the farms. Right, no gold. And that's key. The gold is what matters in this game. Crossbows, gonna need gold. Siege, gonna need gold. So for now, he can at least do the horseman play, but Numon is gonna make that impossible. We've got knights. And he's spamming them. Yeah, we talked about what he was going to do with the gold and sell over. I think he sold a little bit over, but he took a very creative route. Instead of just saying, oh, you know, I'm going to trade 1,000 gold and the rate's going to get worse and worse as they do that, he decided to basically, you know, make bacon because he's got a pig in the barn. If you've got all this gold, you might as well spend it on a unit that is almost 50% gold cost. Hence the Gilded Knight mass. Yeah, not often you see people 30 minutes plus massing Gilded Knights. This is usually a open castle with and raid play and then stop. This map seems less than ideal for China having to do taxes. Exactly. That's why he built the Imperial Academy out here. To try and minimize that problem. But that means no Imperial Academy safely at home. Also, unideal from like location because of the tree line here. He isn't actually buffing as many production buildings as he would like to get more tax. Even more unideal is the fact that Anathan not going to be able to keep holding on to this castle. Spearmans are moving in. Good pen onto the backside. And he's scaling Zhug again. I don't know, man. I feel like most of these fights can be summarized as why do we have Zhug and Nu? There was like one time where it made sense when Numon half his army with spears. But that's been quite rare since then. A lot of the time it's been Gilded Archers, Gilded Crossbowmen, which both outrange you, or Knights / Men-at-Arms, which are heavily armored. But you could argue some of it comes back to the fact Anathan doesn't have gold until you remember that, you know, a crossbowman is only 2 times the cost of gold per Zhug and Nu. Dive in. Looks like the repair crew is going to fail. Gilded Archer is able to tank it quite a bit. There's a backstab attempt. I don't know if you could just find the siege. Some of it has been splintered, but quite frankly, not enough here. The Spiral's going to even do more damage. They just move on to the villages. This castle goes down, and then it's curtains. It's going to go down anyway. He's out of stone. This is the only way you can gather from, and it's in the middle of the fight. So Keep is going to get dropped. Not in the positive way. And Anathan now switching over to the Archers. Okay, so Archers is once again a limitation of gold here, I think. I love that. Faye's like, without Zhug and Nu, he'd win this game. It's kind of funny. It's almost like he forgot he's playing China instead of Juji, right? Like, it does kind of have that feeling about it. Archers earlier on to deal with the Spearmen would have made a lot of sense. And then you just play off of it afterwards. Because then also Archers can kind of gap close onto Crossbowmen. They also have higher base damage, which means they should pen a little bit better into scale armor from the Gilded Archers. Like, overall for Anathan, I mean, play here really needs to be spears. And I'm kind of shocked that we don't have any Spearman production. I get why he's hesitant about it because of the Spearmans, but like Horsemen plus Spears feels like it would have hit a lot harder. And there we go. Spearman production now underway. Trebs are going to get cleared up, but they've already done the damage. Numon can just dive in quite freely. Only reason Anathan isn't dead in this game right now is this. The gold did not get scouted. So far. Gold on the backside is going to get idled up though. And you may be noticing a slight issue with the economy lead. What was double before is starting to close a bit. What is crazier still is that you had an Order of the Dragon player that needed a recovery arc on villages. You'd expect him to go Imperial, right? On the flip side, you had a Chinese player, basically at full pop cap. You'd expect him to go Imperial, right? Instead, the aftermath, 35 minutes in the game, is that neither player has gone Imperial. This is crazy. How is he not dead? I'm still trying to rack my brain around this. Numon played this so well on his transitions and aggro. It needs to be reiterated and praised time and time again in this game. Anathan, in a panic, just kind of had to keep flurrying out whatever troops he could get his hands on in the moment. Sometimes to the detriment of his economy. Now you can't help but feel that Numu is fully in the driving seat rather on this one. While remaining just 1 TC, and now I think he's ready to pull the trigger. Imperial Age on the horizon. Anno's still reinvesting, but still has a smaller army. We have got Spearman, Horseman, Clump starting to build up a little bit, but look at what the reaction is. It's correct by Numon. Spears, Men at Arms, Gilded Archers. This is the cost-efficient, three-legged combo to beat everything coming. You need to be a little bit careful about the crossbowmen remassing, but outside that, it's a good opportunity for Numon to fight. Just have a few Zhug and Nu in here, but the Mangonels making that complicated. The Gilded Knight Horsemen are dragging a lot of attention here to protect the spears. Numu does realize a reinvestment is needed, and it is going to be a full blob of horsemen again. Yeah, so 1,600 food straight away into the ponies. Don't let them tell you that Order of the Dragon farms suck. 44 deep, and it's maintaining here. It's competing with the Chinese. Backlines left over in the aftermath, but that's good for Numon. With Gilded Archers, it means that he can tank. Right, Zhuge Nu are going to do 7 damage, but you've got a healthy 5 ranged armor here. Numon having 3k gold but no prelates? Yeah, I think, didn't he? I could have sworn he got inspired. No, he didn't. Okay, so I don't know if Numon really plays Inspired Warriors. It's definitely disappointing not to see. The +1 armor is kind of sick here, especially when you consider that Anathan played Zhuge Nu this whole time. Up until, like, what, 3 minutes ago. Meaning you could have actually reduced their damage down to 1 on Gilded Archers, or when the Horsemen reduced the damage down to 1. But can I put it another way? Isn't it crazy that he had 3,000 gold consistently, didn't play Inspired Warriors deck, was doubled up on villages, lost 10 villages when it made up a third of his economy, and yet he's winning this game? Now, we had a game the other day between Striker and Killjadi in which Striker, and it'll be up on YouTube, promise you that, where Striker didn't use the Golden Horn Tower the entire game. Now, you could call that a suboptimal play, but you could also call that a flex. And I think he's ready for the full flex here. He stopped piling again. He hasn't lost the Horseman yet. He's forced a lot of idle time off of the front farms. Gold can't really be touched. You can see the risks right now that Anathan's taking deeper into the enemy side. I think Numon might finally be ready for Imperial Age here. Yeah, if you lost those Horsemen on the dive, you have to actually go for a remass. But now, you can cozily cruise on in to the 4th Age. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at an Elsback. Keep Drop is going to come in on the Sacred Site closer to the shoreline, but you could Elsback over here. It would make a lot of sense. You could even think about just Elsbacking your opponent's face on the starting island. Because remember, he's at 82 economy. For OTD, you don't really need to go past a Swabia at the scale point. I think you're quite content. The only reason you'd Swabia is if you're worried you're going to lose a lot of workers in the coming minutes because of dangerous gathering. Ordered the Dragon OB? I don't know about that. I think Numon has just been so clean on his transitions. Like, he's always a step ahead of Anno. Yeah, I think the problem for Anathan is, and this is crazy, by the way, he kind of lost the Siege Wall, which you never say of Chinese with Clock Tower. And then once he lost the Siege Wall, once Numon beat him to that point of the game, what then happened is it allowed him to hostage the counterplays. It kept him a step ahead, because then Anno, when he gets in a fight, has to also simultaneously worry about the Springles, right? Or the Mangoes. And there it is, confirmation, and it is going to be the Elsback slap bang in the center of the map. Doesn't care about his farmlands, which is a little bit surprising, actually, because Anathan is now marching in there. Villagers are going to have to deal with the ram, but what he actually needs is some military units here. 0 buildings to do so. And he never built outposts here because you haven't gone Imperial yet. Why would you? Big hit. Big opportunity for Anno here to re-extend that villager lead. Oh my. And Anathan decapped the second Sacred Site, hence why Numon hadn't been recapturing that quickly. He had a timer, then got decapped, then he was to Funnel Vision. Funnel Vision? Tunnel Vision. And funnily enough, we do have a Normandy landing here. So Numon brought the boys across. Okay, so there is a little bit of a problem here, is that Numon could now make this about the starting island for a clash. So Anathan has to double down, and what a way to double down! The Great Wall Gatehouse drop in his base. I don't know if this is quick enough, though. He needs to get villagers around the other side. You've got to be kidding me with this. And Elsback in the center. And in reaction, another defensive landmark on the other part of the map. Yeah, I'll take the starting island. You take the homelands. I'll take the homelands. You take the mainlands. I can't believe he's even getting this up as well. That's crazy. You'd think Numon would have dove past. He sees this, surely. The villagers standing there have to be a signal of what's happening here. But no, Great Wall Gatehouse will indeed go up for Anathan. And Numon now in dire straits here. A lot of the farms are about to become unoperational. Like, what, about half of them inoperable? And remember, those are Arkham farms you're losing out on, so buff missing. Now Bombard's coming out from Anno. Anathan does still have a healthy military lead. He needs to do something with it fast now. Tire Bonds is going to be coming in. Numu's like, well, I guess we're going to need a little bit more food here. And Sacred Site's locked in. The Elsbach should make it quite difficult to decap. Keep drop, outpost as well. The problem is he hasn't secured the mainland yet, though. You can see how Anathan changed gears here, guys. I think this was meant to be the Great Wall Gatehouse. And interesting, Numon is going to contest Han Cantonese. Quite dangerous against China because China has pyrotechnics and they can then get yuan, so they can kite you infinitely. But he does have a good supporting cast here. The Gilded Archers, the Horsemen, etc. So the gold has been found. Anathan has been sneaking around the back here for a very long time. It's been revealed. So Anno, wait, this is important, guys. Gold. If Numon just sweeps across on the mainland, Anathan can't play mass Han Cantonese. He can only do budget stuff again, like food would. It'll even take him a very long time to consider all the university techs without that gold vein. So this is a dire position right now for Anno. I think Numon knows it as well. He knows how thirsty Chinese are for the gold in late game. At least have a charge in the back from the Spearman, but nice dodge out before it becomes a problem. Second TC now in the center for Numu. That's going to give him the chained E repairs for both Sacred Sites. Farms. I can't believe this game. This game is insane. There are so many things in this one game that you could talk about that make it memorable. But for me, it's still always going to be that demo shit play. The fact that over half an hour on from that point, Numu isn't just flat out holding on to a game he'll never win. No. Instead, Numon is poised in a very comfortable position here. Elite Army Tactics on the way from Anno to try and make it less comfortable. Anno at this stage, there's a growing risk he's going to get boosted off the mainland. He also still has to kind of address this Elsbach front on. Remember, the cannon placements with a relic drop in there, giving the extra range. You can get sniped out attempting that. And because it has an extra 2,500 HP over standard keep, but then also takes 33% less damage, you're basically talking about a landmark that is twice as tanky as a standard castle. So, Anno has now secured the starting island. He could use this to rotate in, maybe try to snatch the relics, but it looks like they are on the move. So good read there. Numon moving them across to the strongboy emplacements. So the castle is close to crumbling here. Anathan has no reserve stone to repair with. Dive-in attempt. May prove to be ill-advised here. Cannon emplacement just complete. He's going to have to retreat away. Bombards are trying to do the business, but the Culverin's now coming in to counter this. And remember, he still has the emergency repairs. He's trying to bait him in range. Anno, his army lacks a level of quality about it right now. He's at least got the elite army tactics to make the Spearmen the best they can be, but repair crew now coming in. E repairs plus the actor repairs, and now the relic drop for the additional armor. Additional damage to assist. Surely, Anathan has to be breaking through this thing, right? Right? I wouldn't be so sure. Wood repair costs, E repairs between. This thing can take a hell of a beating. And not just that, the Horsemen, they rotate around the back, they find the hand cannons, but instead they go for the juicy target. The Bombards left unguarded. Can he get through it though? Not a clock tower Bombard, he will get a snipe on. That's going to slow things down just enough here. A lot of villagers are being sacrificed for this, but Numon is fixated on the target. Repair crew will be able to save the day. E repairs just 25 seconds out. Numon even using that one prelate to heal them for a little bit longer. And the siege is scaling up. We're up to 5 Culverins now. Anathan with barely anything to dive with here. He has meat grinded himself straight deep into the gutter here. At this point, he's pretty much hauled his own body into a wood chipper. That wood chipper refuses to give way just because of a few crushed bones. No, Numon. He keeps the elves back up. He forces the bombard away. He has an overwhelming military lead, despite the economy hit. And he is 5.5 minutes away from one of the best comebacks we would have seen in KPMM. Oh, see, now I'm feeling bad, like I didn't do the start of this game justice because of our millionaire talk. Because this was something special. Raid again from Anathan. Numu is basically just countering him out with siege now. And we even have this coming in. The slate and stone construction to guarantee there's no blitzkrieg with mass spears to get rid of this strong boy defense. Castle down here also remembers chained in with E-repairs, so this isn't even reliable. He goes in with the Baochuan. Needs to be careful of the range on this thing, though. Village is now repaired. Will require stone for this. Culverins are moving across. This isn't as easy of a decap as you'd think. Despite the assistance of the Baochuan, E-repairs is coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. He will have that clutch repair to keep this alive. It's another dive and another death for Anathan in this game. And it's getting worse. Adjustable crossbars is now on the way. Look at Numon's food income. He's down to 400 to 500 food income a minute. Inspired by the great works of CGQT, we are seeing it in full effect here. It's just about siege. Castle. It's not gonna go down! Come on, there we go. Bombards get rid of it. Double Baochuan dies for that. But he does get through the keep. Now 4 minutes away from that victory for Numon, though. And now with the Mangonel switch up, has a healthy answer to these spearman dives. PG switch up makes sense from Anathan. These little flank raids are nice, but it's becoming problematic to actually find what little of Numon's economy is left in this game. Consistently, at so many phases, we've seen Anathan with double the economy count. And yet, every time, Numon says no. Wood is starting to become a bit of a problem. No, he's still got the big tree line over here, right? But safe wood is almost entirely gone now. There's a little bit left in the remains of Numon's base, but kind of an irrelevant quantity. That's important considering he was doing spears before, but now it's back to food and gold, and I'm a bit worried there. Somehow, it's crazy, actually. Numon has been so fixated on guarding the sacred sites. Anathan has been allowed to get anything he wants. He got the 8k gold. He got the 8k here. He got the 4k in the corner. He's got a 4k over here. Basically, Numon has been standing here saying, attack me. This is, in some ways, reminiscent, the way it's played out eventually anyway, in the mid-game and late game, of the BC Numon game with Frisian. The difference being in this game, it makes sense to win. It's not just you waiting for your opponent to get sleepy. He has the clock ticking. But he's pretty much given Anathan every single opportunity to try and outplay him here. He hasn't really blocked the economy for the last several minutes in a significant way. Left or right? So I think at this stage, either one is hard. It has to be left side. Elsbach is way too hard to go through. But now your opponent has 9 mangoes. Like, what do you do against this? Anathan needs Yuan. Without Yuan Dynasty, you can't get in quick enough. I dread to think how many Palace Guard are going to die on the approach. And remember, because he's left it so close to the clock now, you can't delay this. You can't be retracted in your approach. You have to commit. Numon is waiting now with what's going to be 12 mangonels. This is insane. And he reveals it. Oh my god, Anathan. Well, he's won plenty of games doing this to other people, so he can't feel bad about it. Mango spam. Wallop's coming in. Has to body block the Gilded Archers, but those are very tanky backliners. Is it going to be good enough here? Needs more firepower. Village with the shifts out. This is all in. 1:22 on the clock. The mangoes, they're doing it. Only one of them goes down, but the entire Chinese army is destroyed. 50 siege population. A quarter of your effective population in a game of Age of Empires 4. And it's all mech. Proof that all of the dragon players are robots. They're definitely not human, I can tell you that much. 31 villagers, 34 bio-military, and 36 siege remain. 1:22 on the clock. Anathan, he's now trickling troops in. If the Culverins just snipe down, though, they're not going to be able to stand here trickling like this. He finally realizes that Numon now just using the 50 caliber sniper rifles to take out these units one by one. Clock continues to tick. Outposts have been taken out by the bombard of the other shoreline. The villagers are still here. The clutch repairs on point. It's still 8 mangonels, 5 culverins, and now a wall to protect. You've got to be kidding me with this game. Elsbach is definitely not going to be approachable here. Anathan, it looks like he has some pocket production, which is actually hurting him. Just wasting resources in this area. And this is all in now. Numon, he's planted his flag. He's staked his claim. Anathan will get one more shot. And he better be damn well sure that he's Michael Jordaning this. Cannon from the other side is going to come in clutch to try and break through the walls. Mango shots are starting to line up, though. Culverin's also sniping the reinforcements. Love the gate. The gate is a critical detail here for Numon. Protects the siege while allowing him to dive in and idle. Pause the timer. Dive through by the villagers. Not going to be great. There's 5 Springolds. They get the wipe. Textile villages on the sacred site, denying the decap. He's doing it. Numon is gonna force a game number 3. He just doesn't have the troops anymore. Just a handful of spears holding here. The Springles to clear the way on the PG. And this game was anything but PG. Pure violence from the Dragons. What a game. What a freaking game. Oh, that is a top game for midweek muster. I think we can agree. An insane, insane game from Numon. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Can we watch that game again? I don't know. I'm still feeling bad. Did I ruin it in the start when we were focusing on like the millionaire stuff? I wasn't expecting that. Oh god. I mean, we caught it. I think our reaction was genuine. It kind of made it better. Just the immediate silence. Oh, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. So let's have a look for game 3. A little bit. I don't know. I think we like got into it in a good gear. Right, at the right moment. In some ways, it was actually, like, I don't know, maybe in some ways it was kind of better because we had a chill state of mind and then it forced us into action, which I think is good. We might have a problem here. We can't see game 3. No. Game 3 isn't viewable. No, guys, I'm not even kidding. Look. We literally can't watch it because the match history is bugged. That's unfortunate. All right. I guess let's have a look and I guess I'll reveal the outcome. Sorry about that, guys. That's not... I don't like that. God damn it. So, third game was Delhi versus Malians. And Anathan took it. So, Anno does proceed through. I know it's a little bit of an underwhelming way to like end that series, but we can't cast what we can't watch, unfortunately. So Anathan does proceed through. In the end, despite Numon delivering like one of the most insane games we've seen in a very long time. That was beyond wild. I'm baffled by that game. Holy crap. So, looking at the schedule now, I think we're going to hop across for Beastie versus Mahodo. Let me get the draft details ready. We're still waiting on confirmation from some of these other series. But we'll do Beastie Mahodo, and then I'm hoping afterwards we should have a picture painted on the quarterfinals. So let me get the draft. We've got Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Lippany Star. Holy crap. I don't know, I kind of like needed that game, because I feel like we were casting a bunch of these, like, not all of them, but we were getting some very linear games this week. And I think it was maybe, like, making me, I don't want to say snooze, but, just go chill mode in the podcast mode for our own sanity. That is the type of game you need, man. It just jolts you back into action. Freaking incredible. Freaking incredible. So, let me... get the games ready. So game 1 for Lippany. Oh, one sec. I need to have a profile, isn't it? Let me just open up my good old Opera GX. Whoop, whoop. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Seriously though, guys, you check it out. It's free. Give it a go. Make an account. Supports the channels. Oh, that's right. He's got VES in front of his name. That's why I couldn't find Mahodo. Holy crap, though, that game. I'm gutted we couldn't see the third game, but I'm glad we at least got to see that second. Oof. Is it here? Okay, there we go. So game 1 is going to be Delhi versus Byzantines on Lippany. What happened to game 3? We can't see it. The replay is completely bugged. It literally doesn't even show in his match history. So unfortunately, we cannot watch G3. It's not ideal. It's not what I wanted, but we don't have a choice. All right, we'll hop in to our next set. All right, well, no, we're hopping in for Delhi versus Byzantines here. A matchup that we're missing a decent amount of, actually, and it's quite interesting because neither of these civs is like supreme pro scouts. But this is the matchup where Delhi can feel good about pro scouts because although they get it very delayed, they get it. While Byzantines don't. For Biz, it's all about trying to find those pressure-oriented timings to hit into your opponent's base. Usually around like the 9-minute mark. The problem is Ghazi are just such an effective tool that often instead we found Byzantine players struggle to find that entry point and instead have to just basically hunker down and play defensive. So let's see how Mahodo wants to try and approach this issue. We should be likely seeing Limitane Javelin opening. It's just the bread and butter up against Delhi. Delhi, of course, on the other side will always begin Ghazi and then can very comfortably follow up archers. You can technically do spears as well. We haven't seen spears as often. Archers just seems to like do the business. But I do feel like there's something to be said about Ghazi spears, just because at that point your opponent can't counter your comp, right? Like, what's he going to do? Add in archers with javelins? That would be a first. Byzantines don't often add those two units together. Really risky odds on what? Wait, what odds? What did I miss? 2-0, you're never wrong. Wow. What a prediction. Sorry, I was looking for odds around that. I was like, I mean, sure. BC is very much clearly the favored player here. It's not exactly like, it's not a mind-blowing statement to say, I think BC is going to win this. But I wouldn't write Mahodo off entirely. Like, Mahodo is quite impressive, actually. He's been grinding. He's been improving rapidly. And we mentioned how this guy is, like, been consistently posting top, right? 66th in Season 8. So far this season, he's quite reliably at 45th on the leaderboards. And that is also while playing quite a lot of team games on his accounts. You know, you look at his performance on ladders, you know, he'll get wins over people like Kiljari. I think he's had wins against like Dimu. The Roger Scruton account, which if I remember correctly was that. I think that one was Kaiser Johan. He's definitely a capable lad. On my channel, you've called every series 100%. Is that because you choose to only call statistically very obvious series? Like, something tells me last week you weren't here calling Numon to beat Anathan. Numon versus Anna was round 3? Yeah, so that was the round of 16. So this will be the final RA16. And then we should just have quarterfinals and semifinals for the rest of the day. Okay, so Grand Winery about to complete. Mahodo, is there a world in which he uses the trade post? No. Actually, like, Desert Raiders would be kind of sick here. You could then play, like, Horseman Desert Raiders, which is really crazy. I wouldn't expect him to do it, though. Conceptually, it's pretty cool. And, like, it does, in a way, feel better than doing Javelins. Right? And you do achieve the same thing that Javelins would, which is, like, you go Horseman anyway, so you counter ranged. The problem is, like, the reality is when you add in Desert Raiders there, you're allowing your opponent to go Ghazi Archers more easily, which counts out your Limitane element to your plan. And on top of that, once again, it's your melee unit. Yeah, it's a hybridized unit, but, like, the reality is, compared to Javelins and Lombos, when you get in a fight, a Desert Raider is going to die a lot easier than the others. It's all about scale points, right? Like, you know, we've seen these Desert Raider only strategies where they look super cheesy, and maybe sometimes OP, but they take a long time to scale. You need to have like 20, 30 of them to feel good. The problem with Byzantines choosing Desert Raiders at all is they cannot scale like that. It's always slow, right? And because of the risks associated, that's why like Javs and Lombos to this day remain the go-to play for Biz. So, Ghazi now coming in. Looking at the Sacred Site allocation, it's pretty easy to go for like a double cap here. Mahodo is going to try to contest. The cool thing about this matchup, you know, I think something that is very intriguing, actually, about Delhi is it's almost like a preview of how Pro Scouts should be. Do you guys get what I mean by that? So, like, one of the big problems with Pro Scouts right now is it comes in way too quick for you to actually make any sort of counterplay. Whereas, in theory, the way that Delhi play Pro Scouts is almost like how it should be. You know, this type of thing that can come in and be impactful a few minutes in a feudal age after the point has passed where, like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be present, you shouldn't be able to Pro Scouts for free. Whereas if I choose to be greedy, well, now you just get to take Pro Scouts and I'm behind. You know, that's my thoughts on Pro Scouts is like, it's almost as if what is offered up here in the timing for Delhi is how things were meant to be intended. And I don't mean by raw clock or raw resources. What I mean is in terms of what I can have when you're getting this tech. But Mahodo, by the time BC is going to have Pro Scouts, Mahodo can have upward of 20 military. That's a big deal. That actually gives you a troop to defend the deer with. And I don't know why everyone's so against defending the deer. Like, how many of you clearly were on the hunter side when you watched Bambi? BC. It's going to rotate around the back of the Ghazi. Nice hit towards the village line. It's going to force a little bit of time here. This is very good from BC, though. He's just basically dragging attention home. As long as he keeps Mahodo here, He knows he can access the deer freely. I like what Mahodo is doing with the scout, just keeping an eye on what's next and if the pro scouts is in yet. And yeah, game 3 of Anathan versus Numon was a win for Anathan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to catch that because the replays bugged out. We had game 1, we had game 2, but it wouldn't show game 3. It's not that easy though. Nerfing research time will buff China's Yuji. Well, that's why I didn't say research time, right? I said the idea that it should be accessible at a phase in the game where you can have military units, right? So like what I mean within that, definitely don't make it so it takes 4 minutes to research. The whole point is like the dynamics of what Delhi has here, on the point in the game where it arrives, shows how it could be balanced. You are correct in that the Juji Chinese, Byzantines actually as well, the tech speeds are the problem. Right? It's the same reason why, you know, time and time again, it had to be like cost, not tech speed. Because as we've seen, with China and Juji researching 30 seconds, you buff them, you know? And I think also, if you just change the cost even more, you'd probably hurt Rooster's capabilities, but I think H3, Juji, and Chinese would be even better. Because less people can pro scouts then than they can. I think there just needs to be a new tier of unlock and how you get pro scouts. Or there needs to be more inhibiting upon pro scouts. Would that be like scouts carrying deer can't see, and scouts carrying deer to get hit take more damage, or move slower? These are the things that are really needed. So Mahodo, something we didn't talk about actually, he done something a bit wild here. And I like it. It's not javelins. He's gone Longbow Horseman after starting Limitane. He made it a 1-1-1 build. This is very out-of-the-box type thinking. Javelins is just the expectation here. And Beastie even leaned away that it would have been favorable. The logic being, if you open Limitane, your opponent has to react with archers at some point. So Javelins is better. Okay, going for the LB, I think the goal here is just trying to get that saturation we talked about, like bulking more troops. My only concern is specifically against Ghazi, this could be a bit risky. There's an argument that instead of going Horseman, to make this play work for Mahodo, the more solid play actually would have been archery range. I know that sounds insane because your opponent's half cavalry here, but it's all about bulk, right? If you're building Horseman, you know, melee unit in the engagement, and you pay 120. If you're scaling archers, you pay 80, and it's a range unit that can always fight without needing to be on top of people. The logic at that point is you can force Beastie to really subpar engagements with his melee commitment, because he'll just lose a range fight. So he has to get the Ghazi involved. And if he has to rush to get the Ghazi involved, that means the Limitane get more kills. All the while, because you have archers plus longbows, you're killing the thing that would get rid of your spears even quicker. Kind of like Pro Scout's a little more than cheap RNG game. Sure, but like we've been over this in depth on this channel. There are easy solutions to those type of problems. Diversify the food pool. Different alternative food methods. And speaking of one of those food methods, hello! Oh, what a grab! That's insane. He traps 6, kills him off, and walks off like nothing happened. Mahodo needs damage now. Beastie, it's a good dive, but there is a trade-off here. He lacks army at home. The question now is whether Mahodo has a big enough army to dive, though. Was there a misclick? What the hell happened in your palings? Yeah, the longbows weren't here, so that dive was unassisted. The archers alone hold him back. Okay, this is about to get really bad. Mahodo, losing 6 villagers is damning enough. The fact that you didn't actually get any sort of counter damage done here leaves you in a really precarious situation. You can even see that Beastie's thinking about going back in for another rotation onto the berries, and the timing could end up being pristine here. Mahodo, if Beastie just beelines for it, the outpost won't be quick enough. Here we go. He did actually go a little bit wide, so maybe there's hope, but there's not enough room for all the villagers. Mahodo, it's going to happen again. And there's only a handful of Limitane here. Ghazi peel away. One of them gets pinned, but the others just go chasing. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Mahodo, we've been here before. Last time, he did not dive. He can't do this again. It's now an 8 villager lead for Beastie. It's about to get worse than that. Another villager too many out near the outpost. He even goes back to work. Wait, what? He's distracted right now. Yeah, he was looking across maps, so it does at least garrison them. But that is now an extending lead. 9 villages ahead for Beastie. I mean, at this point, you're kind of in cruise mode, right? You can rush castle. You can see the macro for it as well. Mahodo is trying to do something similar. It's his only way out. His timing is going to be so much worse. And this is what makes the Dome of Faith build so toxic. He's going to tech up like this. He hasn't captured a sacred site, by the way. He's traded with Ghazi. And when he techs up, he's got 11 scholars for rapid unlocks on tech upgrades. Yeah, you're going to be seeing things like the Steel Arrow 2 coming in for free in 3 minutes. You can see veterancy on archers if he wants it in just a minute and a half. For free. And this is just kind of a masterclass by Beastie on how valuable Ghazi are, actually. That's the easiest way to assess this game. You know, for anyone like watching, wondering like, why is Delhi so good? This is why. It's insane just how good Ghazi performed. Especially when you compare that to things like Sipahi. But a big part of that comes down to the scale points. You know, bulking Ghazi is cheaper. Ghazi move quicker. Ghazi have easier access to healing. And then, of course, there's the rapid production rates via Scholar Garrison. These things are a big deal. It's very difficult, by comparison, say, for an Ottoman player, to open with Sipahi and scale them to a point that it's truly scary, without sacrificing something that really matters. So Mahodo is going to follow in the shadow Beastie here. The worry I have, though, is Beastie. He's already got 2 relics on the way home. Mahodo did split up nicely here. He's guarding the remaining 3. Against Piety Scholars, though, it's very hard to defend. Okay, this is sick. Look, wait, is Beastie going to do it? No, okay. I thought he was going to pull away with the one and then pick with the other. Instead, he's just going to wall here. So this is buying time for reinforcements to arrive. Ghazi will be able to protect the initial Scholar over here. He also got these Ghazi away. They didn't even die. This one's at least going to get denied. So Lombos will snipe that one out. It's still looking like at least 3 relics making it home. It might be 4 if it wasn't for that A-click onto the wolf. So does get the final stab. There's still 2 relics up for grabs. Really important for Mahodo. Because you've got Lombos, there's another style that requires bulk. And it's very difficult to bulk at this stage without having 3 relics garrisoned inside of a Grand Winery. He has got a reasonable amount of farms. But those aren't even operational right now. No, he chose to prioritize the food gatherers for tech up. Looks like Ghazi will get thrown away, but at the end of the day, Beastie's fine with this. He's got men-at-arms coming. This is scary, actually, because you can't play Varangian into this. Home Blades will beat you. So for Mahodo, what he actually needs is crossbows. Does he realize that, though? Because we have this vision. From Mahodo's POV, he hasn't seen it yet. He sees it now on the Sacred side. This is a dead giveaway to drop the archer ranges. And there you go. Reacts accordingly. He's going to need multiples to justify this, though. Otherwise, it's going to be quite slow. Really need to just like double down on emphasizing this, by the way. Varangian will not beat these men-at-arms. They'll lose to them. For a start, Mahodo already has tech issues compared to Beastie. But the Home Blades is the full exacerbation of that tech issue. Plus 3 damage beats out the 1 extra armor you have. Especially when you consider that Varangian also sacrificed 15 health. Good news, at least. I mean, Limitane should be able to tank quite a bit in these fights. What does concern me a little bit, though, is going to be the archers. That's where the Lombos can come in clutch here. Just clear this line. Give the protection. Oh, come on, dude. He's just a step ahead. So why is Beastie doing Tower Elephants? Well, he's shown the men-at-arms, and he understands the only logical, efficient play for Mahodo is to go crossbows. And Mahodo already has Lombos. Mahodo was probably thinking Varangian as well, because they are tanky, at least. All 3 of those units hate Tower Elephants. Varangian can't reach them. The other 2 are ranged units against ranged armor. It's a sick read. You know, a lot of the time you don't really bypass War Elephants as a step because it's just so good. But this is the situation. Like, if you're in a game where you're blobbing men-at-arms, you very rarely want to then blob War Elephants. The only reason you do that is against a civ that's building knights, because the logic is like knights can beat men-at-arms and they want rotation afterwards. But usually against a lot of civs, when you do men-at-arms, the logical thought is crossbows, because if you tech first, you get this opening. If you tech last, MAA is less valuable. make matters worse, we even have Pigs coming in. Remember, that's going to increase the range in the archers, so it gives them a way of, like, at least somewhat trading out a bit better against the Lombos. It's like Fourth Relic is going to make its way home for Beastie. He's going to push out for the clash here. Lombos need to be targeting that backside, but he's now overkilling the archers here. We'll start to trade out between them, but second wave is now arrived from Beastie. Numbers undeniably in his favor, and the Tower Elephant also following this up. This fight looks a bit doomed from Mahodo. He just doesn't have enough crossbows. And now he doesn't have a front line. On top of that, although he has some olive groves online, it's not enough to kind of re-blob front and back. Meanwhile, Beastie has somehow taken a win like that, still out-blobbed, and is going Imperial. Come on, man. These fast Imperial Delhi builds. At what point do we just feel like they're getting a little bit out of control, you know? And of course, what else would it be but Elefanto fun time? I wouldn't blame Mahodo if he called GG the moment this completes. He doesn't really have an answer. Like, he's struggling to get the answer right now for the elephants. What happens when instead of an archer shot, it's going to be equipped with a cannon? Hand cannon, but yeah. Watching AoE for like 3 months and Beastie seems unbeatable. You've been watching just the right amount. Beastie was looking a bit rough around the edges towards the end of 2024. I think he'd even agree with that. We even had in like the midweek musters, he went out quite early to Krakody. And then he got like 3-0'd by Anathan in another week. But he has recalibrated in 2025. Comeback, probably looking the best he ever has. Yeah, if you were here in 2024, like no one would argue with the statement that Marine Lord was the GOAT. He was the uncontestable king. Now, might be Beastie's time to reign. Game 1 going to the Serb. If it wasn't for Pro Scouts, would Delhi be S tier? I'd say A tier. Pretty solid. Maybe approaching S again. 2024, he didn't focus on competitive. I don't know how true that is. Because, like, Beastie's whole edge has always been to be a comp player. He's done a lot of cool work creating, like, you know, beginner guides, etc. But at the end of the day, like, if you think about Beastie's brand, his image, his whole image is being the best. Right? Like, the reason why you'd watch a Beastie YouTube video on how to do a certain build is because he's proven that he's the best. It's like, I'd argue that, you know, him choosing to, like, you know, refocus in on prioritizing tournament performance is a smart call. Because the problem is, over time, if you don't do that, you potentially dilute your value as the go-to voice. Does that make sense? He didn't practice outside of stream last year, his words. I mean, sure. But, like, that was a choice because he chose, like, the fact that there's more cash in content creation, right? But my point, in case you're missing it here, this very important point, is a big draw of what makes Beastie so popular is that you go in with the expectation that he is the Bible on how to play, right? Now, whether that's true or not, like, you could argue last year it wasn't as true with Puppy Paw's performances and, you know, Marine Lord's performances. But he was definitely up there, like one of the absolute tops. But there is definite credibility value to your brand in proving that you can remain number one. (2025) BC does 5 best of 5s after every practice. I think it shows as well. But like you see why he's made that recalibration. Part of it is BC is a competitively minded player. He wants to win. He wants to be the best. But the other part is it also supports the entire brand image. I think, like, you know, bluntly, it makes sense. Like, I think something that's slept on is, like, being live less. And I'm going to be blunt. I'll say this from a position as a person who benefits from him being live less, right? It means that I get viewers that would otherwise be watching Beastie at certain hours. The reality, though, is, like, while it is beneficial to me, the way it's beneficial to him is I think there is kind of a scarcity value where, like, we saw this on the weekend, right? So, like, my editor on the weekend, he uploaded 3 videos a day to see if it would be popular, and it wasn't. And the logic there is like we'd reached key saturation. We were past the point where people would want to watch that type of content, right? And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are going to keep watching additional hours of Beastie. My point is like similar to the concept of when someone is missing for a month and comes back, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, where was he? Watch stream." There's almost like, because it's a bit more scarce, it's supply and demand logic. Twitch contradicts it to a certain degree, because Twitch is like, hey, the longer you're live, the higher on average your viewership should be, because you start low and high. But the concept of like how quickly the numbers potentially scale for Beastie, because A, he's not on as many hours, so the content becomes more valuable piece to piece, and B, because of the fact that he's reconsolidating himself as the top player, those two elements together support this change, I think. Beastie plays like your commentary. He makes less mistakes. Wait, what do you mean by that? Was that a compliment? I'm not sure. I'm confused. I think that was a compliment. I mean, I don't know. I think everyone makes mistakes. I can make mistakes in the commentary. I think it was meant as a compliment. It's just the way it was written was a bit confusing. Thank you. So we've got Sultan Hani Trade Network coming into Imperial Academy. We'll talk about the matchup a lot, because we've got Ottomans versus Chinese. What was Mahodo thinking with this pick? Well, we can peel back the veneer and have a look at BC's draft. So BC had Malian, Jean, and Delhi. We had Dry Arabia, Coastal, and then we're here. I think it's reasonable for Mahodo to assume that Malian seems viable here, as we've historically seen a lot of Malian picks on Coastal. But we've simultaneously seen a lot of Chinese. I think there was an element of expectation from Mahodo that this was going to be a Malian pick. Malian versus Ottomans has historically felt like a good matchup because of the pressure you can lean onto the goal. Now he has a problem. You're playing Pro Scouts with a worse Pro Scouting sieve. If you even do Pro Scouts, because, not everyone's name is B. What he can at least do is remove one of those deer stacks. Because remember, with this Rax beginning, usually it's military score, but with Rax beginning here, he can get the Spearman out to shove this in, and then after he's shoved one deer in, he can move them over to block Beastie's Pro Scout timing. My only concern with this play is, I think with how delayed the Rax is, and the Spearman production is, and how much time is going to be now spent on this, I don't think you're really going to stop your opponent from getting that much deer. He's at least going to be able to reduce him to 50%, but 50% is good enough for China. Describe every player and why it's good or bad. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, we'll try to predict the players' outcomes, but I've got to talk about this before. Like, my goal as a commentator isn't always to be right with the players' choices. If we're wrong, we then get to discuss, like, okay, why did he or didn't he do this? I like that. It's I call it like the inquisitive analysis. Like, my goal isn't to give an imperative analysis, because I'm not a top 3 player in the game. The cool thing is, like, you can try to get in the minds of the players and what they're thinking, just like we've done with the draft there, and why Mahodo would pick Ottos here. A lot of gold being gathered. Is he going to do it? I mean, we don't have a mill. No, this is just fast castle. Yeah, I like that. I think he has to. The sheeps run faster than Spearman IRL. Depends how hard you're stabbing them with a spear, I guess. Whoa. Animal abuse. Whoa. Barbican abuse. What? Okay, you don't often get this on Coastal these days, I feel like, at least not when Chinese is picked. It's very rare, but when it happens, it looks broken. That is 4,400 food safe underneath a Barbican. And he didn't go Pro Scouts. That's sick. Okay, so now he has safe food. At this point, he doesn't need Pro Scouts. Remember, double boar is essentially like getting 2 stacks of deer. So Mahodo all of a sudden thought he'd have this edge and that Beastie was going to stop off in fuel, gather a lot of deer, and then, he could just follow fast castle and delay. Mahodo would have the edge, though. He'd be ahead. Now, with the rush of food, Beastie can just consider fast castle here as well. don't really expect him to go all in feudal with like Jugnu. It's a possibility. He's got 12 on wood, so he clearly wants some sort of production. Because you can set up the archer ranges here, which puts you right next to the enemy base. The only risk with that is like Mahodo, if he sees you do this, could stop off for a stables play. Or he could just rush castle and add in men-at-arms. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy our commentary here. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I try to give the energy where it belongs. I mean, I'm kind of reminded of Maven. Like, Maven from Call of Duty had like a blunt statement. He's like, I can't be asked to fake hype anymore. I'm too old, right? And like, you know, I don't think I ever faked hype when I done Dota or any other games. But something I'm really cognizant of is that Age of Empires 4 doesn't really require the type of commentary that Dota 2 has. In my opinion, Age of Empires 4 is best when it has two color commentators or a color commentator and an analyst, with someone, the color commentator being capable of leaning into play-by-play. It just doesn't have the same level of PvP requirements, because there's like a lot of downtime, right? Meaning there should be a lot of time for discussion. So like, if you're just a pure play-by-play, like you do Call of Duty and you shout all the time, or you're doing like Dota and you just handle the fights, you're probably not going to have a good time in AoE 4 commentary. There's a way that it can work, but you have to evolve your casting style, right? I had to evolve mine. Like I said, I was full on play-by-play. So we do have this Jugnu. And it is going to be triple archery. Okay, I love this. It seems really silly into autos like this, but consider this. Gold locations. If he's quick enough about this, he can starve Mahodo off of gold and starve him off of options. Zhuge are going to move up north side. I wonder, does he add in the racks as well? You have to be a little bit careful about the racks play from Mahodo here. I think Beastie wants to kind of like pseudo play the age, but also tech. So yeah, Ram's going to be coming in. Extra Zhuge getting added. Does he go all the way with this or look for a way out? We've got the Steel Arrow timing. One problem for Mahodo here is going to be like a lack of extra protection. But it shouldn't be too big of a deal for the men-at-arms in particular. They will have full range down by default. Beastie is going to be able to double his damage to Steel Arrow. But it's not going to just insta-melt you. I would love to see Beastie, rather Mahodo, set up the blacksmith. And there we go, he's coming in. Undermesh should be #1 priority here. Timing is everything. The lance is coming through as well. Beastie has not gone for the racks. No, it's going to be 5 archery ranges. This is wild. I kind of love every second of it, man. So Ram is going to be moving in. There's no fortification. Outpost is not going to last long. And this is not enough melee units. Remember what we said, with the Steel Arrow there, Mahodo has to be feeling reluctant to fight here. Another problem is like lack of gold. He has got the Sultan Hani trade network to trickle some, but men-at-arms plus lancers, it's not enough. Why doesn't Beastie ever pick lower tier civs? I think he's good enough to start branching out. Just chill. This isn't like sort of relearn the game or a laser type situation. He knows all the civs, right? Like that's like going and saying, oh man, look at this guy who's like trying to be a pro and he's like trying to make a career out of this. Why does he give 100% when he gets in the ring? You know? Like, oh man, this football player, like why the hell is he giving 100% when he's on the pitch? Because he should, right? He should aim to get the best civs he can and use the best civs he can. Look at how quick those lances get shredded. Does get rid of the outpost. Beastie does have enough here. Yeah, the men-at-arms are kind of a struggle to get in. I think Mahodo should be able to push them away once here, but we've got a remass coming. The only problem is Beastie hasn't rallied them in. Yeah, the lance intercepted. And that was sick. The scout, he pulls aggro. Tries to go for the heal, but it's not going to work out. The Imam play. Not quick enough there. Mahodo still ends up losing the cavalry units. He's back on the goal for the time being, so at least gets the shove away here. But look at Beastie's macro, folks. He's not far away from the castle age. You have a lot of active gold gathering. Beastie, he's looking for that tree line. Mahodo is going to need some more transitional options. Right now, he only has a racks and a stables. Not really good for getting the blob together. You need to remain scary here. And Beastie instead goes to the dive because we've seen what you can do to Mangos before. Does end up having to back away. Good step up there by Mahodo, but the imams, a valuable tool, easily sniped. Yeah, this is the weird thing. Like, Mahodo didn't want to have to go imams here, but he needed to min-max everything. And now we just see how impactful this Yuga. Mango's gone. I wonder what BC's thought process is behind 0 spears at all. Probably just that there's not enough lances, and if he has to step into Raxes, it actually weakens his generic firepower. Other side of the map, we do at least have a lancer going in, but it's going to get shut down by shivs. Mahodo, remember, he only has 1 imam here, so he has to be careful not to overextend. Bring the healer boy into effect. This is just ridiculous, though. Beastie is up to 45 of these Yug now. Remember, he still has the secondary board. He just finished the first. So considering how long he's been doing this push for, take that time in your brain and double it. That's how long he can keep doing this. That's before we talk about moving on to the deer, which also becomes viable if Mahodo feels like he has to put everything into defending his base, which he most definitely does have to right now. And like, yeah, in terms of trying civs and trying new builds, by the way, Beastie would do that on the ladder. In a tournament, it's better to practice your efficient route to victory, right? You know, scrims is where you're going to do like the, let's see and find a new way, right? Behind closed doors, he'll probably experiment with those big L's to turn them to big W's. Kind of like how French and John was being overlooked in the previous one. Astronomical clock tower coming through. Is this a rerun? Nope. Casting this for the first time. And I believe Mahodo took Anatolian Hills. Yeah. So no high value Vizier points coming in. He had to go Imam plus the sheep, which was more a necessity than a desire in this situation. He ran out of food access, and then he needed the healer boys to make sure their men at arms didn't die. But now we have a bigger problem. Beastie's reached Castle H. He's gathered the gold necessary. He could easily supervise into the veterancy. He even built the astronomical clock tower in the middle of the map. Immediately queues up the nest of bees. We do have Lancers raiding in at least, so he's finding a little bit of chip damage here. Spin reaction is going to come in at home, so we'll be able to protect against this eventually. Remember, also, BC can afford to lose a few villages, courtesy of the fact he has got Song Dynasty. Monks are trying to get the goodies home now, but I don't see that being likely here. Beastie, once again rotating, he's looking for the gold. Mahodo doesn't really have much in the way of production active here. We're talking about 15 minutes in the game, and you've been Castle Age for a few minutes, and yet Mahodo has yet to add in a single military school. Can you guys guess why? Look how far away it is. He doesn't have wheelbarrow because he's been gold starved. Also, Beastie kept pressuring this area. This is kind of the damning part about the spawn from Mahodo. We talked about the gold as a target for Beastie, but the stone was actually like a double down. That, by the way, is why Mahodo didn't go military school in the beginning, like we talked about being the optimal route, is because on Avali's coastal cliffs in particular, the stone spawns further away, making these walk over, grab 50 stone, come back plays impossible. There's a unit disparity here? What gives you that idea? Oh my god, the nest of bees as well. Just go for the attack ground shots. Don't let the monster at the front of the base. He just needed to build it close by because once again, no wheelbarrow. Like, a lot of his problems now and what he has to do with his base are pressured by the fact that he doesn't have wheelbarrow at 15 minutes. SB shots coming in. I've got the triple imam. Had the triple imam. All but one are dead. He's going to have to dive past this. The clock tower nest of bees are quite tanky though, and he doesn't actually commit. Instead, no, he pulls the villages. Uh-oh, Mahodo. He needs the rams gone, but he's about to be gone himself. Pulls the villagers back just in the nick of time. Barely. Down to 7 HP. Beastie now with the double ranged upgrade versus just undermesh level 1. You're seeing how much of a struggle it is to break through here. He does get rid of the knobs. The Imam heal is relevant in this engagement, but a big, more relevant detail in this is the crossbow switch. Beastie now has the answer coming through. And Mahodo is pretty much out of food here. Yeah, this is the crazy thing, right? Like, he was working this hard to beat the former army Beastie had instead of the latter. He did get rid of the nest of bees, props to him. But the knobs weren't an immediate issue the way you'd think, as you were seeing there. It took so long for him to almost kill those villagers with just 2. Shows you just how weak they can be if you're not up against mass ranged. Now we've got the diving Beastie. Finding additional worker kills. At this stage with crossbows in the formation, Mahodo has to go Sipahi. But that has a high food cost, which Mahodo can't keep up demand for. He's already exhausted all but, what, 3 of the sheep here? He went Sultan Hani, he doesn't have Madrasa. He's got the backberries that are about to run out. If you want to make this play, you're going to have to add in farms. And a lot of them. And I'm not sure he's got time for that. Look at Beastie. Double treb, soon triple. Make matters worse, these are clock towers, so not even easily snipeable. Lancers are at least raiding around the back. Like, I want to give credit to Mahodo on this, by the way. When he couldn't take the direct fights, he's at least tried to find these little chip raids with the Lancers. But you just see how Beastie's made it almost impossible for him to feel good about it. You know, each time he tries something like this, Beastie's getting a bit deeper into the base. You hate the fact that Expos and Juganus are virtually identical? I know, right? It's almost like we've talked at length on this channel before about unit clarity needing a bit of a buff. It really does. I don't know, this is the thing, like, we have a lot of cool unique units in AoE4. I often feel like visually you can't feel that uniqueness with a lot of them. You know? Oh yeah, Beastie QE. Has he been queuing the Voldemort on the ladder recently? We've got the Q drop in the base. The outpost to follow up for additional vision. This is over. At this point, Mahodo, there is no dive point, right? We talked about the need for a farm transition. Now with a castle drop here, you can't get it. So that's going to be a 2-0 for Beastie. It means he'll be going through to match up against B in the quarterfinals. We also know that Anathan's going to be facing off against Dumu, so we have the full picture painted for our BF5s. And of course, if you didn't catch it, we did already cast the Vortex as Baltoon. Definitely recommend checking out the VODs on YouTube. In fact, one of the games in that series will make it onto the channel because it was that damn epic. Yeah, these raids don't matter anymore. You could kill 20 of his economy and the game would just be over. Because of the landmarks. Desperation repairs coming in from Mahodo right now. 12 villagers just trying to keep the landmarks up. The Rams are here now as well. Yeah, if Mahodo had like 4 more minutes with no pressure, he'd be able to build enough farms. But remember, instead of building farms now, all of his wood that he's gathering is going into repair. So you have to think about what this really is. It's 12 villagers idle repairing, but it's actually more like an extra 10 idle from wood gathering. 10 might be extreme, like 5 to 6. That's still a quarter of your economy. Landmark still goes down the end anyway. Sultan Hani is almost dead already. Courtesy of the Rams, so Trebs will go for the finishing touch. And now he's down to just 1. Mahodo's on live support. Well, you know, you could say it's a good thing that he's adding in farms then, because he looks like a vegetable. Way Comoed now, no comeback there. Locked out the series. A 2-0 for Beastie. Okay, so GG's. And that means, let me quickly update things. Oh, we have confirmation, by the way. The Wham versus Scatterbrain series will be in about 2 hours. Aaron called it. Aaron needs to be a little bit careful, though, because he's already said that he's a big Beastie fanboy. So when he says Beastie got this, it could be because he's watched the series. Gotta be thoughtful of that. Sometimes when you say those type of things, you're pretty much equivocal to spoiling the series, which is not cool. All right, so let me update the brackets though, so we can see the full picture. Because now we're up to date, which means unless we can get confirmation ASAP of a series starting very soon, we'll probably look to do a few pub games while we wait. The assumption here is that the next series available will likely be Beastie versus B, which last week I would honestly say was the series of the week. I don't think it was even that close. Like, it was by far the series of the week. So, in fact, let me just update that because remember, Vortex already plays quarterfinals, so he's through. Boom, there you go. So that's the full picture. That means we've still got BCB, Numon, Anathan, Scatterbrained Wham, and then one of the semis should be today. Okay. Interesting. I saw you looking at Anathan Numidon earlier, but the bracket isn't updated. Who won? Where's? There you go. Chat boring today. That's rude. No, Matt, I've seen the way that you play free-for-alls. You shouldn't call anyone boring. Got him. Oh, dear. So yeah, like I said, guys, what we'll do, we'll wait for confirmation on BC versus B. My assumption is like we'll probably like see that in the next hour. What we can do in the meantime though is we can watch some pub games. So let's have a look and see if there's any. Oh god, no. Are those live matches? Yes, these will be. To be blunt about it, I don't know. Like when I don't know. I get it for the gamble. I've talked about this before. I get it for the gamble logic, but like if it's not for the gamble logic, why does it matter? If you haven't gone out your way to check their profiles, you probably don't know the outcome of the games. So it's all good content either way. Numon, who's he up against? Anti-input delay advocator. Why does this sound like a crackety account? Oh. Hold on a second. I think we've got a Vortex game. Yeah, but do we want this? It's Marley and Mirror. Do you guys want a Marley and Mirror? Or we can check in on some replays for Anno versus Louis, Anno versus Wham. Up to you guys. You guys have won a Marley and Mirror. Can I get ones in chat if you want a Marley and Mirror? Twos if you don't. I think the twos have it. Oh, thought you guys were going crazy for a second there. I was like, you want a mirror? Are you sure? All right, guys. I will save you from the mirror. But in return, I need you to save yourself. Looks like Chrome's been getting updated and things like the ad blocker, uBlocker haven't been, right? That's bad for you guys. You guys don't like ads, if you told me millions of times. So to solve that ad issue, do you know what you guys need to do? You know where I'm going with this. You need to go ahead and download Opera GX. They're partnered with us for the month. They're working with us throughout March. Really love this browser. Dark mode everywhere is GigaChad to begin with. There's loads of cool little enhancements here like CPU and RAM limiters, which is actually pretty important for AoE4 because for the average gamer, the game, especially if you want to run it at high graphics settings, can be a little bit taxing on the system. And it's also just been gamified, right? You've got a lot of elements in here that are thought for like the Twitch, Twitter, Discord, like pop-out type things that are really handy for people who actually like just want everything in one. On top of that, I do love the themes. For the Emperor of Mankind, we will always take the ways of Opera GX. So exclamation Opera GX, we're working with them throughout the month. And if they see enough people downloading and creating new accounts with us, I'm sure they'll look to come back for additional months. Big shout out to them again for sponsoring. All right, guys. With that in mind, let's get ready to hop into some Anathan games. So I just need to grab his account name. So it's Ves Anathan now, isn't it, with the space? And there were some matchups I thought were intriguing. Yeah, so he had the good old Japanese versus Otto matchup. We have an Ottoman versus ABBA matchup. Ottoman's ABBA's kind of interesting, actually. Where is it? Was it Gorge that I was looking at? Yeah, let's go Gorge. Warhammer 40k has got to be the best universe? Hell yeah. I'm sorry Star Wars, I'm sorry Star Trek. I'm just going to say it is the best sci-fi universe. I think even before the downfalls, I'd still lean Warhammer 40k. Is that controversial? I don't think that should be. What's happened with that overlay? All right, let's just toggle score off for the time being. You ever seen The Expanse? Yeah. The Expanse started off really well, then it got kind of lame. They let themselves down. But, you know, even then, Expanse doesn't even remotely compare to Warhammer 40k. Anyone who's spent more than, 10 minutes in, Warhammer 40k understands just how deep and fleshed out and thought out of a universe it is. None of this BS of, we're the good guys. No, dude, no. No, we all believe we're the good guys, but no one's really the good guys. Now, I've been through this before. It's kind of controversial when you put it this way, but, please stick with it, understand where I'm coming from. We can agree that we think, what Russia's doing right now are the bad guys. But, you know, the people who are going and doing that war stuff think they're the good guys. Now, we can say that once again, I don't think they're the good guys. But my point that I'm getting at is, those people don't run into a war twirling a, villainous mustache saying, yes, we're evil, right? They think they're right. And that's kind of the interesting thing about Warhammer 40k, is everyone is a douchebag, but they think they're right. And the cool thing is, because you're a fringe viewer with an outskirts perspective, you can see the granulars of who you think is good or evil, in theory, from those settings. But the way that they tell the story, everyone's bad. Whereas you compare with Star Wars, you know, a lot of people can easily sit there and go, oh, Jedi good, Sith bad. Yeah? Even though they've made better efforts to make it not as cut and dry as that. But you can still, from an outsider perspective, see who's good and bad. If you've ever watched Warhammer 40k or read one, you can't see that. You can't tell. All right, got a fun one for the ladder here. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a little bit of ladder watch. Wham versus Anathan, absolute tippity top of the ladder. Had to check on this one. Ottoman versus Abbas is not a matchup we are privy to very often these days. We're going to be checking out live here. Or, if this goes up on YouTube, you better catch it there. Reminder, by the way, if you do watch this on YouTube, you just missed a very fascinating discussion about goods and evils and why Warhammer 40k is the most goated of the universes. Honestly, I was a sucker for Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which was basically AoE2 with a Star Wars skin. I am not kidding when I say if they made an Age of Empires 4 with a Warhammer 40k skin, we'd be switching. I'm sorry, guys. I'd be gone. I can't help it. I love that universe way too much. Twin Minaret Madrasa coming in. I mean, it's not betrayal, by the way. At that point, it is literally, I'm saying they make Age of Empires 4, but it's Warhammer skin. That's not betrayal. That's reasonable. I'm still loving Age of Empires 4, just in a different form. We have got the Spearman opening, though, and wham, it was the military school commitment. The cool thing about this, you can poke on the goal, see what his opponent's up to, and then come back for a deer shove afterwards. What I thought would make this matchup particularly interesting is that it's a non-pro scout matchup historically. Neither of these civs is rated highly for PS play. In theory, they both can when their opponent isn't that good, though. So curious to see who's going to bite the bullet. It looks like first up is going to be Anathan. And in fact, WAM has this info. That stabbing had multiple elements about it. Not only was it the fact that you could gauge the landmark choice your opponent made, it's the fact that he could see the gold gathered. There's only two possibilities, either fast castle or pro scouts. And why would a Bastards fast castle rush this instead of 2TC? So military wing, he's not going to fall for the bait. He understands what this really is. Pro scouts already queued up for Anathan. Meanwhile, WAM can focus on pressure because he chose Madrasa, meaning to have a lot of safe food in his base for the early point in this game, especially when you consider the Anatolian Hills Vizier point that gives you 10 plus sheep. And yeah, like sheep in the end, 15 to 13. Pretty damn impressive considering like Ottomans should be at a disadvantage compared to Abbasids that can stay out longer. Remake Dawn of War 1? Oh, hell yeah. Like, dude, I'm so there for that. I've been waiting so many years for that. You know the other one I'm waiting on still? EA? Huh? What's going on? Red Alert 2. When is that happening? How has that not happened yet? Something crazy did happen from EA the other day, by the way. They released the source code for a lot of the old Command & Conquers. Now, I'm not sure what exactly the reasoning was behind that. My only assumption can be maybe there's plans in the work and they just see value in having people churn up more content in the meantime. Probably a generals too. So, WAM went out with the archers. You need 3 archers to counter out Anathan's play. But I love what Anathan's done here. This is the 1-1-1 build, where you don't go for a second TC. Instead, with military wing, you add in the stables, because then you've completed the triangle. You counter every unit type. The whole logic and why it's so efficient, you already have 2 spears, you already have 2 archers. So, now going the horseman, you've saved 300 wood compared to someone else in a similar position, plus the extra 320 resources for producing the 4 other units. Sapahi now reacting from WAM. I like this. I think that this is kind of cool. Like, if you can force it into a 1-1-1 linear, the Sapahi are going to be king here for multiple reasons. If you're both going spears in the layer, the Sapahi can be secondary, not primary. But Horseman will always be the primary layer. What I mean by that is if you take a fight right now where you just A-click everything in, your Spearmen and Horsemen are going to be fighting for this point in the fight. Let me actually find something that's easier to measure this with. Your Spearmen and your Horsemen are going to be fighting for where this house is in the fight. Archer's going to be behind. Your opponent's over here. But when you play Ottomans, your Spearman will just get this position. Your Sapahi will take the position between the two, and your archers will be here. That means you take less risk in the bigger engagements. To make things even better for WAM, a prolonged feudal 1TC versus 1TC means you're getting Vizier points for additional buffs, but also as you scale here, the meta becomes intrinsically more valuable. Anathan can't get suckered into archer spam too much here, puts him at disadvantage. Even melee as well. Melee more so. If this turned into mass spear blob, your opponent, even without the archers, he could just have spears of his own with double melee armor. That's kind of a curious thought now that I'm thinking about it. How many people didn't really put enough onus on armor, say 2 years ago? I feel like even me as a commentator, like I was in this position where, and I think actually a lot of high-level players had this problem as well, where the armor value wasn't as coveted as the attack value. Undermesh given, right? But like the strategies involving melee armor were few and far between. I think Ottomans was the first step where it really started to come into the picture because of the meta giving the 2 armor. And then we saw iterations, evolutions. A better understanding of how those timings can matter a lot, where, you know, when your opponent is going into, say, a mass spearman blob, sometimes having the undermesh to guarantee no kill, or when you're up and now against new civs like the owner of Geisha from the Japanese, having every melee tech matters. So plans here, both of them are going to be in Castle Age. Anathan, this is going to likely be Eco Wing, even though it should probably be Culture, so he doesn't fall behind. Wow, the nice thing for him now, he already got 1 military score. Once he reaches Castle, he has a really clean scaling point there. With the Memon Imperial Armor, he's already going to be doubling his passive production, and then he can triple, quadruple. I love that he's also got the Meta Beam prep, so Eco Wing it is. Okay, so Anno does take the greed route. So the reason why I said I feel like it has to be Culture is I think if you're not able to upgrade an army and have some versatility here, relics just kind of feel like they're going to be a given towards your opponent here. Eco Wing is you scaling your eco in, well, the namesake, an obvious way. TCs, blob up, etc. Culture Wing is about scaling via eco techs and also mirroring value into military techs. Considering that Anathan hasn't got a single tech in the game so far, right? He hasn't got his wheelbarrow, he hasn't got his fertilization, anything. There would have actually been a lot of value in going culture. Even more so because he's going archers, right? So that means you're going to want the composite bows. 20% discount there adds up. You're going to want steeled arrow 1 and 2 because you're going mass archers. Like, there's just so much credence behind it. I think Eco Wing makes more sense if you just want to go Lancers. But we have to remember, like, you can't really just go Lancers against Ottomans. I think what surprises me, actually, is that we don't have Ghulams. There's a possibility, though. Ghulams would probably be the sickest player here. Once again, the melee armor is problematic, though. We talked about how impactful it is in these big blobs. Remember, against Ghulams, there's a double strike. So you actually mitigate 4 damage with this toggle. Yeah, and considering how beefy Sipahi you already are, allows him to take quite the beat. Alright, we see the pictures roughly. 1's if you think Wham's going to win. 2's if you think Anathan's going to take it. Nice walling as well. I love this from Wham. That's one way to deny pro scouts. Pretty ballsy, but, you know, I don't think it has much risk to it, considering that Anathan has been leading archers anyway. And there we go. It's going to be the Ghulams. Lance is a little bit surprising, but to begin with, 3 or 4 of them's not terrible. You know, I said that, like, you can't really build Lancers against Ottomans. We mean in mass, because in mass, Janissaries counter. But at the beginning of the age, same as almost any matchup, it's about raiding potential. Bam, it's going to have his own Lancers coming, so just as much raid the other way. Remember, Anno, with the Pro Scouts, players going to have a lot of safe economy, at least for some time. But eventually, he's going to want to look at these berries, and remember, the berries are actually quite far away. They're not just a given here. Is there any way to have a draw in AoE4? No. I don't really think so. We never in the history of Age of Empires 4 required a draw. And I'm kind of proud of that. I personally think that's a negative of StarCraft 2. I think there's a bit too much chess obsession there with, like, the mentality that you can get a draw. And, like, I get it. Like, it is technically possible to get a draw with, like, flying houses or whatever, right? I know I'm trivializing them, not just flying houses, flying buildings. But the reality is, I don't want to say you shouldn't be allowed to call a draw there. I think the reality is, like, in that situation, the mechanics should just be altered. So that if you're down to just, you know, floating buildings left, they get forced to land. Like, that issue... Okay, so that whole issue actually could have been solved probably a long time ago with Terrans, for example, if you had, like, a limited gas supply for flying, after which you would have to ground. That would definitely have led to very big dynamics being changed in terms of the way the game is balanced. But my point is, like, if StarCraft had really wanted to truly resolve the draw issue, they could have done it years ago. Once again, definitely simplifying a very complicated game and a very deep concept. But I personally don't think there is anything good about having a draw state in an esports game. Some bright colors? Yeah, we amplify the colors slightly so that everything pops more for people. Second TC now coming in from Anathan. Wham's second TC-esque element is meant to be the passive production, but we don't actually have that much in the way of military schools yet. Draw comes from there not being infinite resources on the map. I mean, even then, the logic should be, and this, like, there are RTSs that were meant to be designed around this, is like, if there's limited resources, well, when the resources run out, someone wins, right? It's meant to be in the here before. Now, the flaw in that can sometimes be certain games have overwhelmingly powerful defender's advantage, such as AoE4, hence why it kind of pseudo needs infinite resources. But there are solutions that you can introduce to solve for these problems in game mechanics, such as sacred sites. You know what? I wish we'd seen from StarCraft 2. You know what you needed? What you needed is you needed a draw situation where, like, instead of draws being viable, they basically would have chatted in the finals and said rock, paper, scissors, question marks. Because after that would have happened, the devs would have been, that was so dumb. And then they would have tried to start solving the problem. Sometimes you have to force something so heinously stupid to make someone look and go, oh yeah, that's a problem. So there's going to be a dive to the backside here. And it's time for a little bit of raiding. Wham's taking a different approach, though. He's focusing around the sacred sites for the capture. That's going to generate a lot of extra gold for him. We are now getting the extra passive production. This is where things get a bit scary, Fano. He's only now going to the TCs, and it's going to be a triple TC. But he's at the infancy stage here. Yeah, a little bit worrisome. Wham already with the crossbows. Anathan has got a healthy defensive comp here. A lot of range and spearmen to hold choke points. But Wham's goal now is to try and draw him out. Wouldn't be surprised if Wham considers a second TC himself. They put in a draw timer. If nothing dies in 2 minutes, the game draws. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, once again, you know, it's a very complicated subject, and depending on the RTS's design, it's very difficult to solve that. Like I said, some games do design in a way that that's solved. For example, AoE4, even if it had limited resources, has sacred sites. Sacred sites are a game end state, so you can force it. And the whole balance of them is their mid-map. Whereas, like, if you have a game end state that's forced with you killing your opponent, you have to dive into their base. That's a huge disadvantage to the attacker because defender's advantage, right? So I get why they have these systems. I just think, like, when you're talking about competitive esports, there are multiple, like, layers to the cake I could dive into as to why, like, draw states are not a good thing. Scheduling alone is a nightmare with that type of detail. Like, it's like, theoretically, it is very low probability, but what happens if you draw 15 times in a row? The day is completely ruined. The tournament is completely confusing. Now, once again, like, the whole idea is you want to have these systems be so minimally likely that it's not as painful or likely to occur. Because, like, I think, you know, you've got games like Counter-Strike that can essentially have this with the round system where you have to build a round lead, right? Like, any system that has, like, tennis has this. Where, like, the fatigue will eventually just beat you if you're equal. But like I said, I haven't followed StarCraft insanely closely. I want to say draws are rarer now. Is that correct, chat? I feel like they're rarer now than they were, like, 8 years ago. So we have got a little bit of rain on the backside. Wham has lost a few villagers, but now it's return fire point. Villagers on the goal get idled out. Army getting contested, and we do have the ranged armor here. Yeah, crossbows feeling the pain of that. Archers as well. A good idea here. The men-at-arms are just insanely tanky. 7 ranged armor. And Anno, look at the focus fire. Wham is taking out the crossbows one by one, the Janissaries. And the archers, they're not A-clicking the backside. Anathan is in a panic here. Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Remember, Janissaries get countered directly by archers, but Anathan wasn't using them to clear out the gunpowder line. Instead, Wham was the clean and efficient one here. He was targeting down the crossbows of Janis. He was rushing the front line. But Anathan, due to the stutter stepping and the lack of a melee line, had no time to stand still and allocate targets. Get shoved off of his secondary TC. That's going to be taken down. Villager lead isn't insane at this point, especially when you consider that Wham has all these military schools, which is generating additional value. Each of them, like, I think it's roughly about 150 to 200 resources a minute at this stage. More than enough for him to remain ahead, and that's before we talk about the mango detail. 2 already in the base. And Anathan, he has to build crossbows to answer the men-at-arms here. He doesn't have enough food to mass lances. Not that you do that against Janissaries. Like, he's kind of hard start to what he's building right now. Yeah, this is the rough thing, right? Like, I think Wham has just hit a clean timing that's undeniable here. You need horsemen to deal with these mangoes. You can't build them with the Janissaries there. So you have to solve problem 2 before you can solve problem 1. Now, that in theory should be mass archers. But the men-at-arms number is a little bit too high here. And also, Wham is aware of it. He's already prepping additional Sipahi. Reminder, by the way, these Sipahi weren't upgraded in those fights. They're only getting juiced up now. And think about how impactful they were in that last engagement. Yeah, look at the armor. 6 ranged armor on these bad boys, 185 health. Not to mention the fortitude factor. In a game where Anathan hasn't really got much of a melee front line, he could easily get sniped down. Wow, waste no time at all. Man goes to hold the backline hostage, and he all-ins the town center. Madman has got no time, no chill. Wham just sitting there vibing in his cabin in the woods like, oh, damn, there's a bear knocking at my door. Sorry, Anathan, I gotta go. We better rush this one. Why is there a bear knocking at his door? Don't question the Canadian wilds. Don't question the Canuck. Village is now dying in the repair. He knows that the TC goes down, it's all over. And there's no denying it is going to go down. It's Quadra Ram. Village is now being targeted by the Mango. And that looks to be end of the road for Anathan in this pub experience. I mean, he did fin the herd. There's not that many men-at-arms left, but the problem is he's left with mass crossbows against things he doesn't counter now. It kind of went the worst possible way it could have. If the Sipahi were dead, but the men-at-arms are still alive, Anathan would look a lot better here. Now Ram's just going to move across towards the outpost in the House of Wisdom. At this point, Anathan's just scrambling to try and find a recovery arc, but I just don't see it. Only a handful of farms, and... How about that for an all-in? It's on the way. Chugga, chugga, choo-choo. You know what this thing is missing? It just needs like a random Janissary that's sitting on top of it going, yeah! Oh, God. I don't think it's even going to get her in time. No, this game looks over way too quick for that. Like, maybe? It's a 12,000 HP structure. What's likely going to happen here is Anathan will get hit once by the Great Bombard there and say, okay, GG. I kind of respect these giving it one last hurrah. Like, it is a very tanky structure until the Great Bombard arrives. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Reveals himself on a house. Oh no, but he's pop locked. It's just like not ending the game quicker. Wham's like, no, let me just soak this in. Ah, I need this, Anathan. It's important that I relish in this moment. Like, what are you on about? Ottomans winning. Ah. Oh, that feels good. All right. Well played to Mr. Whamsicle. So, an easy peasy win in this game. Let's have a look here. So, I think we got time for another pub game. My assumption is we'll probably be getting ready for like B versus Beastie after that. I'm keeping an eye on. I've just bumped Beastie because I think B is around and available. So hopefully we'll have that ready to roll. Let me check if we have any live games on the ladder. In fact, yeah, hold a sec. Whoop. Too many tabs. Clicking all the wrong places. Let's go ahead. I do like a good, fresh live game. Search if you cast it top 300 gameplay. What the hell? I thought we agreed you were gonna get top 100. That's how you make your dad proud of you. Not becoming a doctor. You know when you're like, hey dad, it's been 8 years, I got my degree, I'm finally like qualified to save lives. Did you beat Beastie yet? No dad, but I'm I'm qualified as a user has left the channel. Hey, that's going to hit way too close to home for someone. All right, let's have a look. Is there no one on? Oh. Maybe Flash? Let's do Flash versus 40 while we wait. Even Flash coming from SC. I don't think it's that Flash. Oh dear. I remember when I first started casting A4, I'm like, oh my god, we have Korean Flash. Like, oh, this is Chinese Flash. Okay. I remember we had some really well-known like AoE1, AoE2 players, right? Yeah, Flash, I mean, dude, Flash hasn't, I've just double-checked this, Flash hasn't even been trying to compete since like 2023. He just hobbyists the game, you know? Chill vibes. Yo, what's up, Ample? Thank you very much. Appreciate the 500 bitsies. Thank you, thank you. Every little helps. Wunderbar. So, let's go ahead and... Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out because I imagine when Beastie comes on, we'll be able to basically cast the Beastie B series. I'm hoping we'll get a response from him soon. All right, let's get ready. Didn't I get rid of the... I thought I got rid of the score overlay. Ah, there we go. Did I have the score overlay up the whole time? Oopsie. 1-0. It's time for the return of Flash. Oh. Okay, please don't click off the video. We've got Flash. It's been a while, actually. This man, we used to cast a lot of him. High-ranking player, fairly consistently when it came to Age of Empires 4 seasons. Currently ranked 110th in the world. But in the early days, and Season 3, yeah, 10th in the world. Season 4, 53rd. Season 2, 20th. High poster, consistently. But the lad has returned. And this isn't even the Chinese one. I think we had a Chinese one. There was a time where we thought it was a Korean one. This is the Azerbaijani one. And he's going to be going up against the Spanish one. The chosen one. Anti-input delay advocator. This is Vortex. What does anti-input delay advocator even mean? Does that mean he wants more input delay? Or he wants less? I think it means he wants less. No surprise, this man does like his aggression, his micro, and his APM. Then again, like, I'd be careful about that, Vortex. You are getting on an age. We RTS gamers are old, so maybe we want the input delay. It's almost like, you know, assisted walking in a way for gaming. Mongols Irobids is what kind of attracted me to this matchup, by the way, guys. Historically, Irobids has been really good against Mongols, so while people hearing the name Flash and the name Vortex, they're leaning Vortex straight away. I wouldn't write Flash off here. This is a pretty brutal spawn, though. Come on. If this had been berries to the side, gold at the back, I think it's a very different game, but there's an opening here. So Flash can have to be quick about his reaction. Shot did come in, love that. Just hits the mining camp just in case his opponent's thinking about dropping off and walking away. And we are going to see a villager rushed here. Wow, no delay at all. And okay, he goes slightly in range there. That looks like Flash should be able to react. It's quite close, but the problem is he only has 3 villagers out here. Yeah, and the Swimmen have just arrived. Okay, wow. So we could have a very quick game here. Spears are going to be stabbing in. Flash. Wait, where's the reaction? Yeah, he just pulls away. Okay. So he's going to forfeit over. He has got Growth Wind coming in. Mining camp isn't going to die quickly, remember. You have got the fire armor, so it's not an easy kill. I'm imagining that the goal here is to go up to probably 4 spearmen, possibly the 5th, and then you go for the deer stone. You could get tempted into the silver tree here. The problem is, like, trading against a civ that likes to just build desert raiders or fast castle doesn't sound great. The good news is you know you can't easily fast castle with the gold being blocked, but we've seen Ivids have solid answers here. What you're expecting out of this play from Vortex, what you're expecting your opponent to do is build an archery range. Build 2 to 3 archers, and then build a ram. That's a big investment, guys. Ends up being 150 wood for the archer range, 200 for the ram, 240 for the archers, to counter out what was essentially, 150 wood and then 160 plus 100 outposts. And also, it's the staggered delay of this, right? Like, what does the Mongol player get in return? Not only does he now have you on a predictable path where he can follow up Keshiks, but he's delayed you from your real goals. Could have gone for the early dervish. The problem with the early dervish play here is you'd be diving an outpost. An outpost with full spearmen inside would be enough to slowly kill you. To make matters worse, I would not put it past a play like Vortex to wait for the dervish to get a bit too close and then jump out, stab, jump back in. A play that I've been wishing for more players to do. Because in theory, if you min-max it, where you shoot your arrows in the non-garrison, you could actually essentially, like, 1.5 extra DPS, in fact. Is the high ping matchup for someone? I don't think it's as high as you think. Because if Flash is really from Azerbaijan, that means it is basically like the equivocal of playing someone like B, really, right? Slightly further away from like Moscow and that side of Russia, but the distance is comparative between Spain and Azerbaijan. Isn't Chinese? That's what I'm not sure of. Because I thought he was Chinese, but I think this might be a different Flash to the one I was thinking of. His account does show as Azerbaijani. That's what's got me scratching my head. It could be inaccurate location. You know, I'm going to make a judgment call. I think this is the Chinese guy. I think he's just made, like, an account that is pretending to be somewhere else. Because the account... Like, I would have noticed an Azerbaijani account in the top 10 in Season 3. Remember, we used to religiously cast pub games. And the Flash account back then used to be registered as Chinese. So I don't know why AB4 World is now detecting Azerbaijan. Considering I thought that the account allocation was done at the time of the profile creation. What buffs do Mongols need to be A tier? Keshik buffs, probably. Maybe a slight Magadai buff. I think actually more than that, just maybe an economy buff makes enough sense for them. I don't think they're that far off. I've said this before, like, Mongols are like high D tier when it comes to comp play. Maybe A tier, actually. It's just they're situational. Not every civ needs to be generically applicable. As much as people hate to say, like, hear that. It's not really possible to achieve that with asymmetrical design. There'll always be some civs that will probably feel better on a broad spectrum. But we've seen certain matchups Mongols be dominant in. And this is sick. Are you kidding me? Flash, he's gone to TC. It got scouted. And the immediate reaction from Vortex is to go Magadai. Well, we've got to really address why the hell we're seeing 2 TC here. Flash, he can't access his gold. If you can't access your gold, you can't rush feudal. Rush castle, rather. So that leaves you with one option. You either, like, fight at a disadvantage of feudal, because you don't really want to build desert raiders unless you can force Mongols to go Keshiks, or you try something creative. This is in the category of insanely creative. Ah, thank you, Dutra. I appreciate that. Okay, so we checked the Bilibili account. This is the Chinese Flash. Oh! I feel like we need a stereotypical kind of like Chinese, like 14th century vibe music track playing when we do that. The Flash now can extend his eco lead. And the Magadai idea is in theory cool. I'm still scratching my head a little bit. I thought he was going to arrive a lot quicker than this. Because, like, where's your dive point now? You could eventually hit the tree line. But look at the way the Flash is set up now. He's kind of linearized the choke point down the center between 2 TCs. That sounds very dangerous. And Flash, now that he knows it's Magadai, or if he does know it's Magadai, he can just keep skinning archers. So what's the plan here? Is it to bait your opponent to mass archers and then go Keshiks? Is it to bait your opponent to mass archers and then go Castle Age? Because Castle Age Kurotai with Magadai on a map like Cliffside, where the distance is short and the fights are linear, could be beneficial. Wait, is he trying to prep for an all-in? You've got to question why Vortex just done that. Why would he attack the House of Wisdom here? So there's two angles of approach here. One is he's whittling it down to go for a landmark snipe. The other possibility here is that he was baiting to dive for the Magadai. And judging by the fact one almost died, I think that was the intent. He was trying to distract Flash with a ping of aggro so he could dive in. I still wonder if it was the former, simply because, remember, the outpost alone will get those pings off your opponent. Flash now going to that ram. So we talked about this. Gradual scaling of archers to then clear out the outpost. It's finally going to look to tick that box. Other thing to keep in mind here is Flash isn't gold starved anymore with this TC placement. It's kind of sick. It's been a very long time since I've watched Ibid try 2 TC. Not so long since I've watched Mongols try dive. Yeah. So, like, why did Magadai suddenly become not a meme? There's two very important details to consider here. The last time Magadai were viable, we didn't have the Falcons. Scouting's important. It allows you to see over the tree lines to snipe more easily in. And then the other detail is the Khan Hunter with the range. These two things together gave a lot of volatility in the play on enemy's tree lines in a way that just didn't exist before. So clash over the outpost. Looks like it was a bit of a trade out. One of the outposts does go down. Honestly, Flash didn't get enough out of this. And he's starting to trend towards Castle Age, but the Magadai pressure was real. It's going to finally react with the archers on the back, but the spearmen are practically all removed. And your opponent is now scaling into Keshik. Keshik, they're diving. Nice hit. Isn't going to dive beyond it. Doesn't have undermesh yet. But we talked about this linear row down the center of the two TCs. It was meant to be Flash's upside, hard to rotate through. But when he falls behind like this in military mass, it can easily become his downfall. Yam is going to kick in, so we'll be able to disengage from the Desert Raider. Interesting that he's not actually sniping this guy out. Remember with the Desert Raider, Keshiks are unshackled. They get to kill whatever they want. Remains alive, and you've got a real problem. Magadai. It's like Flash. Still has a big problem back here. Garrison is at least keeping them in check. But that tree line is moving further and further away, folks. And he's concaving it more and more. As this happens, you're just going to end up with a thin veil protecting you. And the running issue here is the Falcon. Unless you can remove the Khan Hunter and the Khan, they're just going to keep cycling these. Because remember, it has a 30-second uptime. And it takes 60 seconds to come off cooldown. So if you have a Khan and a Khan Hunter, you see forever. And Flash, what? Was that a misclick? Villagers end up on the wrong side of the tree line. And wow, he just calls it. Doesn't see a way out of this sticky situation there. So the uncomfortable aggression of Vortex put the Ibids in a perplexing situation. I don't know, man. I think the 2TC idea is cool in theory there. The problem for Flash is more positioning than anything else. Never was able to get a wall up to kind of divide that backside of his tree line. And then from there, you just kind of saw him getting pulled left and right. Like, needed a Magadai solution. I think, in hindsight for Flash, Horseman, he had Deer, right? So, like, adding in a few Horsemen to chase down the Magadai could have maybe changed the dynamics a bit. It's always tricky because they can kite you out. The alternative is you just need to scale harder into archers. But I don't want to say that this 2TC build would have worked. Needs to be explored more, but there was some potential. I think more than anything, Vortex just outplayed him when it came to the usage of his units. Maybe Mongols don't need a buff after all. There you go. Who would have thunk it? Vortex was the buff the Mongols needed all along. All right. It's a little bit of a whiff of a game, but they can't all be winners. Still waiting for a response from Beastie-san. Reminder, like, Either way, 2 hours from now, we've got Scatterbrained versus Wham. I don't think that semi-finals will be today, by the way. I think Vortex versus either Scatterbrained or Wham will likely be the one happening on Thursday. So we need to try and figure out the other side of Le Bracket today. I mean, Beastie and B could be a series that eats up a lot of time on its own, to be honest with you. What do you reckon, guys? Do you reckon we're going to get 3-2 again with that one? I mean, we don't have moving out. You turn your Opera browser midnight mode, and I don't know how to turn it off. Midnight mode? You mean night mode? You mean dark theme, right? What's midnight mode? Rogan? If you mean dark mode, basically, and you come in here, wow, look, it's us. All you gotta do is in the top right corner, behind my head, of course. Here we go. Let me drag this down. So in the top right corner, just click in here. Oh, wait, it's not going to do it. All right, we'll go to window capture. It's because it's like it's a sub overlay, and like window capture like works on a linear like capture. So if we go window cap, it's like you go in here, look. Oh god, that's horrible. And then you can even choose nice little trims. Yeah, it's a nice amount of like different interfacing. You can actually have things as well, like the ads trackers. You can block all those things. This is the VPN thing I was talking about. You can basically have like a built-in VPN you can access, which is really handy. Because, you know, although it's not going to do much for your privacy, that's not the goal. Honestly, the thing that Opera GX's VPN does that I think is good enough, because what most people want out of a VPN, is that it allows you to pretend you're in a different place. And that'll get you access to, like, you know, different things on Netflix and BBC iPlayer, etc. So, yeah, very handy. And over here, this is where I was talking about the RAM limiters and things. RAM limiter, network limiters, the CPU limiter as well. We have 16 cores. We've got 64 gigs of RAM. We've got a 1 gig upload download. Most people don't have that. So for them, this is definitely a helpful thing to have. Exclamation up Opera GX if you want to check it out, by the way. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead. Turn that off. And let's get ready for another set. Good to fake you're from Azerbaijani. Too many cores, not enough core W. Well, mine is full core W. In fact, whoa, it's not today. I just realized. Why have I got the temperature on? Oh, because I want to show you guys how it's always cool. We've been like streaming over before, maximum settings, rendering everything. Still hasn't gone beyond 40 degrees on the cooler. Not bad. Oh, it was your shaders. Got you. So, we want to check again, see if we've got any other matchups. Baltoon is probably playing team games. Ah, my eye. My setup's so pretty. Thank you. I was weighing up whether we go back to the green screen, but I don't know, like it. Before, the green screen was just a dead giver because we just didn't have anything in the background. But now we've got so much cool stuff. We've got a banner up. We've got Elgato sound absorption pads. We've got all those cool little gadgets in the background. I just remembered I found my Dawn of War 1 Anthology Edition the other day. I need to bring that down here and slap that bad boy in the background. Hell you. Like, can't quite see them because they're behind the Elgatos. We've even got the OG Pokemon games. Yes, I did plastic seal it. Dude, do you know how easily these cases damage? I was surprised when I found it and it was like almost as good as new. Gotta protect that. That, by the way, my opinion, best Pokemon game ever. And then we've also got the Leaf Green edition back there, the Sapphire edition. I can't find my Pokemon Yellow container. Sadly. But anyway, let's have a look, see what games we've got here. It's so hard to instantly know the high-level players now, since I haven't been, like, Smurf watching for a long time. You guys want to have a look at a laser game? Let's see how a lasers training's coming along. Plays games with a gamma high. I don't know. I didn't know he'd done that. I guess it's just preference for people. Maybe it's more comfortable compared to like StarCraft 2 for him or something. I can kind of see that. First time I watched BC is okay, tonight we won't make fun of core. KB talks strategy real time. BC so folks he doesn't describe his thought process. Yeah, I mean like it's a different like focus on what you can do, right? Glad to see more people are enjoying the streams though. Ain't no way that's the best. Not wait, what? Dude, Pokemon Gold was good. Alright, a lot of the layer Pokemons just added a lot of, I think, kind of crappy Pokemon. Like, not to say there weren't some good hits, you know? But, like, things got weird when we started adding ice cream Pokemon. Okay. One and all. It's a laser watch time. That's right. For the first time on this channel, we're checking in on a laser. A well-known and talented StarCraft 2 Stormgate player who's taken an attempt at learning Age of Empires. He's been hard on the grind the last few weeks, so we're not checking him in his absolute infancy. I believe he did already hit Conk, right, chat? With French. And now he's switching into playing some Jean. So that's not bad. That's decent progress, right? There's a bunch of people in chat right now that only know how to play one Civ. Probably not to the Conk level. This guy is aiming to do it with two. Now, you could argue he's cheating because they're basically the same Civ. That's not true, though. They do function a bit differently. And they do encounter some problems like this. I don't know if he was expecting this lad to come at him with an outpost rush. He does it so subtly as well, but no, he pulls him into it. Okay, so Laser, this is like correctly done. The way you want to play this, against the spear pressure, you want to forward with Jean. Jean is threatening here. She has 150 HP, she can't die. The whole idea is you absorb blows on her from the spearman, and the normal shivers kill. Instead, Laser does it different though. Check this. So he pulls Jean, +1 villager. You really want to be chasing the enemy villies away. Instead, he's going to go for the torch route. Interesting. Purple in a little bit of a panic here. No, the commitment doesn't work. At this point, you might as well cut your losses, cancel, and run. Well played. Okay, so what did Purple really achieve with this? Nothing. They actually achieved nothing. They gave XP. They also gave the XP from the outpost kill. They gave a lot of XP to a laser. And I don't think it was entirely necessary. So, like, looking back at this, the problem that Purple ran into is when they came in with the spear pressure, they ran the spears away, a laser was already aggroing onto you, you dragged him in vision your outpost. This play from Purple makes a lot more sense if you aggro here, build outpost here, because then you don't get revealed. He kind of just screwed himself from the get-go with this play. Didn't show any XP? He should have got XP for it. Because it wasn't cancelled in the end, right? So, this is a lot of out of time for Jean. But this is going to be inevitable castle age, field age, rather. Looks like it's going to be castle age, actually. He's got 400 gold in the bank. But remember, you can just play pro scouts off of this. So, pulls away. That's going to be enough for the tech up. Not quite enough for a knight and pro scouts. And this long Dark Age, rather, has actually hurt the Ottomans quite badly. He doesn't have that much in the way of economy, right? Only 7 sheep at home. Meanwhile, it's 14 for a laser. Mining camp is going to start getting torched. I imagine... Is the laser just looking to go archers? I mean, he's been getting some coaching recently, and I'm pretty sure part of that coaching was frequently people saying, you only build knights. So with that in mind... Is He's going to want to find a way back onto that gold suite. Archer Sean? Archer Sean is usually reasonable, quite reasonable here, I'd say. It's a little bit dangerous if your opponent plays Sipahi. I'd argue you can do a lot with melee Jean here. The only reason you wouldn't is, like, later in the game, melee Jean suffers a lot against Janissary because you're a cavalry unit. So if you go range Jean, you can stay out of range. And the other value about range Jean later on is that you're able to snipe siege. So I think for that reason, like, if a laser's thinking long-term, beyond feudal, range Jean is just superior in every way. If we're thinking feudal all-in, I could kind of see melee. Sultan Hani coming in on the other side, so it looks like he's finally teching up, but can be notably later. I wonder, is this almost perfect timing for an upgrade to level 2? Because it has been 4 villages in total, including Jean, but there was the extra buildings, the extra fighting. I imagine a laser must be like, what, 1 building? Maybe away from being level 2. So we have got 5 spears still patrolling. And you can tell, by the way, like, he let the mining camp go down. If you want to keep the mining camp alive, not coming out to repair was very odd, right? So he clearly wants pro scouts, right? You could go wheelbarrow this. Likely we're going to be seeing double knight just to clear the spears, and then a move out back on the mining camp. Not sure if that's ideal the way it's been played then. Yeah, because he's repairing the mill. Like, if you wanted wheelbarrow, you would have queued it. So, like, to make this valuable, it's a little bit surprising that Laser's adding in extra scouts instead of an extra knight. Because at this point, you need to go back onto gold either way. So you might as well have, like, a second knight to raid with. And yeah, do I dare even look at the XP chart? Because I feel like a Laser should be close to there. Oh, no, I see the problem, guys. Yeah, look where he built his houses. He didn't build his houses out here. So that's a big amount of XP missing, because remember, she generates quite a lot from buildings. And because he used 3 extra on the School of Cavalry, it explains why she wasn't level 2, but we must be just a few XP away, because he's moving out towards the middle of the map. We do have a play back onto the gold. And remember, with extra scouts coming in, it's guaranteed. We are going to be seeing pro scouts here, as well as pressure for sure. So, a laser. Has he optimized this, or is this like a weird out? There we go. I was starting to doubt. I was like, is this an outpost rush at 7 minutes in? No, we do have level 2 ambushes with the range form. Stone gathering is underway, so the Ottoman player, he's trying to get into the military schools. That's going to be very slow. The thing I absolutely disdain about like military schools when you're under pressure here is the amount of time it takes them to return an investment. And you're also in a game against pro scouts, so you can already see how this paints an ugly picture for you. You need to be present. Military schools is about long-term investment. It doesn't immediately return value. Night dive is going to be good. Laser on point. Gets a freebie there. Arislitz did come in. Jean and the Knight can actually tank quite a lot of that. In the meantime, the spear count is going down. We are now seeing the military school coming in, but you already see it. Pro Scout's just a few seconds away. Jean. Sacre bleu. A laser barely gets it away. So she'll be able to heal up. Overall, like, this is pretty good for a laser right now. Something we haven't done so far is talked about the rank of their opponent. They're ranked 696th in the world, so actually quite respectable. A laser at the time of recording is ranked 200th. But remember, this player, like, on the other side, purple, I mean, he's had a little bit of an upward-downward swing, right? It's been between Conk 3 and 1 most seasons. 1 or 2 seasons he was Diamond. But he's been playing since Season 1. In fact, Season 1, they were ranked 165th in the world. Okay. More recent seasons, Season 7 was 355th. And then Season 8 was 678th for them. Reasonable player then. And once again, like, the diversity of Civ pool matters a lot here. You know, I'm looking at the combined games across all the seasons, so they're in thousands. You think a laser's new love is going to be Jean? I could see it. Like, Jean is one of the more micro-intensive civs in the game. All right, I'm just checking, confirming, because we might have BC versus B in like 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, so what is Purple's way out of this problem? Because I do feel like he's a bit pinned. Historically, like, Ottoman players would like to try and rush Castle Age against Jean, but I think with the Pro Scouts meta, the dynamics change. It's a bit hard to weave that easily, especially with the way it's now been played. A lot of static emplacements here. There is a value play eventually into the crossbow fortifications. I just don't know if we're really going to see it here. The reason is you get bonus damage against heavily armored units, aka the knights. Undermesh now on the way. You can see Laser's focused on that dive point. A ram play would be pretty sick here, but just as easily done is spamming knights. Once you're at like 10 plus knights, these outposts go down easily because Purple didn't actually gather additional stone to get fortifications. GG for a Laser, Pro Scout's unstoppable. I would be inclined to agree. One thing to remember is, once again, while Laser is high-ranking himself, he doesn't have the experience of breadth on all these matchups, right? Not just that, you are seeing that correctly. Purple went Pro Scouts. This is like B-esque build. We've seen this most commonly actually out of 3D Clans B. The whole idea is with the generation of gold coming from the Sultani trade network, you gradually get into Pro Scouts. So he's bringing his own food home. Game definitely not over yet. Pressure coming in. Just confirming. So we will have B versus BC in about 10 minutes. Which should be enough time for this. Remember, Jean is snowballing off of XP in these small skirmishes. That's why you can see Purple is just trying to trend towards Castle Age. Laser definitely could do with a bit more production here. A third stables makes a lot of sense with the amount of food gold he's got right now. Just to keep bombing out troops. Or a second archery range as well. I don't mind the archers, by the way. If you think about how they get out of jail here for the Ottomans, the Ottoman player is basically trying to scale into Castle Age so you can get Janissaries to contest the knights. But if you have archers, you have the direct counter into Janissaries. Nice blocker. Won't be able to get the extra deer home. Knights are still circling, looking for targets. I don't think that's secure. Well, once that tree goes anyway. Yeah, which has got 25 wood left. So that might be an opening for him. Knights still raiding. The tech up now on the way. He sneaks it on the south side. Great read there. Remember, what happened is a Laser, he shifted to the east side of the map to block the deer. And now Purple was playing off the assessment. 1, he's there. 2, he's going to want to stay there because he knows I want the deer. So Purple's trying to leverage the info he's given to a Laser to use it against him. Other side, this Laser now getting the chivalry. He's up to 12 knights. Reactionary tech up isn't the end of the world for him. Once you're at like 15 plus knights, it feels pretty good to go towards Royal Institute, because by the time you get the tech up, you'll probably be looking at 21 knights. SC2 players, in my opinion, better at transitioning to AoE4. Big debate. I believe the micro is slight advantage compared to, say, AoE2 macro gods versus SC2 micro gods. I don't think that tracks as commonly as you'd think. In the early days, that was very, I won't say an absolute fair standpoint, but fairer. There's more civs now. The civ dynamics matter a lot. Diamond Restoration is going to be coming out. Good fight for a Laser. Bad one for Purple. He's not ready. Minkasa has to back away from the gold. Jean now farming it up. Looks like the Imams are going to get struck down. Easy snipe points. And the villagers to follow up here. This may simply be over. Laser going to start to build that healthy economy lead. And you see how fragile it can leave you when you go for these type of castle plays. Food is also still a problem for Purple. He's got Madrissa. Sorry, berries and no Madrissa, no deer. He didn't get any additional home. I believe he's already used Anatolian Hills. Gold on the west side is still accessible. He's going to have to take the risk. It is further out there. A Laser should be moving a knight there now, trying to keep the pressure point. Instead, though, he's going to dive straight into the base. Dude has no chill. It's Pound Town. Lancer defense trying to come out here. Has got the ranged, the melee armor. I mean, the ranged armor is kind of necessary as well. The archers are doing double damage as a result of that. Villagers now are being sacrificed, and Alaza has found the perfect dive point. Meta aura removed, villagers gone, and nothing will stop this StarCraft 2 Pro from transitioning into Age of Empires 4. What do you guys think? Like, this outpost rush, I don't know if I would say it was the cleanest reaction from Alaza, but you can see how quickly the man's learning. It's only been a few weeks. How long would it have taken you guys to figure out that type of opening, right? Like, how bad would that have been for you? I think, like, it's not the best Civ Ottomans at the moment. We've talked about this. Like, the Jean Ottoman matchup is actually one where Ottomans should technically be favored because Janissaries, but never get there. But I think Alaza overall handled this pretty well. Maybe the macro a little bit cleaner on the transitional timings. He's holding extra resources for an all-in type approach. But I think he showed good temperament and patience here. Like, I think that's in some ways one of the bigger challenges of StarCraft 2 Pros is that game is so aggressively fast. You almost have to teach yourself to play a little bit slow of AoE4 so you don't commit too soon. All right. So we should be good to go. Yep. Let me update it. We're going to have BC versus B coming up very soon. I think they're getting ready to draft now. So we are going to have a best of 5 quarterfinals here. And then after that, we should be able to hop across into WAM versus Scatterbrained. A little bit of an update on the situation with Dumu Anathan. Dumu isn't available today, so we're going to try to figure those details out. Maybe I come live on Wednesday if it's late enough in the day to do that and a semi-finals. It's a bit tricky because that's now holding up the bracket in a very awkward way. Not ideal. Basically, like, I don't like to go live on Wednesdays because it's like the only day I have off in the week. I'm busy every single other day. So I'd like to be able to spend a bit of time with the fam. Yo, what is up, Gen Rod? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. You absolute legend. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the subs, people. Be sure to thank Gen Rod. But yeah, I think, like, ideally, I don't like going live on Wednesdays. Maybe I make an exception this week because for those who don't know, I've said I'm not going to be live on Friday. In fairness, though, we're going to be live Saturday and Sunday. So most weeks we go live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But this week, we aren't doing Friday. We're doing Saturday and Sunday, though, for King of Civilizations. Maybe we do tomorrow. Like my goal would be to have it so that if that happens, Dumu and Anathan play later on so that I can still go see my mum, spend a bit of time with my family, and then come on a little bit later in the day. But I do know that Ben likes to play early, not late, so it might be problematic. All right, so anyway, let me have a look here and see if we've got the draft ready to go. Draft not up yet, so it should be ready in a second. Because they did say they'd be available for now. There's no exceptions for family time. I mean, like, it's can sometimes flex. Like I said, on like a Wednesday, because I go to see my mum earlier on the day, and we go to like a nursery thing with the kids earlier on the day. It's like in the evening, theoretically, it's possible. But like the sucky thing, though, is like if we don't catch it live, so many people like, oh, I've already seen this because Beastie played on Wednesday, or like Dumu played on Wednesday, and then they just don't care, which is unfortunate. So it's like, you know, it's almost like you have to say to people, don't watch your other favorite creators, or you'll spoil it, which is just not reasonable. I don't want to say that as well because like I don't. It sounds like you're trying to dick on other creators, but it's just like it is one of the unfortunate things, right? I don't know. It has made me weigh up whether having open scheduling format is good or bad. Right? It has negatives. Like the availability thing is important so that people feel like they can just play in these and don't feel like handcuffed. I want the convenience of it, but it's like I don't know. I was thinking about like we talked about the other day, like rejiggling and having it so that like it starts on Monday and ends on Friday. But then I'd still have to rejig like the day that that I'm taking off, because then Wednesday would be where most quarterfinals at least be happening. In some ways, the ideal solution is like a double elim format at the end of the bracket, at least, where like at the top 4 you have a lower bracket. Because one of the biggest reasons why we have to like set it up so that we have a semifinals on Thursday is if we don't, you can have basically grand finals Thursday be a 2-hour broadcast, which for those that don't know would be considered an absolute failure of a planning for an event, because you are going to get really low viewership numbers on your grand finals day, which is the absolute opposite of what's expected to happen, right? So that's also why you'll see, for example, most shows will have things like show matches. They'll have a lower bracket finals into a show match to extend the duration of the broadcast so that more people can get in so they don't miss the finals. So like that type of thing is very important. So like in my mind, like maybe the solution is, you know, because you could argue that it's not fair to try and force a player like to play one side of the bracket to play their games before the grand finals. Most people have been fine with it. Almost every single person has been fine with it. Very rarely has there been a problem with that. But like some people maybe don't want to have to play like those 2 series back to back if their other opponent hasn't. It's like the flip argument is creating like a slightly twisted format where, you know, on this screen you can imagine you get to quarterfinals, you get to semis, the semis play, but then there's God, how would you do it actually? I think it would add like 2 additional series, because what you'd have then is you'd have upper bracket finals and a lower bracket finals. So you'd have 2 additional series. And I don't know if people would like that or lump that. I mean, it would like maybe make it a bit more rougher with open scheduling. It would maybe be a little bit hard for everyone to be able to like, you know, to think it was worth participating, because you're now adding potentially 10 more games they have to play in a week. It's challenging. And it's like you're increasing the amount of games they have to play, but you're not changing the prize pooling or anything, right? Start on Tuesday, maybe. That way you don't have a hole in the tournament. I think that actually exacerbates the problem, because then you're going to see even more of the more critical matchups being played on the weekend when I'm not streaming. Because like if people like I'm going to play my semifinals on Saturday, but on Saturday, let's say I'm working the EGC tournament, I now can't cover the games live, right? Thank you, Jada. Okay, so we're just waiting on the lads to get the draft going. Hopefully in a second. Think about 25% of your streamers you asking us for advice for your streaming. That's definitely hyperbole. Me discussing my thought process, like saying that is the equivocal of saying when Dimu is explaining why he's doing things when he's playing the game, he's asking you how to play the game. Giving you insights into why we do things is not necessarily me like asking you to make a choice. It's me trying to inform you guys. Because something you will not get on 99.9% of other streams is like these types of like back-end thought processes. It educates you as esports viewers in a way that I genuinely don't think you'll see almost anywhere else on the internet. Asking for feedback is great, yeah. And like, I'm not saying that I never go, what would you guys like to do? But my point is like, I don't know. Saying it's like 25% of our time is like us asking for advice. I don't know what percent I'd put on it. I don't know if I'd say it's 25%. I like to involve you guys because I've said before, like we're building a community. It's not just like, you know, it's my channel, sure, but like you guys are part of it, right? Like you're part of the journey. So I want you guys to feel like, you know, you're kind of involved, if that makes sense. But like a lot of the reasons why I talk about these things behind the scenes is like, you know, someone will say, why don't you do this thing? And I'll explain it, right? I think, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I think that's nice. It's kind of like, when you're a kid and the adult won't explain to you why something is, like you kind of, you accept it. But when you're older and they won't explain why something is, it's like, I'm not an immature kid anymore. I want to know the truth, right? I think, I don't know. I think sometimes I wonder if I'm too honest compared to most streamers on the internet. Or YouTube. All right, so we do have draft underway. Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, maybe I should just try to know a lot of these things, and then once a week we almost have a vlog live piece where we go through what's happened this week and the conundrums, almost like logging the journey. Because I've said I want to do more vlog type content. Watching a stream is a necessary part of growing up as a Twitch viewer. Exactly. Not just me going pog 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 and then just thumping the keyboard with my forehead. Although I do that a lot. When you hit 1,000 viewers, KP, 90% of us are ignored in chat. You can't answer everything. I mean, I think I put a pretty good onus on trying to. I remember a long time ago, years ago, when I was smaller, I remember someone I never forget it because I get where they were coming from, but it was always polarizing to me because there's so many layers to it. I remember a person was like, I love watching you and I don't want to tell anyone about you because then if you get big, you won't respond to my message anymore. I'm like, so the problem with that thought process is if I don't get big and I don't get successful, I won't be able to stream as much anyway because I'll have to go get another job. So it's kind of I don't know, I get when people I want to keep it small and wholesome and whatever and all this stuff. But actually, for a lot of creators, you need to scale, And I've talked about this where when someone hits a 4,000-5,000 average viewers, you're like, whoa, chill. Beastie has 1,000 people watching him on average, right? Whoa, Beastie, chill. Why are you putting so many hours in a month? Because he needs to make it while it's good, right? Because the reality is you'd think that when someone hits a really high point as a content creator, they'd calm down a little and just ride the wave, cruise the wave rather. They don't. They ride the hell out of the wave. And the reason why a lot of content creators do that is, I think the best way as I put it is Ludwig's the half-life of a content creator is 3 or 4 years, right? You might be big today, but you won't necessarily be big tomorrow. Look at how times change with Ninja, right? Shroud, whether it's your own taste change or the audience desires change or whatever, there's so many variables at work you can't predict for. So that's why that's why people try to grow bigger to bigger to bigger and grind harder and harder and harder. It's they're trying to basically, while they're relevant, get all the value. Answer way more than other streamers? Yeah, and I like that. I've always said one of the biggest value points of Twitch over YouTube, and I love both of the platforms, right? YouTube does have live as well. I keep checking on you guys. No, it's chatty. I know YouTube is I always think YouTube is more of the chill viewers in the background, whereas Twitch is a more hardcore for the interaction point, right? I think that's a fair comparison. But the thing that makes live streaming very unique compared to curated edited content is the way that there is a direct conduit between me and you in communication. Now that does sometimes get warped, and I think that's wrong. And that is the God, there's a term for it. Parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships is a very big issue in the age of streaming. Very big issue. It's all twisted. A lot of people feel almost... Not a lot of people, but some people feel they are inclined or obligated to the privacy and details of a streamer or whatever. They have a friendship or a brothership or whatever that doesn't really exist. It's just in their head. And that is where the positives of live streaming can become a negative experience, where it's always important to say I love the community we built, but you guys, realistically, we're not best friends. We're not going to go to the pub every week, right? It just doesn't work that way. But we have there is a relationship as viewer and streamer. It's just sometimes you see that get warped. I think I had a guy the other day, I don't know if he was joking, because I think it was on the live stream where Core was asking me in chat, but he typed, real talk, KP, where are you staying in Hamburg? I'm like, I'm not comfortable giving you that information. If you want to see me, I will be at the garrison for 4 days next week. And catch me there. You don't need to catch me in my hotel. Down to watch Hell's Kitchen or MasterChef on YouTube during stream. A lot of streamers do this stuff during downtime. Oh god. Like the react. Do I become what I've crapped on for a long time there? Because I've said for a long time that I absolutely hate the reacts meta that content creation's in. It's the most uninspiring flat crap ever. The comparative, like, it's actually just as bad as AI generated content, if I'm being real with you guys. Because like what you're doing is instead of creating original content, you're siphoning other people's creativity and giving them nothing for it. Because exposure's a meme. Just had to send a quick message. Like to think if KP ran into one of us at pub and he wasn't busy with chat, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm very open with people. Like, I think compared to like a lot of people in the industry, I'm quite. I don't know. I try to just treat everyone genuine. It's always been a big thing for me. When I done my very first event in Dota 2, people were like, oh, you need to get in real close with like Shiva and Owen because they're big and they'll make you big, they'll make you a star. And I was like, that's not me, right? Like, I'll go and I'll treat everyone equally. And if they like me, they like me. If they don't, they don't. And I'll move on with my life and we'll figure out something else, right? So like, I remember when I was at that first event, I don't talk to him as much these days, but some of you from Dota 2 might know a guy called Sniff. He'd only play Chen. He was like a laser in his French, right? But Sniff was like just an admin, right? This is what most people have said. He was just an admin on Dream League. I spent a lot of time talking to him and the other admins, right? Whereas like, you know, when you're a player or a talent or whatever, you almost, I don't want to say you're put on a podium with like fanciness, but you get what I mean, right? Like there's us and there's them sort of thing. And I don't think a lot of people push that narrative per se, but like there's almost it's almost like the undertone thing of like what's written there is like, oh, these people, like, we don't interact with them. I just don't feel that way. If I think you're interesting, I think you're interesting. I think everyone can be interesting. I think the worst things about React content is that there's no exchange of arguments, so you can easily sway the content you're commenting on. I mean, no, there is a reaction, and that's where it gets really greasy, muddy, what the hell's going on. And that's like the reaction is, now I react to your react if you react, right? That's the meme. That's the watching your stream with and watching your stream with and watching your stream, right? Like the react to the react to the react to the react to the react is the equivocal of if I do this. Right? Because now, once I've done this, we are going to stagger into ourselves again and again and again. Right? Imaging this is a perfect metaphor for what React's content is. It is an infinite cycle of react to react to react until it's been bled dry. Infinite content. All right, looks like the boys are hopping into games, so we should be ready to hop in a sec. So I'll get predictions ready for you guys. Okay, Lipany, Roos versus Juji. Yeah, we didn't talk about it, but Juji made it through the draft, which is kind of wild. All right, 20 seconds in. Let's toggle our scores on. So Juji versus... Not all reacting content is bad. Sure, not all, but if we're being totally real, most are. Most are like lazy, watches the video and says 2 words every like 3 minutes. And the user's like, preach, brother, preach. Something like that, you know? One and all, last week, this was the matchup of the week. The most epic series we had for the previous edition of Midweek Muster. Let's see if it can deliver again. We are here in quarterfinals for a showdown between B and B. Beastie in the yellow playing as UG, and B kicking us off with the Roost pick. Yeah, these are 2 of the most coveted civs in Age of Empires 4 right now. On a map where both can function very well. On a map where Pro Scouts is pretty damn good, but you know what? B spawners just a bit better. Look at that. Double deer stack retracted behind his base. Beastie with divided attention here. That's very important. Knowing how B likes to play this, usually he'll go for a deer shove in, but I'm wondering once he sees this spawn if he just takes the deer from the enemy side instead. We have got the fabled free scout opener that we know Beastie, or B rather, loves to commit to. And he's divided it perfectly. Checks the north corner, catches Beastie. The other scout, only scout, had only recently came home with the rotation. We didn't get a double scout beginner, so this is pretty brutal actually. It means that Beastie locked in now at 12 sheep. B should be able to inflate up to probably about like 16 sheep, possibly more. We do have a pause for a second, so bear with us. That gives us time for a sheep count. I do not know why I'm going to pause. What? Why does B's perspective freeze everything? Alright, someone clip it and ship it to me on Discord. I need to report that to the devs. That's weird. It's showing resources through, like, the shroud. But everything else, like, disappears. But on Beastie's POV, everything's correct. But, okay, so we just can't check B's POV for this game. Apologies, folks. I don't know what's caused that. We are a little bit behind now, so we'll just quickly speed up. That's very weird. That is very, very weird. I've never seen that before. This looks like the... Is it working? Okay, it's working now. That's a very weird observer bug. Okay, so do we have a remake? We must have a remake. I think he crashed. That's what happened. Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. That was odd. I've never seen it do that when it crashes before. Interesting. I wondered what the hell it was. I assumed it was just like an observer bug. I was like, what caused this? Did we click on something? So it looks like we got a remake. Looks like there was a crasheroo. Can we just appreciate for a moment that KPM is giving us crazy good matchups and cores? Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad people enjoy it. Are you talking about Quinn? Oh, what, the guy who done Path of Exile originally and then kind of evolved beyond. That's like another inherent thing. I think sometimes that's what people are scared of, is like their creator will grow, and if their creator grows, they'll move beyond their game. It happens all the time, right? Happened with Grubby. You know, happened with Beastie, with StarCraft, and went AoE and grew. It is an inherent thing, is like there's only so much you can grow in an audience, and then there's an expectation that you might move beyond. I've said it before though, like my goal isn't to move beyond. My goal is to like wrap it up in a bigger product thing. Like I love the idea of being able to still keep hosting AoE4 tournaments. Like I love the idea of being able to get to a stage where we go and do tournaments in 4 or 5 different games a year. Right? Now some people aren't gonna like that because they're like, KP, what the hell? That's not as many hours in AoE4. Yeah, granted, but like the hours that will be there will be more special. And the other cool thing is it helps grow the game in a way that doesn't usually get praised, which is you're then looking at new audiences coming in from different games. That's why I've in the past said how important it is to actually create tournaments that invite creators from different backgrounds into our ecosystem. That gives them a way of participating, right? Imagine you have a tournament where Marine Lord and Lyric play together, you know, and Beastie gets like Buddha, and then, you know, all these people who aren't good at AoE4 get teamed up with you. That gets the what I call the crossbleed. The whole idea is that like their audience could be attracted to now the game, but also the content creators they're interacting with that are involved in the game. yeah, there's loads of kind of cool impacts there. But we're just waiting for the lads to begin again. I'll cancel the bets and we'll kick them off again. I'll run a minute of ads while we wait. No, the sheep count was quite even, but the rotation wasn't complete. I think B would have came out better for that still. You get so big, I can't interact with the player caster. I'm drinking wine alone. You can. You just have to, like, donate $100 to me each time. I wouldn't focus on that. Like, even if we got to the stage where we're, like, 10,000 people and I struggle to catch every comment, I know I'd put the effort in where I can. And the difference as well is, like, you were there in a way that the people that arrive when I'm 10k big weren't. Like, you've built memories, you know? It's not a bad thing. What's the chance we see Age for next EWC? 0. I've been over this before. Like, I don't think you're going to see an RTS this year. The remaining slots, we went through it, chat, right? Marvel Rivals seems likely. There's still a fighting game from last time. I think Tekken got announced, or Street Fighter. No, Street Fighter got announced, Tekken didn't. Fortnite hasn't been announced. I think those ones are going to slot in naturally. Maybe even the new PUBG could make an appearance there. You're just not, like, Age 4, like, RTS is a dying genre in the eyes of the wider esports scene. We aren't growing, we're contracting. So the one that, like, had the reach was StarCraft 2, because it had legacy viewers, people who didn't play anymore but watched. The Age of Empires 4, while it has some people that watches, it doesn't have enough legacy viewers to even be considered. Even Age 2, I don't think is big enough. Maybe I'm wrong on Age 2. Like, I think there's this very small percentile chance Age 2 could get there. But Age 4 just doesn't have the legacy brand in RTS yet. Alright, guys. So. Thank you, Aaron Paul. Appreciate the bits, mate. Founding member of the KP crowd. There you go. You were here at the beginning. Alright. Here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get into it. Let me kick the predictions off for you guys again. So B versus Beastie. One and all, last time these two clashed, it delivered the series of the week. I expect nothing less than a repeat of that experience. B and B facing off in midweek muster number 16. Quarterfinals upon us. A damn fun one as well. Juji in the yellow for Beastie. B with a roost. We did get a quick remake here. Looks like there's a little bit of crash behavior. We're back into it. And honestly, the spawn is worse for the guy who crashed. B, he had a little bit of an oopsie-doopsie. He actually had a really beneficial double deer back spawn. Now it's double forward. This is more contested territory. Meanwhile, Beastie gets the one slivered off to the side, far, far away. And I think his rotation, yeah, if he dials back on himself, it's actually really good here. He's got 3 sheep in the corner. He's going to go deeper. B is going to not see him. That's really important. Remember, he's gone 3 scouts here. And so far, he hasn't done well for it. No, they are neck and neck on sheep count, despite the fact he's got triple scout. He's going to make up for it in the corner now. That is a triple sheep over here. But B, he might actually win by a heavy haul of sheep here. Beastie has ran into no man's land. And B is now going to that corner. Yeah, he's going to find the back sheep. Very important here. So overall, Beastie's going to end up with probably about 10 sheep maximum. B is going to be closer to like 15 to 18. And usually that would sound really bad for free scout play. But remember, with the roost, you don't sacrifice villages. You have hunting cabins. And you want those scouts anyway. Because this is going to be all about the pro scouts. So Golden Gate coming through. Medigard on the other side. We don't see a high value on here. No, there weren't great options. These berries wouldn't have been worth walking that far out. So he just plays it safe close to him. Takes the 36 food. Gets the 25 gold, 25 stone. Overall, this is a reasonable grab. 86 resources on Lipany is decent. He could have alternatively went double gold, but the logic here is usually going fast castle rush, contesting relics. You'll have a lot of gold, but what you wouldn't have a lot of is stone. And some of his sin is a lot of people tend to lean into stone now with the new fast castles, usually pro scouts builds. The reason is by the time you're done gathering relics, you're probably going to have about 250 stone, which you either use now to commit into outpost to defend yourself, or you're almost at what you need for a town center, which is usually the next logical step for Juji around 14 or 15 minutes. Meanwhile, B, Golden Gate coming in as expected. Gold spawns are going to be forward-facing, but there isn't going to be a rush onto the gold from here. We do have the deer shove in. Yeah, look at what he done as well. He basically takes the further away deer and pushes it into his base. I like this. Means that if BC does come across to your side and try to take your cake, you can just slap it out of his hand, right? It's going to be much harder for him to get his hands on. So, what I would be expecting here is maybe he spends 30 seconds upon tech up shoving the deer to here, shoots them down, and then runs across to Beastie spawn. Because then you just end up ahead on the account. Of course, Beastie will benefit from a much quicker Pro Scouts unlock. Yeah, B slightly delayed by the hunting cabin generation. Looks like he got, what? Yeah, 15 gold and 18, so not the best. Does now have it coming in. Beastie. This is the interesting rebalance point. You'd think that Zhuji are a mile ahead with Pro Scouts here, but the difference maker is the fact that Roos just have these hunting cabins. So they already have the scout generators. For Beastie, he needs to delay himself an extra 30 seconds. He even rushes with 7 to build up the stables. And now we've got supervision underway to quickly vomit out the scouts. Interesting. So B isn't going to try to contest Beastie's deer grab whatsoever. Why would this be the case? I think for B, the thing he's worried about is if he finds the enemy scouts gathering, he can just destroy them with the scout advantage. The negative, though, is if Beastie sees you coming, he'll react by pumping out 2 horsemen, and then you lose the fight. All of a sudden, you can't take your opponent's deer, you're not taking yours quicker. So B's just playing it a little bit safe. This is nice and clean, though. 10 seconds out on Pro Scouts, he's pretty much in range of the TC. And we are going to see the rack. So now he's going to follow up with a contest. The contest is going to be a little bit late, though. It should be anyway. Beastie, yeah, he's going to be able to take these deer home safely, and he's already moved out the west side. I'm not entirely sure that the Spearman play is going to be worth it here for B. It's possible he's paranoid that there's a horseman coming. He could just hold, though. Like, he doesn't have to produce out of this. The worry is, like, if you're not producing spears here, is this about men-at-arms? And if so, why? Against Yuji, the most likely plays usually are going to do in Castle Age is Lancers or Palace Guard. Palace Guard can kite men-at-arms, and Lancers can beat them. So, has to find value for the spears now. We have seen B has some very creative approaches with these type of builds, especially with Roos. If you guys didn't catch it, we did cast one a little bit earlier in this round of the tournament. He's done it this week. He's done it previously against very talented players. What he does is he just spams the crap out of spears. Up to like 20, forces you to overreact, and then transitions. In the meantime, he gets a lot of map control from those spear spams. Nice little wolf from Beastie. Yeah, so you might be aware of like this raid from spears, but the other thing is also horse archers down the line. I don't think B wants to go horse archers here. The main reason is against Zhuji, they can just scale Jugnu. Now, the trade-off there is Jugnu are not very mobile, so you can't really choose where you fight, but it very much stops B from committing. Big focus point is going to be about these relics, though. I think that's why Beastie most likely wants to just find his way into Lancers. Gives him momentum on the map. The interesting thing about Lipany compared to some other maps is how linear in nature most of the relic spawns are. They're all center bound. So you're pretty much like wearing your next play on your heart into the mid. His next play from Beastie, Shaolin Monastery is going to be coming in. Other side of this, B a little bit slower, to be expected due to the Tang Dynasty discount for Zhuji. Because of the quicker build speed, B might need to go up to like 12 villages to contest. Looks like he is going to move in quick enough to deny one of the Pro Scouts. Second one is heading north. Okay, so slight edge for B, but nothing crazy here. Why does Beastie have 2 different kinds of scouts? It's a weird UI bug in Capture Age. The starting scout registers differently, just as any scout coming out the TC registers differently than ones coming out from a stable. I think this UI bug used to exist with different civs as well, but it got fixed for most. Zhuji and Chinese still have it. So, HDH coming in. B did set up nicely. Get your numbers in, folks. You know the minigame. Yeah, remember, the way this works, hunting cabins don't interfere with high trade house. That was a change made a while ago. It is going to be the archer range beginning. Makes sense because his opponent didn't go Chug like we talked about. So Lancers are going to be coming out. It's all about timing here. BC just needs to get out, Pick our relics, get home before the horse archer mass gets too big. Rough start there, losing some of the scouts. He's keeping vision on the flanks, though. Like this, he does see the archer range, so knows what he's up against. Is there a world in which he tries to open horsemen here? I haven't really seen anyone experiment with Zhu Ji, but one thing Zhu Ji have that's very sick for it is Dali horses. Does benefit lancers as well. The problem, though, is that horse archers can kite you more easily, considering your move speed is the same versus horsemen that are quicker. What do you think minute Roos will go into gold? 17 minutes? I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 19 minutes. I don't think this is a matchup where you really profit as much from going knights as Roos. Because although you have boys fortitude, Dali horses increases DPS. So it kind of offsets your extra health. And, you know, Zhu Ji inherently are a civ that can generate a lot of gold anyway. They turn a 4k gold vein into a 4.8k gold vein. They get all the taxation extra from producing units out of buildings. I think for B, it's more likely he thinks crossbows or men-at-arms, and either of those, you can afford with passive gold. Speaking of passive gold, relics on the way home. That is going to be 2 being picked up already by Beastie. A third one could be yoinked soon. And the first horse archers are on the way, but they are going to be slow. Scout's not really able to do much here. Oh, at least going to force a wall out of him. Beastie has got the Lancers diving in here. I like this, though. The focus fire just to get rid of the horse archer. Spearman did just get fettered up, so DPS increase. Monk does have the 2 melee armor. He will eventually die, but he's going to get this close to home. While that's happening, we already have Beastie moving north side. This is tricky, man. Like, this is the very big difference between B and Beastie's timings. Not only was Beastie quicker to the castle age, but also his landmark produced these. Beastie has exploited the fact that B had to go high trade house. Abbey of Trinity would have contested this in a way that HTH does not. So, Monk gets flattened by the relic. So we finally got the first relic being picked up by B. More warrior monks are on the way. Looking like a 3-2 split. 127 gold from the HDH. Now, this is awkward. Any other matchup, I'd look at this and say getting 2 relics versus 3 is a win for Roos because they got 127 gold from a high trade house, as well as 35 gold from the D per minute. That's great. That's 2 extra relics. Zhu Ji on every civ, folks. Pagodas. Now, if Beastie gets to Pagoda, each of those relics he gathered will be worth 250 resources. So yes, you got an extra 160 resources per minute, but your opponent is now getting an additional 250 over what he would have got otherwise. This is the tricky thing about Zhu Ji. They warp the narrative in a similar way as to what HRE do. Now we have the Zhug switch. B's pretty much invited him into... I wonder if this is intentional, where he just wanted to play into Spearman, deal with the Lancers, knew the Zhug reaction was coming, because he doesn't have men-at-arms following up. The difficulty is now just getting in position with that play. What he can at least do with the Horse Archers is just raid. Remember, we've got Pro Scouts for the time being, but Pro Scouts quickly starts to run out at this stage when you divide the map like this. It's not realistically that much deer left. S-tier wall lol sound. Yeah, why don't we have more unique wall lol sounds if we have the Shaolin Monk wall lol sound, you know? I just thought this. Buddhist monks don't have a unique wall lol sound, even though their wall lol does unique things. What the hell, man? So men-at-arms and crossbows now blobbing up. I think this is now fine for B. He has the answer to Zhug, he has the answer to Lancers. He has a very strong timing ahead of him, because BC is going for the greed. He wants Yuan. This is a sick read. If B is assuming the logical play here, like he lost the relic race, 3 is enough to justify the play into Yuan to secure the pagodas. But that means that BC is going to be weak for the next 2 minutes. If B can find that timing, he could break him. They've got Lancers trying to draw a lot of attention on the flank. Sacred sites are being locked in. B, I'm starting to wonder if he actually does realize. I mean, this is what's crazy to me. He has 7 scouts, but he hasn't looked at what his opponent's doing. It's crazy, right? Like, So often people build all these scouts, but they forget to use them for the purpose of scouting. Meanwhile, you had Beastie, like, when he was done pro scouting, he brought them over here, he brought them over here. He saw everything. I think B maybe has been a little bit slower on siphoning information here. He's moving forward for his move now. Yuan hasn't been committed into. I like this. BC is reinvesting into military. Meantime, Lancers are going to dive in. Does find the villagers. The crossbows are starting to trickle out. Needs to be careful. B right now is distracted. Instead of diving in, he's reacting to this play, and it's giving time for Beastie to make the first move. Zhug reveal themselves. The Saint's Blessing is going to come in big, though. Repeated crossbow damage is getting reduced. After they just got the bolt magazines, that damage now going to be offset. And the men-at-arms themselves just don't even feel a tickle here. Too much armor. Warrior Monk is going to be prio-sniped down. He's starting to break through, though. I don't think there's enough ripple damage on the backside of this. No, the walls are going to be going up in time. Beastie in trouble in the base. He will temporarily reset here. He's dealing with the lance on the flank. The wall does go up just in time. Men-at-arm crossbows are now coming, so we'll start to sweep through the remaining lances. Meanwhile, in the base, the Zhug feel like they're running out of firepower here. He's focus firing down all the unarmored units, so good micro by Beastie so far. Needs somewhat of a front line, though. The MAA are becoming a problem. Horse Archers now going for the snipes. We'll be able to find the taxmen, as well as some workers. It's like Scout. Someone's going to get the kill. Nice. Sick kill there. B saves a life. Scout isn't going to get the kill. And remember, this is an opportunity now for B to keep the pressure up while having free sacred sites. And Beastie, we talked about the trade-off of letting him get free relics. It's no pagoda. It's a full reinvestment, so he doesn't actually have that economical edge we were expecting. B now able to dive over. Outpost being built up is going to be a fail. And it's going to be a 2 TC approach. Sorry, 3 TC approach from Beastie. Wow. Okay, that explains a lot about this. The numbers seemed a bit deceptive after the reinvestment off of Yuan. And it's going to be a greed too far. B finds the perfect time to punish the reigning champ in the opening game. We're set up for one hell of a set. Wow. Really, really crazy start to this. All right, so let's mark it up. That's going to be a win for the Roos. Yo, what is up? There's the legend, Marv. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome back. All right, so predickies. Yeah, B wins. Not that many people gambling on him. Shame on you. This man is so unpredictable sometimes. So good beginning to the series for him. Where do we go next? This B guy doesn't ban Juji. No, Marine Lord, get it right. This B guy doesn't ban Juji and then beats them. That's the important revelation there. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now, guys, so that you don't have to worry about them in-game, by the way. If you want to keep talking, subscribe. BC's all-time record better than B? Sure, but like... BC's draft looks great. Yeah, I mean, he got... So we've got Holy Island to consider here. B's probably got English for that. You've got Japanese in response. I feel like Japan's quite good there. Delhi is usually towards the end. Chinese at the beginning. Malians has just been growing in popularity. The Byzantines is quite nice for coastal here. I don't know. I always feel weird when B pulls out Ottomans, though. If there's a player that can make him work as him, but it's just like at the same time, you know, when you're like about a city, like, look, you can be the best hit in the world, but bro, have you seen Ottomans recently? It has that kind of feeling to it. Even if you are incredibly talented, it's still a very difficult civ to justify in the end. I don't know. I can see the route to victory for B. Like, what's BC's clean answer to Jean? I think Japan can be okay there. But, like, if the map's good for pro scouts, you've got problems, right? Where does Beastie go next? Maybe Prairie? Malians or Japanese, right? Probably Malians. B's answer to that would be what? Order of the Dragon? I'm not crazy about OTD versus Malians on like an open map like Prairie. It could just be like Jean versus Malians. We have seen a few people playing Biz on Prairie. But let's see. Let's see where they're going to go. They're now loading in, so we should be able to see in a second. You know what's so appropriate about calling someone the GOAT? Is like we have sheep in this game. So does that mean like one person's the GOAT and the rest of the sheep? Shower thoughts, guys. Shower thoughts. Okay, are we actually in game or not? Because we can't load it yet. Did we just have a crash? I think so. All right. Sorry, guys. Taking a little bit longer than expected. Cow is the GOAT? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't make his head big. Another day of lovely stream? Oh, yes. We're figuring out whether we maybe go later, live later in the day on Wednesday as well, but we'll keep you guys updated on that detail. Goat as a neutral food source. Yeah, dude. Do we just call it Marine Lord? Just in the wild, just a goat that like we should start naming goats. We should start naming the sheep on the map, right? Just one of them's called like Marine Lord. Donk. Right? Because then what you get to do is you get to like brag, I beat Marine Lord. I killed him. Destroyed him. And then I ate his lungs, his liver, all of it for power. Like a very dark version of Highlander. A very dark version of Highlander. Yeah, I think what's happening is maybe B's having some tech issues. Yo! What is up? Willy Wombat is back. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. And that is a train start. Choo-choo. Get him coming in. How many unique subscribers are we at this month? Okay, so plus goal only says 11, so we've got some way to go. We've got to make sure we hit that. If we keep hitting it, we get paid out more of the cut per month. But just keeping an eye on if the lads are ready to get going. I think B's just had to reset his PC quickly. Sorry about that, guys. Yo, what's up, Les Trez? Thank you. Appreciate the gifted sub. Paying it forward. Respect that. Also, remember, guys, I know some of you got those Prime subs. It's the start of the month. How have you not used them? That is atrocious. Maybe you were saving it. You're like, hey, I'm going to go drop this in X streamers like channel. Too bad. Maybe they weren't live today. So you got to use them here. Like the Chickless just did. Genius. Twitch Prime smells so good. You know how like the Prime drink sucks, but the Twitch Prime sub just tastes so good. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you, thank you. Also, by the way, while we're waiting for them to set up the lobby, perfect moment to remember to go and check out Opera GX. We are working with them this month to show you things like this handsome fella right here. That's right, the stream section thing's going to happen. I'm sorry. But if you want the stream section thing to stop happening, you need to quickly close the browser you're on, download this one, create an account, and then come back here. And by then, I won't be looking at myself. Because Opera GX is popping. Love the dark mode. Love the built-in things such as the ad blockers that come with it, which is the perfect time because I noticed some people on Twitter today saying that their ad blockers for things like uBlock and whatever weren't being updated on other browsers anymore. So perfect time to take advantage of good old Opera GX is always on top of it. Exclamation mark Opera GX if you want to try that. And they are going to be with us throughout the month. So another reason to lean them. You know, if you like me and like this stream, like this community, I don't see the other browsers around here sponsoring streamers. Just good old Opera GX. What I need you guys to do is like tidal wave succeed in the signups. And then I go to Opera GX and go, bruh, you should sponsor our events. All right. It's going to be Holy Island, so we're getting the Japanese-English matchup. I wondered if he'd force it this early. That's very interesting. All right, we'll get predictions ready, though. Okay, so let me flip score. think we're ready to go. Oof. A heated start to this series, one and all. Welcome back to B versus Beastie. G2, we're heading into good old Holy Island. It is going to be the classic of English going up against the classic new gen in Japanese. Yeah, a matchup that for a while Holy Island was dominated by Juji versus Japanese. Juji's already out of the picture. So Beastie, he had a lot of versatility here, actually. I've got to give it to him. When you think about what he could have done this map, he had the Juji pick as a potential. He had the Chinese pick, had the Japanese pick. Overall, half of his draft works for this map, but he looks to get it out of the way now just to thin the draft from his opponent. It's going to be the English pick. I don't feel like B gave over anything predictable, valuable here elsewhere, shall we say. English just made sense for this map. This matchup, though, gotta say, I think English has been looking a little bit better because Japan also got a heavy hit. Remember, their fishing boats are less discarded now, 56 wood instead of 45. Meanwhile, you only pay 67 as the English. And on top of that, things like the King gives you free harassment. The opportunity to get into just a few archers also gives you longbow play to open with. Very important to keep in mind because a Japanese player is going to want to open with Koka Township. Shinobi harassment, right? Like, this is the interesting dynamic. It's like the King won't be able to hold that back, but the longbows can counter it very well. Still expecting Abbey Kings to begin with, but just keep an eye out for the LB play. It's definitely more popular when you have that forward tree line spawn that sometimes happens on the island, but it is also possible the back. It's just you tend to do it a little bit later. Overall, by the way, good spawn for Beastie. He got the back tree line. He got the gold near the tree line as well. So harassment points are kind of limited for B, even once he gets to the King. Because you can just set up an outpost here. It blocks a raid from one side onto your tree line and onto your gold. So then you just basically wall a tiny bit here near the TC. And then you can just push the tree line up here. It's like the fish spawns are, I want to say, relatively balanced. Slightly better off for B. They look a little bit tighter closer to the coast. But like overall, I'd say, given the random gen of AoE4, this is fairly reasonable. Maybe just a little bit tighter for B towards this like outskirt one, right? This one's a bit far forward. But that's like long-term fishing. Mid-early fishing should be pretty fair. Beastie always gets good spawns. Well, I mean, like, that's how it works, right? When you beat Marine Lord, you basically absorb his essence. You know, like when you're in those RPG worlds, and the kind of narratives where when you kill the person, you get like all of the stats, the special abilities, the gear, or whatever. Like Marine Lord, you just basically you get this little skill that says Emerald Spawn. It doesn't have a description, you just know. So wait. We took away all the sheep. Sheep, usually the map is decided before sheep, but what I will say is that the highest level of Holy Island, we've reached a stage with Holy Island where it's been played out so much that the early phases don't immediately end the game like they used to. There's a lot of comeback elements to land play we've seen more recently. So that may matter a lot, because that means if BC gets pushed off water, he only has 13 sheep. Meanwhile, B has 24. So how did you guys gamble on this one? 71% for Beastie. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I believe it was either 29 or 22% for B when he won game number 1. Careful. You guys might be chat cursing this? Coconut on the way, though. Where's the raid point? I mean, it's a 4 gold, so this is pretty good, actually. B's probably going to have to react with an outpost to feel safe here, especially considering when Abbey Kings. The only alternative would to be to do something crafty like archery range, but the problem at this early phase is you need to distract. If B decides to archery range straight away, BC can immediately horseman. You want to do something that draws his attention away first, so that when you go archery range, he's not really looking. You can already see he's actually chasing the scout away for this reason, right? Kind of mask plays later in the game. Second dock is going to be coming up. Nice position for it, actually. So a big part of why Japan grew in popularity with the resurgence of Holy Island last year was the emplacements. You gather a lot of gold when you play water because you need to add Shinobi, you need to add in Springles and demos. By gathering that gold, you get stone, which gets you the naval arrow slits. What makes that so good on Holy Island is the linear nature of the engagements along the coast. Puts you very tightly in range quite often of these emplacements. Same reason why Zhu looked very dominant. They got good spawns, usually extra resource and range, and a lot of the time that included stone that could be good, put to good use. So yeah, you just have to think of it as Japanese and Zhu in particular were very good defensively on water. At least this water. And there you go. First arrow slits on the way. So this is pretty much BC's own little Seagate effect, like what the Almonds had in the olden times. It's going to make it a little bit constricted for B to get through. Archer range coming out, rather, with the archer ship on the way. And B, yet to make his own choice here. Likely going to be Springle considering the delay anyway. It's almost like he's waiting for confirmation. But yeah, I was about to say, if you wait too long, you're going to be behind. So he does queue up a galley in the end. Interesting thing to keep in mind here. English have got the edge in this matchup on prolonged water play. Multiple things. Admiralty is a big deal, but the economy also matters a lot as well. They're saving 10% on each of these boats. Good initial hit from Beastie, though. Oh, wow. That was kind of sick, actually. B, the way he split up the fishing boats, had they been tighter on formation there, what Beastie could have done is attack the one retreating ahead to hit the one behind. Now the body block's nicely done by Beastie. Still not able to get a kill. Archer ship is going to come out, so Beastie will pull away, but he already has a Springle ship on the way. Shinobi aren't in position yet for Beastie. That's the problem. He's on the way, though. Oh, my God, dude. Beastie's screwed. B got villages this deep. He must have just committed an out. Wait a second. I am English, and I can definitely confirm, as a peasant, I don't run. No, I don't run at all. So if me, as a lowly peasant that doesn't run, this looks a bit sus. No, those are indeed the Shinobi coming in for the Sabos. Double denial on the docks. A little bit of clash on the water in the meantime. So be a little bit limited here. But you do run? No, I don't. I broke my ankle. I definitely don't run. More Shinobi on the way. This is the problem, though. Because B didn't want to add in an archery range, he doesn't have a solution for this right now. Sometimes what players like to do is sneak a third dock back here, very subtly. But with 4 Shinobi, once in position, you can't produce at all. This is scary. Beastie has a huge edge here. Demos are going to start moving in now. Fishing boats. They go for the blocker play there. They actually tank it. And the repair. Okay, Beastie, he baited him. He targeted the correct one there. Demo connection is going to come in behind. That will be enough to scare Beastie back here. Has got a fishing boat to repair. That was sick, though. He knew exactly which one was going to get repaired, so Beastie targeted a different fishing boat to get kills. Still, like, a negative exchange there, right? 180 resource on a demo to kill one fishing boat worth, what, 67. But it forces idle time. It keeps pressure up. B, look at this. Instead of trying to answer this long term, he's going castle. I have to imagine that this is King's Palace as well. There's not enough pressure on land. And it also feels like he's at risk of potentially throwing water away because there's Shinobi. So likely he'll look to pad himself for a land transition here. And no, I don't run when there's fish and chips on the table. We've been over this before on stream. The only fish I eat is canned tuna. Nice try. Nice shin in. Sabo done. King. Oh, God. He actually hits the scout as well. This is rough because although you heal, the Shinobi heal as well. It's like it's actually not a situation where the king wins at all. Oh, my God. Wait. He loses him. Gets distracted on water. Fishing boat is doing some weird stuff there. Actually forced a little bit of a reroute around the side. So bought time for the archer ship shot. Now we're back in. Dot goes down. This is getting slippery. B, he still doesn't have the gold yet. He's rushing more people out there. He's trying to set up another dock with 2 villages. That's going to get found as well as the Shinobi do dive in. This is the awkward thing, though. The more you move, the more the archer ship misses. Another villager down. And behind this, the backstab is real. Another dock being burned to cinders. And we are only 10 minutes in the game, and BC has basically already won water. B, now with the transition onto land. We have longbows getting added in. He's basically reallocating food while he has surplus here. He's waiting for the gold, and now it is time. What? Okay. I was about to headbutt my screen in confusion. King's Palace coming. White Tower coming. Crap or get off the pot. What? Okay, we've got White Tower. I'm a bit shocked here over King's Palace. I guess also part of the problem with full King's Palace is Shinobi can sabotage it more easily. Maybe he just feels like he couldn't build a big enough eco lead before Castle would come in for Beastie. But this means that B has no scale point. What he does have is an aggressive point. So the White Tower is a production building. He does already have archery range as well. Racks. You can go Spear, Lombo, add in some Knights and try to dive. King, in the meantime, is going to dive to the other side. So we'll find some worker kills there. Land count, 38 to 36. So B with 2 up, but the fishing is now in effect. And we do have the dock players coming in the west side. So why is Beastie doing this? He doesn't want to overburden this side of the fishing. You want to try to leverage it fully. The ideal situation is you kind of maximize each side equally so that you're not moving beyond these deep water fish before you've done these ones as well. Now, the logic with this, though, is Beastie is sacrificing his military scaling for more greed now to get more military later. That's where the opening comes from B. This is kind of wild, though. He's going for a trebuchet. What? Okay, so like this could have been extra longbow production, extra spear production. I didn't really expect trebuchets, considering what Beastie has and what he's about to have. Floating Gate is on the way. The stables has been dropped. This is going to have to be quick. He has got the outpost coming in, and notice where he's positioning it. Out of range of Beastie, but close enough that it will be able to trigger attack speed buffers off of the landmark. This is kind of sick. Fishing boats are now moving across for Beastie as he rebalances the economy. And the Shinobi, they did see it. Remember, Shinobi, because they are sneaky, apparently that gives them good eye vision as well. I'm not sure how that works out. I guess it's like, I know what sneaky looks like, so I can spot sneaky. But for whatever reason, they have good vision. He did see the outpost. And now he knows about the Treb. It's straight onto the TC. This is kind of wacky, actually. Beastie, look at his food income. He's not there yet. He's nowhere near there yet. He's got 13 fishing boats, but you aren't really feeling the scale force yet. He has got extended lines now on the way. He has zero Mount Samurai over queued up. He went Shinobi, which get counted by Lombos. It's only one Treb so far. B has to be very careful about the way he balances this. He wants to make sure he's got enough military against the threat, while also getting additional trebuchets for the kill. Because otherwise, what BC can do is use the extra economy to just repair. Right? Spend the wood, repair. Lombos are going to be moving around. Pretty ballsy here, because the problem you now have as B is you have to protect the trebuchet, but also find a way of harassing the economy. I like that he backed off here. The double outpost makes it impossible. And the east side is pretty tricky to rotate onto. It's really far out. B. We've got fortifications coming in. Yeah, so he's going to have one worker up here still gathering the stone, but he's just trying to guarantee he doesn't lose the attack speed aura. Does need to get the veterancies in. It's on the way. But the whole idea is with the attack speed aura, Mount Samurai won't beat these spearmen. And also, every time you fail to outright kill them, say hello to Kingy. Great call by Beastie. He's got ranged armor too coming in. Just wants to mitigate all the damage to the LBs. And we have crossbows as well. Okay, so Beastie... He's nicely insulated, actually. By going for Lombo plus crossbows, Beastie doesn't have an immediate answer that makes sense. You go Mount Samurai, you die. You go Samurai, you definitely die. You go Onibigeisha, you die to the archers. And Shinobi, hold up! Wait, did he actually... Oh, we got this. No, he didn't do anything there. Did he... I think he got maybe like one worker kill maximum. He got nothing out of that. And now things are going to get a lot worse. We've got Onibigeisha to follow this up. I can't believe this, man. Like, Onibigeisha, do you actually have the food income for that? The problem I have here is like the Lombo play. If you hide the Bigeisha long enough, great. But you have to make sure it's not seen at all. Because if he sees it at all, it's going to be more Lombos. If it's just crossbow massing, Bigeisha have a break-in point here. Wait, is this a bait and switch? Because he's queuing up Hardened Samurai as well. I still can't believe that got nothing, though. That's ridiculous. Just got short bow to death. There was still Shinobi guarding the relics. So Beastie's going to be able to extend his eco lead there. Second trebuchet has just arrived. And looks like the outpost isn't actually close enough to ring a bell. So yeah, the Trebs aren't getting an attack speed buffer right now. I'd actually love to see B just move up with the one villager here and drop an outpost right in his face. Because the repair crew is going to trigger the attack speed and then you can kill this quicker. Springles as well. So Springles is a polarizing thing against Bugacia because they kill them fast, but they die to them fast. This doesn't die fast, though. Hello, Raxes. Trying to get the Spearman out. Formation Shuffle is good. Remember, he has got the white tower, but it's very far forward here. Abbey of King's healing aura. Not going to be able to work while you're being attacked, so it does get a kill there. That's 2 additional worker kills for Beastie. He's now blocking out the woods. You want Mount Samurai get baited and raced. Okay, that's sick. B, he bait and switched him. The king harassed onto the gold, forced the reaction to Mount Samurai, and because Beastie's looking at this, he didn't notice. He just lost 2 more samurai. I mean, now reacting brace comes through. Great timing there by B. Beastie was not looking. 4 heavy cav down, and now crossbows, archers moving in. Gold getting harassed out. Beastie, he's still focusing on that massive Bugacia. He's still doing a pretty good job of hiding it as well. B has yet to actually confirm it. He's still scaling into crossbows. Trebs are moving south side, though. They're looking at the gold. This is smart. Look at the spawn, actually. This is the only option. Beastie, there's no other gold he can touch. The other thing about this outpost, like, it looked like it was an all-in on the TC, but you see how hard that is. It has forced idle time. But what he's also simultaneously done is denied gold. There is a way out of the jam for Beastie. It's water. If he goes out onto the island, he doesn't have to worry about his gold ever. Well, not ever. It's 8k, but 8k is a lot at this stage. Instead, he keeps playing land. What a crazy game. I mean, it's not often you see people throw away water the way B did on Holy Island. There are certain maps where it makes sense, but Holy Island tends to be just too much food to give up. Trebs now easily able to one-shot the outbursts. Does he maybe just go after houses in between here? Yeah, so we'll be able to get rid of them. Now he's able to march in. Now remember, you're kind of pinned in a corner here. So if B commits, there's no escaping. But if Beastie gets his timing right, Bugacia can stomp. The problem is, there's nothing secret about the play anymore. The Trebs with the vision do see. He's going to start backing up. Only 1 Spearman to play with right now. Now Samurai are going to dive in. The Spearman reaction does come through here, though. Treb kill not too bad for Beastie. And look at the switch up. We've got men-at-arms on the way, but now Beastie finds the next step. It is going to be into Samurai. B doesn't have that many crossbows, only 13. Gold gathering still on the way. He's going to need it for this Samurai switch up. That's why he's rushing as much as he can. 20 villagers on gold should make this go a long way. Not to mention the 4 relics now. So Beastie, with a switch to Samurai Bugacia, shouldn't end up gold-starved here. It's just so awkward when you've got Trebs here. Like, you kind of wish you'd just garrison them in a building and forget about them because they're just a liability to have to guard. Beastie. He's going to look for the fight, but the men-at-arms are here now. The Samurai, they have not got the Odachi tech. No attack speed aura is a big deal, though. King goes down. Spion's looking for deep damage, not able to easily find it. The Lombos are spreading out wider. B trying to minimize the value of the mango entirely. Most spears have been cleared, but there's no mounted samurai to exploit this fact. It's just Bugacia now versus the crossbows, now with the dive in. They have still got the damage buff, but it's not going to be good enough. The trickle of troops is going to be a fail. Remember, Beastie, a lot of his military value is on water still. The numbers are deceitful here. B keeps momentum, keeps him pinned. Now can move across to that gold. Beastie needs to move away ASAP. Hasn't reacted just yet. And the crossbows will be able to claim some skulls. Gets in deep. I love that. Treb goes straight after the Siege Workshop that just got Yorishiro dropped. Villagers are going to move away, but a handful do go down. Looks like 3 or 4. She's about to find his way out with the formation shuffles, but will cost him 1 or 2 more. Love this, though. Beastie has an opportunity to take out some of those key crossbows. It's going to be a rotation. Mistakes made. B is trying to come back now. The Lombos are on the way. I love that. Oh, B. He pulls one crossbow, so the auto aggro pulls away. That's damn creative. Make sure that Beastie can't actually get any value play. Now Beastie. Gold limitations, right? Still hasn't moved out for that island. Still hasn't thought about trade. There's just no pressure onto his side of the map. This is the big problem with Beastie's play now into Bagacia Samurais. Like, Bagacia in theory can raid, but they're needed in this fight. He just doesn't have the value in quantity. Horsemen switch up. You'd think raid again, but they're going to have to focus on this fight. What B's doing a really good job of doing is suffocating the map. He's not really giving Beastie a way of reacting because he's so far up in his face with an infantry comp that any cav rotation is going to take longer than it will take for B to attack you. So Treb's now getting through the production buildings. And remember, he did lose those Euroshiros, so some value lost there. What's that about? Not sure. And Beastie, he's playing for food on land. This is the thing about the fishing. It's just not enough for the Bagacia spam the way he wants, but this is game-changing. Villagers in the transport ship, it's time. He's going for the island. He already moved 16 out. He's got 16 more that he's going to be taking onto that 8k gold. Holy crap. That's a lot of gold income. B in the meantime. He's going to head it. Torch is out here. TC fire, not really that threatening. Yeah, because Beastie didn't rush the stone. He doesn't have a rocket launcher here. He does, however, have an insanely tanky town center. 10,000 HP on this bad boy. Doesn't really feel that feasible to kill. B, I think he understands what's happening now. The movement, the focus on water is starting to scale for Beastie. B will look to dodge death. Moves out of his base across the tree line in the center. Spearmen are reacting to the dive in here. Needs to be careful of the villagers. Abandonment buff, a pretty big deal on Vet Horseman. Start to extract a few kills. Nicely, Micro stays ahead of his target. If B wants to really make this work, I'm not entirely convinced 2 trebuchets is enough. Horseman Raid does continue to chase the villagers. Uh-oh, reaction slow out of B as well. Oh man, this is like classic Beastie. Horseman is, I honestly think his favorite unit in the game. It's a good pressure play there. Extends his economy lead. Villagers are now being pulled for the repair, but remember, he only needs wood to keep this up, and with this type of economy lead, he can kind of justify the investment. Kind of feels like B needs a third Treb here. He's going to try to march north, but the outposts already see him coming a mile off. He's just now extending that lead. Still has the horsemen around here. Spears are trying to cut off the roots. And that should be the end of the raid attempt here. Yeah, BC headbutts the spearman line. So all cav there down. The military lead is shrinking. And this is a lot of meat to blob with. He will have the attack speed aura. Trebs are going to start forcing the fight. Outpost being targeted, a smart move by Beastie. He needs that gone. The attack speed is the difference. Problematic here, B hasn't set up a back network. Doesn't have it. Mango shot now coming in. Not sure that one was about. Men at arms, in the meantime, are going to be diving through. Horseman wrapping around the back, but second line of spearmen kept in reserve. B needs to mop this up fast. A few men at arms block the dive. Samurai now spreading out on the east side, but the front of the fight is thinning for him. The Mangoes, they haven't really found the value they were looking for. Horseman now dead. And the chase is on. B keeps him contained again. And he has to react. He has to protect the mangonels, but that means he's not fighting, really. He's just kind of chasing, losing some value there. Backline now pursuing the crossbows, cleaning house, longbows as well. It may not be about landmarks anymore. He's building a military edge. Beastie. I'm not even sure what the trebuchet plan was here. I think he thought he was going to win that fight. Defender's advantage should be a big deal as he gets a little bit deeper here. The men-at-arms a bit over-committed onto the mango kills instead of killing the villagers. But look at the follow-up wave of ranged units. If he gets on this production, Beastie will not be able to replace his army. That's key. And he knows it. Moving in even deeper. The men-at-arms are still not dead here. The armor-clad makes him so stupidly tanky. And he is right in it. In the heart of the beast. Mango coming out. Only thing that might feel a little bit safe. Looking for a wallop, but B tries for a kite. Does get the kill. Trebs behind this are sieging again. Beastie, how the hell is this man not dead? But I think even bigger than that is how is B ahead in this game? Villagers have to shove off of the deer. Food income now shrinking after he just lost a lot of melee blob and needs a lot more. Villagers are going to make their way all the way down the coast to start gathering wood from B's side of the map. B, meanwhile, the spiral count is getting scary, guys. So it's kind of hilarious because a few months back, BC was mocking B for his obsession with Springles. Now, that was before they got buffed. It's kind of fairy to go into these now. But still, these things are scary for Beastie because of the men-at-arms. This is almost like a variant of the idea of Nesta B spears. Yes, Begacia can kill Springles, but the men-at-arms blob have so much armor that Begacia can't reach. The samurai is so slow that the Springles can clean them up. So a Dachi tech doesn't win you the fight. Then there's the attack speed aura, which is indeed the network of Citadel's buff. He upgraded it. That's what is making this so damn hard for Beastie. Five relics and water indeed. Beastie with 28 fishing. Now even trade ships getting added in. And it still doesn't seem to be enough to get him out of the hole. He did get the Shogunate upgrade though. Okay. So now Beastie stabilized against the dives. B cannot go underneath that thing. It will one-hit any unit. And I mean that. Even the big boy men-at-arms will die, considering this thing hits for 190 damage. Okay, that's in fairness the one thing that can get away with dive. So wait, actually no, Springles. Oh, this is ambitious. B. Careful there, son. Wait. If that's intentful, that's kind of genius. The Shogunate is also attacking the Mango, and he keeps repairing. So the shots are kind of wasted, which is giving him an opportunity to potentially dive here. Does need to show respect, but Trebs are getting a bit scary now with that attack speed buffer. And arms, they're going to go for the dive though. He's trying to stop the repair crew, but you just see how expensive it is. You have to think about it this way, like every 4 seconds you're losing, what, 120 resources. Men at arms, oh hello, men at arms are going to be able to reach the mangoes. Quick reaction coming in. Crossbow longbows need to start getting all these villages though. This is insane. How is this game not over? It's a 40 eco lead for Beastie. Flash comes in again. Feels awkward as well, though. The Begacia frontlined that instead of the Samurai, so usually these guys can stand behind the Samurai and attack. Instead, they're doing it the wrong way around. It means a lot of these Samurai are actually not engaging straight away. Flash coming through, though. The Mangoes need to hit that back line. Springles are looking to deal with this melee blob. Crossbow should be able to fin the herd. Beastie looks like he's about to be put back in his container again. Mango trade out is good for B. He gets rid of the siege. Keeps his alive. More mangoes come from Beastie. The gold wood is going hard in this game. B still has a military edge here. Remember, Beastie, about 12 of it. And that population is not here. It's on water. Villagers from B. That wasn't meant to happen, though. He was looking for the repair. So overextends for the repair crew. Does have to back up. The Trebs are still not doing enough. And unfortunately, it seems like he's lost the outpost. So no aura now. Has to back away. Beastie now on that rotation. Last time it netted him, what, 8 villager kills? Could achieve something similar here. Textile's going to make it a bit harder, but look at this. What? Wait, what? He already gathered through the 8k gold. This dive thief is taken from me. Textiles makes it hard for the Mango, so the villager pool is going to be good. The men-at-arms are now starting to show up. The sprint placements are going to be problematic. B now has to divert efforts onto the flank, and also keep in mind that B has been pushed back. So not only is Beastie stealing, but he can also yoink his own resources back here. Even potentially the full gold. We have got 8 mangonels. I'm not CGQD, guys. Why do you keep calling me that? I don't know, Alex. What could give me that idea? 8 mangoes to deal with the crossbow mass. Men-at-arms now diving in. He's got mangoes in the field. He's got springalds in the tower. This is truly CGQD right now. The horsemen, they have blocked any tree line on the back. So B wearing his economy on the forward. And now the Castle of the Crow. Beastie finds his way into Imperial Age. At this stage, B, he played a good game, man. Like, so much credit for it, but where do you go from here? He is starting to feel the pain of the difference in economy. You could go Imperial Age. If you do, you're going to lose your military lead. What make more sense here for B is just to go all in when he hears the tech up. Men-at-arms. I actually find a few kills here. Yeah, fortification's not quick enough. However, that's a bit awkward. The horsemen actually buy crucial time here. He needs to notice what's happening here. If he attacks the fortified and the forge, he's going to get cleaned up. The springalds do actually sting. Well, villager on the front side. Hello, Beastie. Oh, man. Kind of feels like maybe you want more got. Oh, my. No, Beastie. No, Beastie. Wait, does that actually work? Wait, what? But why did you? What? But okay, there we go. Okay, I thought it was bugged for a second there. Oh my god. However, he just chose to trade across map. No. Am I playing Rise of Nations here? Did that boat just turn into a horse? Oh my god, you're watching it try to go through the enemy base. I'm not exaggerating when I say he wouldn't have got much less resource using this one. Unfortunately, it was blocked off by the walls. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. Nothing to see here. Nothing. No. Minus 2,000 resources. Wow, mine is about 1900 resources. Why? Wait, but why didn't he just? But he has a. Never mind. Mango Wallop's coming in. He's got adjustable crossbars. This is big. He also has the keep drop with the rocket launcher. Beastie, he needs to throw the army into this to get the body blocks. Does it just in the nick of time with the men-at-arms? How? How did you slide through there? Mangoes get a wallop. They chase away further. Rocket launcher will stabilize him against this dive. Villager repairs, trying to come in clutch here. Beastie needs to get a bit deeper. He's looking for that crossbow mass. B needs an all-in. 2 trebs. Feels like the story of this game. Mangoes are starting to get splintered by the men-at-arms. But this rocket launcher castle is a problem. And not one that he's well equipped to deal with. Aaron Paul well equipped for the bits though. Thank you very much for the money. Beastie trying to be shown all the money on the map here. He needs these gold veins. Forge is on the way. This dive is starting to wane for B. The sprint count is great, but like at the end of the day, the castle. What? Hold the phone. They lined up for the sprint shot. B, he needs to be killing the villagers here. They're being pulled for the repair. If he targets them, that's gonna be a -10 again. The gap is shrinking. Army shrinking with it though. I think B, despite a valiant effort here, he can't get through the castle. He's lost all the siege. And he has to concede one of the craziest Holy Island games we have witnessed. Wow. G to the freaking G. What a series this is already turning out to be. So, game number 2. Gonna be a Japanese win up against the English. Oh my god, dude. These two. It's like, it's my favorite matchup. I think it's my favorite matchup. It's just freaking wild. Absolutely wild. Alright. So, let me pay out predictions. Beastie gets the win. Back on the board. They're getting ready for the next game now. I'm going to run a 1.5 ads now, guys. Oh, man. That game was so good. Alright, so let's have a look and see what are we getting drafted in this game. So, game number 3. We've got Marlins versus Jean. I think this is the Prairie pick. Makes a lot of sense for Prairie. No ads for you? Gee, I wonder why. Oh, wow, look, that guy's got that cool, like, subscriber emote next to his name. That must be why. Very smart. Thank you, Willy Wombat. Hey, man, gotta give the people what they want. And the people want these two. Dude, it was series of the week last week. It's gonna be series of the week again at this rate. So, like, one thing I have been weighing up, and I don't know if Chum's here. I might talk to him about it. We do sometimes end up with, like, the brackets coming out the same way again and again. Because although new players signing up, other ones not, changes the outcome. Like, because of the order in which we do, like, seeded by ladder, seeded by tournament elo, maybe, I think we could change that, where maybe sometimes instead, we seed based, like, in reverse of that order. So, like, you know, seed by ladder, seed by elo one week, and then seed by elo, seed by ladder the next. Because we do it 2 from each list. All right, anyway. Let's get ready to go. Let me start predictions. One and all, Jean has got no chill. Neither do these two. They are only interested in the kill. We've got B&B back again. 3D Clans B with a Jean pick. Something that we know Beastie absolutely j'adores. Instead, though, the Malian King returns for a matchup on Prairie. Yeah, should be a fun one with this opening into the spear play. Interesting choice, like not one you'd usually expect Jean to do, but occasionally she has been known to find these greedy outpost rushes. This should be mostly about the denial on the pit mines. The question mark is whether the buff to the house's health and the pit mines' health, houses by an extra 50, pit mines by an extra 100, actually makes a difference. I think we're going to find out here. I wondered for a second there if this was kind of like a bait where you just open one spearman and force a reaction, but no, we do have additional on the way. First goal being 8k is great for Malians. Yes. The other interesting thing is, like, sometimes these outpost rushes can feel hit or miss. I've seen spawns of Prairie where the gold is just on the edge of or outside of TC range. I've seen others like this where it's almost entirely inside. The funnier part to me is the fact that Beastie built all the houses on the outskirt first. Was he expecting an outpost rush? Or even just a spearman rush? So why would you set up houses first like this? Well, the concern is if Jean is rushing feudal age, the knights are going to come, but the knights won't be able to dive here. They can dive around here. So I think he tried to do the safety net first. Maybe he did suspect this, though. We do have the wood in reserve. Racks now being dropped. So Beastie, he's going to go for the Donzo play. Donzos can feel a little bit weird here to scale because of the wood cost, right? Like, they cost 30 wood each. He's already almost munched through the straggler trees. In fact, yeah, this one's down to 120 wood, which is 4 Donzos. Now, Good news about this play, there are some matchups where going Donzos sucks. It's like, it sets you up to lose the game in Feudal because your opponent wants you to do it, right? Like a Mongol player kind of wants you to build Donzos so you can end up stuck with Spearman when he goes Archers. It sucks for Jean that this is happening because you want to go Knights down the line. So I quite like this from Beastie. I think it's absolutely fine. It also keeps the door open for him to go for the Mansa, which is invaluable. It gives you the gold stone. You don't really want to have to go defensive landmark here if you can avoid it. So behind this, when is B stopping? Never. You've actually got Jean on the way. So usually the negatives, so to give an example of that Mongol matchup where it goes wrong, one of the negatives is when Mongol players pull too early for an outpost rush with just one villager. Because what happens is the Donzos can't be blocked, and they're able to do enough damage in the initial stab that they finish with the javelin. In walks Jean. And she walks where you wouldn't expect it. This is sick. I love this. We talked about playing long feudal, or long Dark Age rather, with Donzos. You need wood. This blocks it. And the other thing is she builds it fast. Even if she was sore right now, the problem you have here is that the javelin throws are irrelevant. Right? You do, what, 5 damage per javelin throw? So that's 20 damage there. She has 150 health, and she heals when you don't fight her. This is sick, man. This should make you sick. This is die. B. I think BC's suspecting it now. Like, why has he gone to my tree line? What is over here that he wants? Wait a second. And look at the backups. Every tree line is forward. The second big one is right next to this. The other two are far out on the flank. So Beastie's starved of wood. He's going to have to focus on just getting the feudal age. He actually runs out for the east side tree line, which has been seen. B, he's like, well, I want level 2 on Jean now, so I guess I'm just going to chop, chop, chop. And yeah, Clown Max, why don't you show your proof or shut your mouth, mate? Like, that's really uncalled for. But you know what? You're not wrong. B is map hacking. Look at this. He sees the yeah, that's just French, guys. Jean and French see the trade post. I guess it's a type of map hack. So BC, this is not gonna work. Like, look, congrats. Look, watch the damage. Wow. Look at how impactful those javelin throws were. It's crazy. Like, I love that we're seeing this because I feel like we don't see it enough. So he punts the javelin throws. Look at the restock time. It's 15 seconds. So congrats. Watch what happens. Javelins came off cooldown in what, 2 seconds? He already healed a third of the damage off. It's gonna take so long to get a kill. Does Trade Network Landmark outrange the outpost? So you get the 8-tower range, right? So yes. The Javelin outposts are 8-tower range, if I remember correctly. Versus arrow slits with 7. So you did actually get a spear kill, but the Jean kill is so hard to achieve here. Why he's doing this, you might ask, is because you need to be doing things to get the XP for Jean. So, like, in a way, if he gets enough javelin throws from the Donzos, it will be impactful. It just takes so long, and look at what B's doing behind this. His tech up comes in first. He's got pro scouts on the way. He's kind of de-Jeaning the Jean. You get what I mean? Have you guys ever watched the French matchup? The Jean matchup, rather, in team games, where she doesn't really do anything. She just kind of exists. It's almost like you couldn't pick French and you pick Jean. It's the same idea, right? It's a nice thing if it works out, but otherwise we're just going to play French. And that's kind of what B is doing here. Beastie, meanwhile, no pro scouts. It's like we got aggression. Donzos are going to go chasing. Needs to be a little bit careful, the outburst. Level 2 is in. So B finds his upgrade. He did also hide his choice. There's going to be an assumption that it's Archer form, but BC doesn't have confirmation yet. You thought it was Dijon in the Jean? No, if you say that 10 times, it's just too confusing. Is it Dijon in the Jean? Is Jean in the zone? All right, this is getting confusing now. Yeah, regardless of what did or didn't happen before, like, this is all I'm going to say on it. And, like, players can, like, you don't need to judge someone by the previous actions, even if you do or don't believe it. Based on that. That's all I'll say on that, like, unreasonable comment from Claymax before. Because, like, here's the counterpoint. Claymax, right now, you seem like a douchebag. But on a different day, you might be a wonderful person. B is winning right now. One game one and is slightly ahead in game three, rather. Because he's a damn good player. Always been a creative bugger. And look at this sneak around B. He scouts it out. Gets the 2 shots. Smite follow-up is good, and the timing is awkward. Beastie, he moved out of his base at the worst possible moment here. That was crafty. B, he scouted around. He saw it coming, right? He knew it wasn't being guarded. So gets himself first blood when it comes to worker kills. Able to back away, and this also, once again, keeps Beastie in his base, while B gets all the deer off the map. Archer versus Malians? It's kind of wild, right? But I guess his thought process is reasonable. Like, there's 14 Donzos here, right? You could argue B could just blob Spearman. I actually don't mind that idea because you can consecrate the racks and you save a pretty healthy 60 food a minute. Side B. We have got those coming in. One thing that concerns me for Beastie is, like, he's going pretty wide for his wood, right? He still hasn't cleared this outpost. It's been fortified. So that's going to give openings to B to raid with knights. Beastie, it looks like he's priming himself for the Castle Age transition. I like this. So far, going to go pretty strong here. It's all about the blob mass, right? Like, B... Is he going 2 TC? He stopped gathering stone, but he has 300. Last time I checked, he's not a Spartan. So, what's going on here? It's like there's going to be harassment on the Jean. Maybe an overgather. Jean is going to get sniped down, so she's gone. And yeah, this is like the awkward thing. I don't disagree with the choice to go range Jean. We see it a lot against Malians, but you see the negative as well. If Beast just keeps lobbing spears and javelins, he counters essentially everything Jean does. The knights get destroyed by Donzos. They even get punted by a million thrown javelins, which can kill them. And then Jean herself immediately gets sniped by jabs because they get bonus damage against her. It's a very hard situation to play as Jean. It's interesting as well because, like, when you think about the similar civ in French, I want to say, like, French feels very confident there because they're able to keep pressuring you with knights. It's almost like having this Jean unit is a bit of a liability. Nice little picks here. This is a slight overextension by Beastie. His javelins aren't here. Oh, and look at B's move. He's going to pounce on him. It's like he's trying to intercept some of the pro scout play. So, like, is this a mistake by Beastie? I don't think so. He needs to be on the map. He needs to be pressuring to stop pro scouts. But now it feels like he's been forced into a rough fight. Only 2 javelins to contest this. Archer Spear Blob will clear the way. Beastie, a heavy dose of that Spearman mass has now been lost. This is really good news for B. He doesn't want to have to keep scaling archers into javelins. This allows him to go more leniently now into cavalry. And that's a crazy way of doing it. He's not going to be blobbing knights like you'd expect here. He's going for horsemen. Now, this is also interesting, actually, because the concept of going horsemen I quite like. You can scale horsemen, and it's kind of working out like bigger savings overall, right? Because you produce more of them per minute compared to knights, and it's a bigger percentile of the overall cost compared to knights. So he is switching back now. In fact, okay, he's going to be doubling down. Okay, there was a bit of a save up there for a moment. I thought B, this stone is still an enigma. Maybe he was thinking 2TC and then he saw BC attacked and changed his mind. I think that might be the possibility here. The other interesting thing, actually, like, this could turn into a mind game because BC would have clicked the stone, seen this much taken. Okay, he did scout over here, so he knows about the outpost upgrade. Because if he didn't see that before, he might just assume it's a normal outpost with arrow slits. And therefore, like, the math supports a second TC somewhere. I wonder if BC immediately realized that it was just the fortification stone, or if he went looking for that outpost. Looking for that TC, rather. So BC should be ready to pull the trigger soon. Yeah, we've got the ranches full. Fulani time. Has B really done enough here? I don't think his army is actually that scary. His castle timing isn't really that threatening with Royal Institute either. He hasn't got many knights. Could this maybe be a Guildhall play? Am I a full-time AoE4 content creator now? Oh, yes. I'm a full-time creator. I'm a full-time caster / host. And then there's obviously the influencer manager stuff. A lot of full-time. Got to wrap around the back for the knights. Is he looking for the timing for when BC would be teching? It is going to be the Guildhall. So I like this. This makes so much sense. Like, Royal Institute does nothing here. Does go in for the ball kill to get more XP. And the other thing is, with his tech up, why is B running back? He's running back for Sacred Sites. So he can basically get in position here, capture this, get that extra churn of XP, and be on to level 3. BC now in response has to be triggering his own tech up. I wonder, do we see Sofa? No. He's going to stay on infantry here. Yeah, so all about efficient blobbing, right? I like this. Sofa runs the risk of just feeding XP over to Jean if you happen to run into mass spearmen. And also, like, it just doesn't counter knights. That's your biggest suspicion, is your opponent's going mass knights. It also sets you up to get screwed over by arbitrary. So just by going into Rax play here, just going Donzos, you know, you have an okay answer into arbitrary, a great answer into the knights. And you even have the potential to go into Musafari to then stealth and flank kill. Need surface for Haas. I think Beastie, what he has in mind here isn't harassment, but all in. Which I kind of support here. You know, it feels dangerous on Prairie, but the logic is with Fulani, you're much better off economically, right? He's already scouted on the backside, his opponent has Guildhall. Long term, this serves B well, but for the next 8 minutes, it does nothing. And B doesn't really have a scaling eco lead here. He killed one villager. Nice defense there for B. Does actually get rid of the ram. Ambitious attempt to try and attack there from the 3D clan member. We'll have to back away, and Beastie does have those veterancies coming in too sweet. So another ram attempt. I'm sure it won't happen again. Jean should be able to get level 3 with the second Sacred Site. It's going to be a Musafadi switch now. Yeah, so you asked about how BC might raid. This is your pseudo-raider. Still going to be reasonable against knights, but this can sneak in. I kind of like the idea, just a small group of them. Because your opponent's gold vein is about what, halfway done. Outside that, his tree lines are running thin. So it's going to be moving further and further out. It's very easy for players to forget to outpost here. Especially against the Civ that they should. Like, it's crazy how often I watch people forget outposts against Malians in particular. One thing that will make it a bit difficult is the fact that B does still have pro scouts bumping. So he's going to be done with it soon, and afterwards he will have 4 scouts to shuffle around. And guys, let's move on from the past, or I'm going to start banning people. Like I said, just because someone does things in the past doesn't mean they do it. No. Like, I know the average age of the Age of Empires 4 demographic. We don't need to add we don't need to act like we're 8 years old. So that's why we got dive coming in. We have got the champion's reaction, but yeah, you see what I mean about jabs. That, by the way, was with range damage reduction of 45%. You wouldn't believe it. 2 flurries is all it takes, so able to back away. BC does need to be a little bit careful on overextension here. His army is big, but it doesn't mean that Bees is incapable of fighting. So we'll show some respect. Starts to back away. Sacred Sight's now getting decapped. Relics have been targeted by B, but he hasn't been able to get many homes so far. So how does B get out of this awkward situation? He's pretty much in a holding state while the guild hall accrues. So this is BC's window to attack. He's going to keep bulking. He doesn't need to dive in straight away, but there's a critical mass approaching. 3 digits is the magic number. Once the military is that fat, I'm not going to say you can outright 8-click the fight, but it's kind of close to. And the main reason is because of the javelin count. The javelin count relegates Jean to irrelevance. She just can't be present. If she's anywhere near the fight, she dies. Makes it very, very difficult. Cantor Saddles is coming in, so B is leaning hard in the night. So what he can start doing here is actually peeling off the few to raid. We mentioned how eventually you kind of go wider with this. Like, BC's adding in extra infrastructure, he's adding in Donzos. He needs to be getting wood somewhere. Credit to him, though. He's done a fantastic job of keeping his whole economy smushed to one location. That's very important because it makes it much harder for these trickle of knights to find raids everywhere. Speaking of little raiders, unfortunately, B was aware. Look at that. Scout was already in position, so he knows about this little backstab. And we'll start to reallocate knights. Need to be a little bit careful of that, though. Yeah, kind of crazy how well Mustafadi can actually deal with knights sometimes. We'll better mop them up now. Ah, there you go. I wondered why they were surviving that long. It's the local knowledge. So remember, local knowledge, when you reveal, you basically heal. Essentially 25 health, unless you insta-die. Beastie. Let's try to approach from the front side. Is the army really big enough in terms of lead right now? Spearmen take the full position here, so the knights aren't tanking against the spears. Horsemen are wrapping on the flank. The javelins overextending. Are going to have to pull back now. So far, Mustafadi left behind to deal with, but a lot of XP going into Jean's clutches. And no damage onto her whatsoever. That was sick. Beastie, too many javelins with little to counter here. He got brute forced away from the engagement. The archers were not contested whatsoever, meaning that B was able to counter 2/3 of the Malian comp here. Wow. That was vile. I cannot believe that. Now B, the guild hall at this stage, we're on the verge of making that pull the trigger moment happen. He's going to have to move to another gold, mind you. He's got a lot pumping into night still. We also have an arbitrary switch on the way. Interesting, considering Beastie may have revealed Sofa, but he hasn't hard committed to them. Relics. Oh, it's looking like it's going to be favorable to B. 3-2. Man, these two bloody never failed to entertain. Beastie still has the economical edge. Like we said, the Royal Institute, Guild, Fulani. Too many things in my brain. The Fulani's a big deal here. But with no Royal Institute instead of Guild Hall, which is what I want to say, B has got an easier time finding the next age. Or a remax if need be. So we have got Military Academy. I like this from Beastie. He's taking a Zerg approach. That's the reality of Malians in most matchups. So if you want a Zerg, you need to make sure your production rack is stronger on the push. I'm a little bit curious how he's going to afford it food-wise. Feels like he's kind of lacking in that department because he hasn't actually got any cow eating happening here. Stays trying to min-max resources on the flanks. You just see how big of a difference one player playing Pro Scouts and the other not makes. He's trying to sneak out into the flank resources now. We do still have 1 or 2 troops guarding the additional berries. And we do have Pumba play. So yeah, B has gone super wide. And you're seeing that BC's trying to punish that, but B, well, he already came over here due to tiny raids. He's bringing the entire army to intercept. John might get insta-sniped. Goes down. Big deal. No XP threat here. Beastie kind of stuck in a blender, though. He doesn't want the engagement. Only 17 Donzos up against 16 Royal Knights. Archers are going to start stabbing into this. Donzo count won't be able to carry this fight, folks. There's only 12 of them left. No, he just headbutts that backline of archers. But it's going to cost Beastie the entire bulk. Honestly, at this stage, you could just back away if your archers want to keep him alive. Instead, he full on A-click commits. B takes another big win. This time, though, no XP in the pocket of Jean. However, the breathing room now to potentially go for the red keep drop. So for flank raid is only going to find, what, one worker kill here? These two still neck and neck when it comes to raw villagers, at least. B now going to look for a counter-offensive. We'll spot the walls going up. Understands that BC is trying to insulate himself here. Can he find the key point? We've got 2 TC, we've got to keep. Okay, Beastie, he went greedy, but he's being respectful here. My worry is this many knights can dive past the castle. It's all about drawing attention to the wrong side of the base. B is going to A-click into an outpost. We'll have to back away here. We do have Chivalry, right? Surely we have Chivalry. We do not have Chivalry. It's a tech that starts to lose value as you get up in ages because it takes longer to heal to full, but it's still worth it here. Kind of shocked that he completely forsook it. Do have the switch up coming with the Gambesons, though. This guild hall is stockpiling like there's a never-ending winter coming. Yeah, name this map Snowpiercer. We're going to be living on a train for years to come. He's got 3,300 food waiting to be pulled. He, of course, is done with that archer mass. Remember, at this stage, like, the wood is very limited. It's not scalable. For Beastie, it's pretty easy to just go back for javelins. The problem is he doesn't know if he should. Yeah, he's reacting as if it's just mass knights. B is playing him for a fool. And it's because Beastie doesn't see. This is sick. Going into Arbitrary with Gambesons is a pseudo frontline unit that also counts Sofa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Sofas! Find targets on the flanks. Knights are on the way. We'll struggle to protect everyone, though, so it looks like we're going to get a slip in here onto the ball location, tree line as well. Beastie, he's playing this the way he loves, right? Like, Prairie almost feels like a map designed for his playstyle in the late game. He thrives on these cavalry raids. The B, it's like he's been looking for this big one firm punch this whole time. Is it finally time to take that swing? Chivalry is on the way. Gold gathering galore. A guild hall that has got almost 4,000 food sitting in it. This has to be the moment. Right? If B could see what we could see, I think he'd make his play. Probably down the center like here. Gives you a staging point to start sieging from. But he doesn't have the vision we have. He doesn't know that Beastie's taking the bait so entirely with the Donzos. So for flank raids, at least going to get shuttered. Now, one good thing for B, he's leaning everything east side. I kind of like this. He was originally thinking of going west and east, but because Beastie's playing flank play, he's not going to get baited into it. And instead, he's going to go ultra aggressive. Yep. Red Palace down the center here. Secures the 4k gold. Plenty of wood, and also gives him a staging point to start diving in from. Surprised it wasn't a little bit closer to the enemy base or the secret site. We have got a Siege Workshop follow-up. Okay, it's on. Beastie in the meantime. Sofas are going to try to backstab, but there's really nothing here. B, now with the age up, with the Siege Workshop drop coming, he could try to Zerg and end here. XP chart, we're going to give it a quick check-in. Yeah, 773. Pretty much one big fight and you're there. Like, XP-wise, we're talking, what, 9 times 50, let's say? So that ends up being, I mean, a pretty succulent 450 XP, right? Not quite enough to get you there, so it had to be 2 fights. Meantime, though, Beastie is going to look to deny the relics. Some gold removed from B's pocket here. A critical point when he needs it. Remember, this is important because at this stage, the elite techs are not cheap. So every little slowdown matters here. Gives Beastie time. He's trying to force a reaction. If B has to come all the way home, he gets the tech up behind it. And also, notice the priority fire. He's taking out the consecration buildings to essentially punish B. Yes, across an infinite game, you can have infinite consecrations, but on limited time, there's only so many buildings you can discount. There's the reaction on the other side. Thought the Huntress coming in, so Beastie will now be safe at home. And not really an expensive army to lose, but for Jean, a valuable pickup on XP. Ends up being, what, 30 Spearmen? So a respectable 270 XP. So at this point, Jean should be close to 1,000 XP. I think we're one big fight away from level 4. But we would have been, but I think there was a missed rally there. Yeah, she was with the arbitrator group, so she doesn't really get any of the XP. I like that. Beastie, that was very smart. He knew they were going to die. He just pulls them away so that Jean doesn't get that catalyst. Beastie, meanwhile, has been catalyzing his economy. Trip TC is starting to pay off here. He has got the elite techs coming in swiftly. The most important thing next is going to be the royal bloodlines. We do not have a university just yet. Beastie knows what this is going to turn into. Banker repairs on the way now. Dive on the knights. We have got cannons on the way. Yeah, if it looks like it's burned through slow, it's because these boys aren't here yet. Jean's still not playing up is a bit surprising, though. Did B accidentally change control groups? Okay, she's on the move again. Oh, hello. Whoa. I don't know about that one, dog. He doesn't know about the castle back here, right? I don't think he ever scouted it. That's crazy. They got the berries right next to Beastie's base. Yeah, we do have springles coming out. I wonder if you consider shot triggers here. Once you have, like, what, 8 springles are going to be worth it? The problem is at this stage, like, where are you getting population space for that? You need cannons to deal with the buildings, and you need more knights. It's like one big foul punch he's looking for right now. Beastie, meanwhile, is just trying to get the count to all. Gunner count is going up. Another valuable unit, though. Gets traded out in a fight. It looks good for Jean. We do have Reboldiquins. I love that. So much better than Springles here. Looks like there is a blocker on the house going up. In the meantime, the villagers are going to be pushed away. Let's build the outpost and play onto the wood instead. Still 0 farms in this game for B. You can't help but feel that he's running a thin line here. By 35 minutes, kill or be killed. It's Beastie. He's got the farms. He's got the infinite food. Night raid. Oh my goodness! He may have just found the jackpot here. 42 villagers! B gets the blocker! Slow reaction out of Beastie. The seat sharp. There's nowhere to go. That's almost the entire villager lead! Looking to bleed him dry. There's going to be a formation shuffle with the garrison to try and get him away, but the knights are still hunting. They've got an additional charge. Arbitrary also on the way. Jean getting a little bit of XP out of the encounter. Beastie shrunk back down to size. Just so is Jean as well. Oh, God. I'm trying to think if there's a worse civ for Jean. I don't think there is. Donzos have a hybrid attack that does bonus against Cav. Javelins do bonus of damage against ranged. It's such a nightmare. Oh my god. Immediate buyback though. At least Melee Jean has more HP. True. Let's be totally real. It's 50 plus Donzos. You still die to that. Remember, at this stage, they hit you for 13 range damage. What do you mean you can't get over the pronunciation of Jean? I thought Jean is right. Is it Jean? Jean? Or Jean? I feel like we've been through this before. Because Joan is apparently wrong. At least that's what French people told me. French people have been lying to me this whole time. A deceitful people. Sean. Is that actually Sean? Sean. Oh, Jean is looking pretty good right about now. Just needs that one big fight. You can see Beastie is hesitant about it. The villagers... What? No, no, no. No. What the? I can't... Wait. The Robotiquins? The Robotiquin done 0 damage there. I cannot believe that. A ballsy maneuver. He was not expecting the Robotiquin and the Springolds. It's like the castle's going to be dropped here. And once again, BC's villager lead gets dropped.